Chapter 2368, Hacked to Pieces. Chapter 2368, Hacked to Pieces. You won't do. A mere 3 words showed the old man's disdain and contempt in its entirety. But to Yi Yuan, it was still his first time hearing someone say these 3 words to him like this. Regardless of whether in the Immortal Grove world or in the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's talent had always been frighteningly strong. Even unparalleled talents the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were also crushed by Yi Yuan until they could not even raise their heads. But the old man in front of him actually turned his nose up at him. Even if this junior won't cut it, senior doesn't seem to have a better choice either. Because the human race already doesn't have too much time. Senior Profound Secrets only gave us 10 years, which is also 1,000 years. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said smilingly. A major power who could offer his life for the human race. Yi Yuan did not believe that he would watch the human race walk towards destruction. In the primeval war realm, what Yi Yuan was using was not his main body. Hence, the old man was unable to determine skeletal age. In the old man's eyes, Yi Yuan's bit of law comprehension was nothing at all. If he knew that merely a few thousand years had gone by since Yi Yuan cultivated until now, he probably would not think like that anymore. The old man frowned slightly and said, "The human population numbers more than 1 billion. Could it be that even a slightly sable genius can't be found now?" Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that it's really very hard to find. Senior, why don't you make do with it for now and let me try?" The old man heaved a sigh and said, "Profound Secrets, that kid, is also a disappointment. He studied S.P.A. C-Team law for so many years and merely comprehended 1:100 ratio. Forget it, since you're in the first place, then let you try it, also so that you'll give up on it. Go on, as long as you can survive 2 hours in the S.P.A. C-Team vortex, it will be considered to have made some minor accomplishments. However, that's impossible." Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking towards the S.P.A. C-Team vortex. Their 2 power of laws were colliding violently, turning S.P.A. C-Team upside down. In that kind of environment, anything that got swept in would be torn to shreds by the 2 kinds of power of laws. Yi Yuan attempted to fire a shot of divine essence into it. In the end, it was swallowed up without even stirring up a wave. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression was slightly austere. Surviving for 2 hours in this S.P.A. C-Team vortex was absolutely an extremely difficult thing. When the old man saw Yi Yuan's solemn expression, he said smugly, "Kid, you know how formidable it is now? Profound Secrets, that brat, can only stay inside for an hour. Touch your heart and ask yourself, do you feel that your talent is even greater than his?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was absolutely the most talented genius since this epoch. Regarding this point, even Tao ancestors had no way of denying it. He was not a Tao ancestor, but his strength was already not inferior to Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior, each person's talent is different. Senior Profound Secrets' talent lies in divining heavenly Tao and not S.P.A. C-Team law. So, in S.P.A. C-Team law, it's already very impressive that he can reach this step." The old man chuckled and said, "Then your meaning is that your talent is even above his?" Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "I don't dare to say that, so I better try it out then." Done talking, he leaped, jumping into the S.P.A. C-Team vortex. Before his figure even entered the core of the vortex, the tearing sensation brought by the 2 kinds of laws already made him feel overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. This region of S.P.A.C. was not a complete S.P.A.C., but a vortex that was completely ground up by time law and spatial law. Any object, as long as it entered this region, would be torn into shreds. People were no exception either. Yi Yuan just felt as if there were thousands of blades slicing his flesh and blood piece by piece, forcefully being sliced into thousands of pieces. That kind of pain simply could not use words to describe. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was torn to pieces, deader than dead. Yi Yuan felt that his grasp of S.P.A.C. Team Law was already very deep, but he did not expect that he could not even enter. This was Mbara Singh. Very soon, Yi Yuan's physical body condensed again. His face did not have any rosiness at all. That feeling of overwhelming pain to the extent where he wished he was dead was still seemingly happening to him, unable to disperse. That kind of feeling simply made people despair. The old man said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh, "Ha ha, kid, this is the talent that you're bragging about? Your understanding of S.P.A.C. Team Law is too shallow." Yi Yuan's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said with a nod, "What Senior said is true. Looks like my understanding of S.P.A.C. Team Law is indeed too superficial." Again, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, leaping into the vortex again. It was still that agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces. Each blade said through the nerves, transmitting to every corner of the body. Too terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the power of S.P.A.C. Team Law to resist this endless slicing. But everything was futile. He was still unable to enter the vortex and was directly throttled. In the second revival, Yi Yuan's complexion turned a little paler. That taste of being sliced into thousands of pieces was really unbearable. The pain of the nirvanic tribulation was already very terrifying. But compared to this, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a mighty sorcerer. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and came to the edge of the vortex again. But this time, he did not jump in again. The old man discovered that Yi Yuan's entire body was trembling. That was his body instinctively feeling scared. In these few thousand years, how many grand battles and how much pain and suffering had Yi Yuan experienced? He had never been afraid before, but this time he got scared. He did not want to be scared, but his body was very honest. "Kid, give up. Your strength is too weak." Profound secrets that Brat relied on the powerful cultivation realm of Deva Fifth Blight to survive in the S.P.A.C. Team Vortex. Your law comprehension can't make it, and your cultivation realm also can't make it. There's no possibility of comprehending. Do you think that this ancestor is intentionally making things difficult for you? The old man could not help laughing when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was a present-era genius. Being able to enter this supreme inheritance, it was impossible to be a mediocre person, but he still fell short of his standards. He was not intentionally making things difficult for Yi Yuan. He was just stating a fact, that was all. Yi Yuan did not speak. He extended a foot out tremblingly. A powerful suction force made his body get swept into the vortex involuntarily. This time he was passive, but due to his body being too scared, he did not have time to even utilize the power of S.P.A.C. Team Law this time and was directly eradicated. When he walked to the edge of the vortex for the fourth time, the trembling of his body became even stronger. Yi Yuan's foot was practically shaking. It could be seen how scared his body was. However, he still extended a foot out tremblingly and was swept into the vortex by the powerful suction force again. Then, he was annihilated again. Just like that, over and over again. Each time, he would be directly garroted by S.P.A.C. Team Law, but he still jumped into the vortex without hesitation. The old man's face gradually turned solemn from the scorn at the beginning. Chapter 2369, Return to Zero. Chapter 2369, Return to Zero. The old man said with shock in his heart. Disregarding talent, the tenacity of this boy's heart isn't beneath this old man's. Just as sacred ancestor high priest said back then, temperament was the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse. For the old man to be able to achieve a supreme position, mastering two supreme laws at the same time, The strength of his temperament naturally went without saying. But he never thought that Yi Yuan actually had such terrifying tenacity. He understood that the agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces was not what ordinary people could endure at all. Especially those so-called geniuses, their hearts were loftier than the sky. So how could they bear this kind of inhumane torture? Furthermore, it was not even one time. It was over and over again. Yi Yuan was clearly already afraid to the extreme, scared until he was unable to even walk normally. But he still forced himself to jump down again and again. In this place, there would not be true death. But this agony was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even scarier than death. What was most terrifying was not death, but clearly knowing that the process of death was extremely terrifying, but had no choice but to face it. Could Yi Yuan choose not to face it? Of course he could. However, he resolutely chose to face it. Would death become numb? No. Each time he went down the C-team vortex, the pain of each blade was reminding Yi Yuan that this was another samsara. He was not able to be numb. Not only would he not be numb, but that sense of fear would also increase along with the number of times and grow with each sing day. Yi Yuan's body also went from the starting slight trembling to the spasming like shaking later on. He did not want to tremble, but he could not control himself. Each time he jumped, he had to exhaust all of his strength. But once he jumped down, he would die. Then it was another samsara. Kid, what is it that supports you to do things to this extent? 3 days later, the old man finally could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood on the edge of the vortex, turned to the old man, and said smilingly, I have a reason that leaves me no choice but to become strong. Some people are still waiting for me to go and save. Of course, I also won't sadly watch the human race go extinct. The old man was moved and said, Those people must be very important to you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, The love of my life. The old man let out a sigh and said, Pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. Kid, you're very determined. It's just that 1,000 years' time is too short. With your talent, you probably can't comprehend the C-team inheritance. Not that the time was too short, but that C-team law was too hard. Such a supreme inheritance. How could it be comprehended in a short 1,000 years? Forget about comprehending. Even standing in the vortex for an hour was harder than ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan ignored the old man's lamentation, and he leaped once more, jumping down. Of course, the conclusion was always surprisingly similar. Along with the Sage of Time, the time that Yi Yuan stood outside the vortex also became longer and longer. To him, taking the last step required tremendous courage. In this blink of an eye, it was 30 years. During these 30 years, Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he died, but he could never last for long inside the vortex, which was also to say that he did not cross the threshold. Using 30 years' time to make a futile effort, it looked like a very foolish action in the eyes of bystanders, but Yi Yuan did not think so. What he believed in was that as long as time was sunk in, an iron rod could be ground into a needle. Kid, do you really still want to persist? At this rate, your mind won't be able to bear the breakdown. At that time, even though your physical body won't die, you can only be an idiot too. Young man, why be so persistent? The old man could not resist persuading again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How can there be a smooth sailing thing in this world? Want to obtain the supreme inheritance, but not be willing to take the risk? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Senior, you don't need to persuade me again. Finished saying this, he turned around and wanted to jump. His foot had just stepped out, but withdrew again. The moment the old man saw, he smiled and said, Kid, finally gave up? Not that this ancestor is looking down on you, but it's truly that you don't have this strength. But Yi Yuan smiled radiantly and said, I seem to have understood something. Many thanks, Senior. The old man's expression changed, but saw Yi Yuan leap, entering the vortex once more. But this time, Yi Yuan did not employ C-team law. He jumped into the vortex without any obstruction, just like that. When Yi Yuan returned to the S.H.O.R.E. again, the old man had a blank look as he said, "What did you understand?" He still thought that Yi Yuan comprehended, but in the end, there did not seem to be any changes. Was this kid purposely misleading people by making things look mysterious? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior said that I'm too stubborn. It's indeed the case. I've always been thinking about using my spatial law to resist the C-Team vortex here. The two aren't powers on the same level at all, so what comprehension is there to talk about? Furthermore, Senior said before that my spatial law was born because of Sordao. It deviated from the power of Source to begin with. I used a deviated path to go and comprehend the right path, so how can it possibly succeed? Therefore, I simply returned my spatial law to zero, to go and feel the mighty torrent power in the vortex without the least bit of obstruction. Maybe it will have a miraculous effect." As he said, Yi Yuan walked toward the vortex once more. Although this time, he was still trembling. While the old man had a look of astonishment, he also had a feeling that Yi Yuan seemed to have found the right path. Even he did not expect that Yi Yuan kept on failing to comprehend C-Team was actually because of this reason. But his unintentional words gave Yi Yuan great inspiration. However, the shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger. One had to know, Yi Yuan's spatial law was already comprehended to the boundary of rank 8. People all had thinking derived from experience. Reaching rank 8, it was naturally going a step further to go and comprehend Source. But Yi Yuan could let go of the obsession in his heart and think of returning to zero. This method, it was absolutely rare in this world. Could it be that this kid is really an extraordinary talent? The old man exclaimed. Hence, Yi Yuan set off anew and fell into the endless cycle of samsara again. Finally, around 100+ years, Yi Yuan stepped into the C-Team vortex for the first time. However, the power of law in the outer peripherals was already so terrifying, let alone inside the vortex. Yi Yuan just entered the vortex and was ground to dust by the terrifying C-Team turbulent flow. The old man opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. The old man said in shock, "He actually really entered it. This has just been only over 100 years. Reviving back at the S-H-O-R-E, Yi Yuan had an excited expression. In 100 years of samsara, he had to die countless times every day. This sort of thing, even thinking about it felt terrifying. But he pulled through. This endless pain, this endless effort was worth it. Ha! Finally entered. Senior, I really have to thank you. If not for you, I would have probably never been able to enter the C-Team vortex in this lifetime," Yi Yuan said to the old man excitedly. But the old man's expression was somewhat ugly. "What did I do? I did nothing at all. This kid wouldn't be intentionally making a dig at me, right?" Chapter 2370, SBC Team Grand Ancestor. Chapter 2370, SPAC Team Grand Ancestor. After opening this gap, everything became a matter of course. Although the comprehension of SPAC Team law slowed down, Yi Yuan still advanced forward steadily. Only at this time did Yi Yuan understand that this SPAC Team vortex was simply fragments of law formed under the traction of some kind of great power. The time law that he comprehending in the primeval war realm was likely a tiny fragment inside this SPAC Team vortex. It could be seen from this how terrifying the power of this SPAC Team vortex was. If he could comprehend all of the power of law in this SPAC Team vortex, Yi Yuan would be able to immediately become the heaven-span world's #1 major power. Even the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would probably have to respectfully call him as Senior Yi Yuan. However, wanting to reach this step, even if it was Yi Yuan, it was also impossible to easily accomplish it. The road that he had to walk was still long. Just as the old man said, being able to stabilize in the vortex for an hour was considered to have made minor accomplishments already. Along with the Pa-S, sage of time, Yi Yuan also gradually understood that the spatial law he comprehended previously was indeed biased. His spatial law was comprehended through Sword Dao. The things that he comprehended were also used to serve Sword Dao. Therefore, Yi Yuan's spatial law was mostly used to increase the power of Sword Dao. But actually, spatial law itself was superior to Sword Dao. Without S, P, A, C, all power of laws were rootless weeds, and it naturally became empty talk. No law could exist without S, P, A, C. And this was also the reason why spatial law was called a supreme law. Time law was the same. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of spatial law was merely just the application of a certain aspect of spatial law. That was all. It seemed high, but actually it was flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's comprehensions did not touch the foundation of spatial law at all. Therefore, it was virtually impossible to want to comprehend the power of Source. Of course, to the geniuses today, this bit of comprehension was enough. Along with the Pa-S sage of time, Yi Yuan's comprehension of S, P, A, C, and time, two great laws, became increasingly deeper. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan comprehending spatial law from the beginning again. His foundation was strong to begin with. Coupled with his powerful comprehension ability, at the 800th year, he finally comprehended to rank 8 anew. And Yi Yuan also made considerable progress in time law. He already went from 1:5 to 130. This change was shocking from beginning to end in the eyes of the old man. How can this kid's talent be so terrifying? Even for the geniuses in my era, it's also impossible to comprehend S, P, A, C team law to this level in a short 800 years. Only at this time did the old man discover that he seemed to have misjudged Yi Yuan. He previously thought that Yi Yuan was merely a mediocre talent, but having personally witnessed his improvement now, only then did he know how laughable his thoughts were. But he was very perplexed. Why was his law comprehension so lousy? He suddenly thought of a problem. After Yi Yuan revived, he could not resist asking, "Kid, how old are you?" Actually, to Heavenly Emperor Realm Powerhouse, the issue of age was already not an issue. Perhaps, even they themselves did not remember clearly how old they were. They took 100,000 years as spring and 100,000 years as summer. This kind of time frame, who would really remember their age every day? But Yi Yuan naturally remembered. Yi Yuan said, "This junior is roughly over 3,000 years old." He knew what the old man thought of, but did not have the intention of showing off. He just said it honestly. But these words shocked the old man. The old man opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, "Over 3,000 years old? You're bluffing this ancestor, right? Do you think that this ancestor is a 3-year-old kid? Would I believe your lousy lie?" Yi Yuan smiled harmlessly and did not explain anything, walking toward the vortex once again. This sort of thing, if they believed, they believed. Not believing, it would be pointless even if he explained it too. Unless his main body arrived here, the old man would be able to see through his skeletal age at a glance. Otherwise, it was useless to say anything. However, the implication of posturing was quite thick when it landed in the old man's eyes. This kid actually ignored this ancestor. The old man billowed his beard and glared in anger. But very soon, he exclaimed again, "If this kid is really only 3,000 years old, then he's even more monstrous than ancient geniuses. With his potential, even reaching this ancestor's peak back then is also not unknown. Hope that this kid wouldn't lie to me." When Yi Yuan returned from the dead again, the old man stopped Yi Yuan and said solemnly, "Kid, let's sit down and talk." Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately nodded his head. This old man finally acknowledged him. One had to know, over 800 years had already passed, said since he came in. He did not even know the old man's name. Clearly, in the old man's eyes, he was disdainful to have Yi Yuan know his name. This old man, Shang Heng, is the leader of the human race's T.I. Tled Grand Ancestors, Grand Ancestor S, A C team. Talking up to here, Shanghang's face revealed a proud look. Clearly, he was very proud of this item. One time, the so-called grand ancestors, you can understand it as the strongest people of the All Races Alliance. The Alliance had a total of 18 grand ancestors. The Doomsday battle back then, all 18 of us died in battle. This C-Team vortex that you see was left behind by this ancestor and the divine race's heaven lineage's progenitor, Tian Qing's ultimate battle. This move is called C-Team Reversal Chaos. This ancestor fought Tian Qing alone and eventually severely injured him, finally exiling him into the C-Team Turbulent Flow. The two of us released the ultimate profound intent and fought until the entire heaven-span world was reduced to fragments. Of course, the C-Team Reversal Chaos that you see is less than 1/10,000th of its power back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter inside at all. Shanghang spoke easily and assuredly, a heroic look on his face. Although he died, he had no regrets. Yi Yuan was filled with a deep veneration when he listened. In a few words, he revealed the horrors of the battle situation back then. Among the Alliance's strongest 18 grand ancestors, none actually survived. One had to know these 18 grand ancestors were not what these current progenitors could compare to. Disregarding other things, just Shanghang alone cultivating in time, two paths to such a terrifying boundary, one would know how stronger the 18 grand ancestors back then were. Most likely, his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the present Dao ancestors. These people, each one was a supreme powerhouse at the level of rules. The strength they possessed was unimaginable. But even so, the Alliance still only had a Pyrrhic victory. One could say that the heaven-span world's tens of billions of years of stability was exchanged for using these 18 people, as well as the lives of countless powerhouses. No wonder even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had no hope for the human race at all. If the divine race's progenitors all had such strength, then when Heavenly Dao took back the power of Dao ancestors, the collective races would not have the strength to fight back at all. Senior, may Junior be so bold as to ask, back then, couldn't the divine race and collective races coexist? Why must they fight to the extent of extinction? Yi Yuan asked. This was also something that he had always been puzzled about in his heart. Shanghang chuckled coldly and said, if we could coexist, why would the collective races need to do such a thing? Chapter 2371, Vortex Sudden Change. Chapter 2371, Vortex Sudden Change. You don't know how arrogant and domineering the divine race was back then. They reared the myriad regions, all lives in pens like pigs and sheep. After they are fattened up, they will be slaughtered in waves. Miracle panaceas, natural treasures, anything that they took fancy on, most of it is theirs. You don't know what kind of life of complete darkness that was. The divine race occupied all of the land rich in spiritual energy around the Heavenspan Mountain, and drove all of the other races to remote places, and sent people to supervise the world called divine envoys. Divine envoys have the power to control the life and death of all races. Even Deva realm powerhouses, they can sentence them to death at will too. In addition, as long as a heaven-defying genius emerged in the various races, they would concoct all kinds of plans to nip these geniuses in the bud. You say, how can we coexist with the divine race? Talking until he was indignant about it, Shanghang almost wanted to slap the table and get up. If not for that, he only had a wisp of remnant consciousness. His current emotions would likely be able to cause huge undulations. Tanic waves also stirred in Yi Yuan's heart. He did not expect that the various races actually had such a dark past. Compared to the previous epoch, the various races' powerhouses in this era were really living in paradise. The divine race regarded all the races as ants, and they cruelly oppressed the world. This kind of humiliation, anyone who had a bit of gut would not sit pious. Sively, and resigned themselves to death too. Now that the divine race had bounced back, if really let them regain control of the heaven-span world, with the divine race's resentment, the various races would probably fall into an even darker life. And the divine race heightening their vigilance. The likelihood of the human race wanting to be liberated in the future was virtually zero. Then, how did Senior you all do it? Yi Yuan looked at Shanghang and asked. Under such strict monitoring from the divine race, the human race actually had major powers the likes of Shanghang emerged. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan was very curious about how they did it. Shanghang's expression turned solemn, and he revealed a look of admiration as he said, "This will have to start talking from profound secrets. That brat's father. Before the 18 of us grand ancestors appeared, he was the human race's leader. It was him who united the various races' major powers together. He then used an inconceivable method, sacrificing himself as the price, to S-H-I plus ELD heaven's secrets and send us, this batch, into a secret world. In the end, the 18 of us showed our talents and became Tled grand ancestors. Of course, there were still many peerless powerhouses whose strengths were not inferior to ours as well. But for the human race to be able to have today, profound secrets father, Jianmi, made the greatest contribution." Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. He did not think that the Jian family still had such a history. Back then, the power that the various races suddenly erupted with probably directly struck the divine race silly. They definitely never dreamed that so many experts would suddenly emerge. And at that time, their power of rules was already taken back by heavenly Tao. They could only unfold a frenzied war with the various races. In the end, they left for the Abyss world in defeat. No wonder the Jian family could become the heaven-span world's #1 family. It was not just Heavenly Emperor profound secret strength. Turns out that it was also due to his father. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor profound secrets was, it was also impossible to contend with the 9 great Tao ancestors. Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor profound secrets also inherited his father's will and exhausted his mind and body for the human race's future. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt great admiration. He could not help recalling inside the ancient deep battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who imparted him the bone sword, as well as the Qilin Emperor Bone's main body. They probably all perished in that great battle, right? So that's how it is. Senior bent your body and exhausted all your energy for the human race, doing your utmost till death. Junior Yi Yuan will engrave it in my heart. Senior's meaning, Junior understands. Senior rest assured. Junior will definitely follow Senior and stop the divine race. Yi Yuan said. He naturally knew Shanghang's meaning. It was to hand this heavy responsibility onto his shoulders. Not talking about it previously was because Shanghang felt that Yi Yuan could not shoulder it. Summing a serious attitude now, it was naturally acknowledging Yi Yuan's ability. Shanghang nodded and said, "Good that you understand. Since you learned this ancestor's team law, you'll have to inherit this ancestor's will. Our human race can die, but we must never be pigs and sheep again." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked?" This logic Junior understands. Moreover, Junior and the divine race is dead, not can probably never be resolved. Senior, time is limited. Junior won't be talking anymore. These remaining 100+ years, Junior will do my best to comprehend team law and not let Senior down. Shanghang nodded his head, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. When Yi Yuan just entered, he did not find him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. But now, he found him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. In terms of talent, in terms of temperament, Yi Yuan was the best choice to inherit his mantle. With just over 100 years remaining, Yi Yuan was still very far away from this gap of an hour. Hence, he jumped into the C-Team Vortex again. It was still being sliced into thousands of pieces, but his courage grew even stronger. These ancient powerhouses' resolve was still soul-stirring to this day. How could Yi Yuan be willing to be outdone by others? Moreover, without the sacrifice of these ancient powerhouses, there naturally would not be the heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove who came later, let alone would there be the current Yi Yuan. This karma, Yi Yuan also had the responsibility to repay it. Time said quietly. In a blink, it was another 100 over years. The date of 1,000 years was already approaching. During this time, Yi Yuan's C-Team law comprehension became smoother and smoother. His spatial law already reached the critical point of comprehending power of source. Time law also reached a level of 1:100. He was merely just a step away from the requirement of an hour 2. Seeing Yi Yuan's rapid progress, Shangheng secretly nodded by the side. This kid's talent is really too terrifying. It's a pity that he wasn't born in our era. Otherwise, our human race might not have needed to face such tragic losses. Shangheng said with slight regret. Yi Yuan stood in the C-Team vortex. A hint of light gradually flashed across in his eyes. Turns out that this is the profound mysteries of spatial law. Yeah, this is Senior Shangheng's spatial law. While I need to comprehend the spatial law that belongs to me, my spatial law isn't just the heaven-span world spatial law. I have to create a spatial law that belongs to me. And man, there's also time law. These two great laws will be my Yi Yuan world's two great supreme laws in the future. Although Yi Yuan's small world had already opened up, it was still a region of chaos. There was no heavenly Tao, no power of laws. Everything was in the state of the primitive universe. The next time, Yi Yuan wanted to create heavenly Tao laws that belonged to him, making everything operate on its own. Suddenly, a Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated behind Yi Yuan. A powerful great Tao power started revolving in the C-Team vortex. The sudden appearance of the Tai Chi diagram completely roiled up the entire C-Team vortex all at once. The entire C-Team vortex became incomparably berserk all of a sudden. That was Yi Yuan's own power of C-Team law, his power of C-Team law, and the power of law in the C-Team vortex seemed to have produced some kind of resonance, stirring up the entire C-Team vortex all at once. Rumble. Shangheng's expression changed drastically, and he said in horror, "What is this kid going to do? Not good." He triggered C-Team reversal chaos. He's going to be swept into the C-Team turbulence. Chapter 2372, Unknown Land. Chapter 2372, Unknown Land Rumble. Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple suddenly emitted violent rumblings, reverberating throughout the clouds. The entire primeval war realm was virtually all trembling. The other two Inheritance Divine Temples were practically shattering under this powerful undulation. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning, this level of existences, were immediately startled. "Profound Secrets, what's going on?" Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Profound Secret's expression was very ugly as he said in a deep voice, "I don't know either." This undulation seems to have happened in the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple. Could it be that something happened to Yi Yuan? The moment Ancestor Lightning and the rest heard, they immediately calmed down. As long as it was not their descendants and disciples meeting with a mishap, it was fine. As for Yi Yuan, what did his life and death have to do with them? In fact, Ancestor Lightning was even somewhat gloating over his misfortune. This kid considered everyone beneath his notice and actually dared to negotiate terms with this ancestor. He deserved to die. Originally, today was the day when the unpredictable children exited seclusion. But no one could have thought that such a huge change suddenly occurred at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's expression changed slightly, his figure moving, disappearing on the spot. The rest followed one after another. When they arrived at the Inheritance Divine Temples, the other unpredictable children already came out of the temples. While the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple had long already fallen apart to pieces. A shocking power of S.P.A. C-Team Law surged to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool in the air. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion was deathly pale as he cried out in surprise. This is S.P.A. C-Team Reversal Chaos. Not good. Yi Yuan is in danger. The unpredictable children were all baffled, completely not knowing what had happened. What a powerful law undulation. I didn't expect that inside the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple is actually S.P.A. C-Team Law. Yi Yuan should be in the Inheritance Divine Temple, right? Such a powerful undulation. Has he already been killed? Best if he died. This is probably Heavenly Tao's punishment to him, this unpredictable child. Yutanji sneered coldly as he watched this scene. Isn't that so? This punk killed me. Not letting me enter the top 11 serves him right to die. Someone immediately concurred. He was completely ravaged by Yi Yuan this time, and did not even get the 10 great inheritances, and could only obtain the most ordinary inheritance. His inheritance was very ordinary. For his strength, it could not improve it too much, making it equivalent to being useless. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan a lot, and wished for him to die right away. He did not expect that his dream actually came true. This bunch of guys was already beside themselves with joy. Shut up. Whoever says another word, this emperor will make you regret being born in this world. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets bursted out with a loud roar. His expression was gloomy until it could drip water. The unpredictable children shut their mouths sensibly. They did not have the slightest doubt that if they said another word, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would make them unable to speak again. While at this time, a phantom slowly walked out of the S.P.A. C-Team storm. It was precisely Shanghang. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, as well as Ancestor Lightning, saw Shanghang, they both bowed in salute. Senior, Yi Yuan, the group of unpredictable children was filled with fear. Who was this? To actually be worthy of these two people's bow, one had to know that one of them was a Tao ancestor. Shanghang accepted it calmly and said with a sigh, that kid was swept into the S.P.A. C-Team turbulence. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly, and he said, Senior, just what's going on here? Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets viewed him as the hope of the human race. But now, this human race's hope was banished into the S.P. C-Team turbulence, and could no longer come out again. One had to know, back then it was Shanghang who banished Tianqing to the S.P. C-Team turbulence. Even that kind of terrifying existence was unable to escape from the S.P. C-Team turbulence, let alone Yi Yuan. Shanghang smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. He seemed to have comprehended something at the final moment. But right at that time, the S.P. C-Team vortex suddenly became berserk, sweeping him into the S.P. C-Team turbulence. Later, you all saw it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets only felt that it was preposterous. S.P. C-Team Reversal Chaos was Shanghang's ultimate profound intent. But even he himself did not understand what was going on. But, with Yi Yuan being banished, wasn't it cutting off the human race's last hope? Then what should we do now? Even someone as level-headed as Profound Secrets was also somewhat at a loss on what to do now. Shanghang smiled bitterly and said, Forget about now. Even when this ancestor was at my prime back then, I was also unable to bring people back from the S.P. C-Team turbulence. Now, we can only wait, see if a miracle appears. Oh, right, protect his physical body well. I hope that this boy isn't fated to die. When Yi Yuan was being swept into the C team turbulence, it was his consciousness as well as the physical body that the primeval war realm condensed. If he was unable to return, Yi Yuan's fleshy body would be a living corpse. This was a lush green mountain, endowed with natural spirits. Yi Yuan strolled around, not knowing where he was. Just earlier, he was swept into a turbulent flow, and only felt the scenery before his eyes, changing nonstop. Then he arrived at this unknown place. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said to himself, C Team Reversal Chaos. Am I banished to the Ganges River of Time? But where's this place? It seems pretty good. But how should I go back? Right now, Senior Profound Secrets and Senior Shanghang, they all should be panicking, right? A series of questions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. When he was swept into the C Team Reversal Chaos, he faintly heard Shanghang yell out, C Team Reversal Chaos. Wasn't C Team Reversal Chaos precisely Shanghang's ultimate profound intent? Him comprehending C Team Law actually produced a resonance with the C Team Vortex and increased the power of the C Team Vortex many times. Then this meant that he sent himself to exile. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that it's unprecedented to be banished like me, right? He just wanted to comprehend C Team Law that belonged to him. But he did not expect that it triggered this kind of horrifying power, and he banished himself. This sort of thing seemed like a blunder, no matter how one looked at it. Forget it. Since I came, might as well make the best out of it. Take a look at what place this is first, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan wandered over and discovered that there were many restrictions on the mountain. But to him, this formation Dao rank 2 source powerhouse, it was naturally nothing. This place looked like a mountain S gate, but there did not seem to be many human footmarks. Yi Yuan discovered that the spiritual energy here seemed to be a lot more abundant than in his own world. Hence, he followed the trail of spiritual energy and headed to the thickest place. There was normally where the core of the mountain S gates lied. With Yi Yuan's footsteps, his speed was naturally extremely fast. Before long, he arrived at the highest peak. Yi Yuan faintly felt many powerful auras. When he stepped onto the mountain S gates, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. In front of the vast mountain S gates, 10,000 people were prostrated on the ground, trembling away. In front of the 10,000 people, several figures were extremely domineering. Beside them, laid corpses that covered the ground. Bang! A huge energy undulation flashed past. A young man was directly blown to pieces, not having an intact corpse. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking. Divine Race, Chapter 2373, Killing Divine Envoy. Chapter 2373, Killing Divine Envoy. Lord Divine Envoy, our Ziwei sect really didn't antagonize the Divine Race. Lord Divine Envoy, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let us off. In front of a middle-aged Divine Race member, Ziwei sect's sect master said tremblingly. One could tell that he was very scared. This kind of fear came from the soul. Oh, is that so? Looks like the people that this envoy killed isn't enough yet. The middle-aged Divine Envoy smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. Another Ziwei sect disciple was killed. His eyes were full of indifference, as if what he killed was not a person, but an animal. Ziwei sect's sect master trembled and choked with sobs as he said, just what does Lord Divine Envoy want before you're willing to let the Ziwei sect off? But the middle-aged Divine Envoy's eyes landed on a young woman in the crowd. His eyes had indescribable greed. Ziwei has a girl who just grew up, and she's known as Sky South's #1 beauty. Mo Qingshan, you understand. The middle-aged divine envoy said with a smile. Ziwei's sect master, Mo Qing Shan, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes full of resentment, as he said in shock and fury, Lord Divine Envoy framed my Ziwei sect for Xiao Qiao? The Divine Envoy smiled faintly and was indifferent as he said, So what? The middle-aged Divine Envoy did not bother to hide it all, directly admitting it. He came for Mo Xiao Qiao. He fabricated charges and intentionally framed them. What did you do to me? The middle-aged Divine Envoy was arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Mo Xiao Qiao, Ziwei's sect master, Mo Qingshan's beloved daughter. People should not look at how Mo Qingshan was trembling with fear in front of the middle-aged Divine Envoy. He loved this daughter deeply. In the crowd, Mo Xiao Cao's complexion turned pale, her entire body trembling. She had looks that made myriad life fall, but it was hard to resist the coveting of the divine race. In the eyes of the divine race, human girls were merely playthings. Girls who were eyed by the divine race. Each one ended in extremely miserable outcomes. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This day still came in the end. Mo Qingshan's expression flickered indeterminately, and he suddenly kowtowed. Dong, dong, dong. Each sound, the entire Ziwei sect could hear it distinctly. Divine Envoy, please let my girl go. Mo Qingshan is willing to die for her. Mo Qingshan said earnestly. But there was no compa. Shone in the middle-aged divine envoy's eyes at all. He just said coolly, You can die. But Mo Xiao Qiao, this envoy is still bringing away. Mo Qingshan suddenly stood up, staring straight at the divine envoy, full of anger. He dared to get angry, but he did not dare to speak. Behind him were 10,000 Ziwei sect disciples. Once he became angry, these 10,000 disciples all had to be buried in death. But that was his most beloved daughter. So how could he watch her jump into the fire pit with his own eyes? Seeing the look in Mo Qingshan's eyes, the middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly, appearing very unhappy. You dare to use this kind of eyes to look at this envoy? Mo Qingshan was startled and gritted his teeth and said, Divine Envoy, please forgive me. The divine envoy said coolly, Death penalty can be spared, but punishment can't be escaped. You cripple your cultivation and demote to a commoner. The position of sect master will be succeeded by Lin Tianhan. Done talking, he turned around again and said to his two subordinates, Go, bring Mo Xiao Qiao away. If anyone dares to stop, kill without mercy. Yes, the two subordinates received the order and went, and were about to bring Mo Xiao Qiao away. Mo Xiao Cao's complexion turned a few shades paler. She wanted to struggle, but she did not dare. Mo Qingshan's expression changed wildly and was about to stop those two subordinates. But the divine envoy said in a solemn voice, This envoy asked you to cripple your own cultivation. Didn't you hear? While talking, the two subordinates already arrived in front of Mo Xiao Qiao, and they wanted to reach their hands out and take her away. Puff, puff. No idea where two streaks of sword light appeared from either. The two subordinates fell down softly right in front of Mo Xiao Qiao. Mo Xiao Qiao got a fright and screamed. The middle-aged divine envoy's pupils constricted, and he said with an angry roar, Who did it? Step forward for this envoy. Ziwei sect's disciples exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you, all uncertain about things. The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, No one is coming forward, is it? To dare kill divine envoys. Your entire Ziwei sect has to be buried in death. Everyone's faces changed wildly, a look of alarm and anger on their faces. Who killed them? Why haven't you come forward? Want to cause all of us to die? Who was it that wanted to frame our Ziwei sect to be eternally doomed? And it quickly come forward. Ziwei sect's disciples all had ashen expressions, crying out in horror. Just this sentence, the lethality was too great. A divine envoy saying this was not joking with them. He said exterminate the sect. That was really exterminating the sect. To the divine race, exterminating a sect was too easy. I'm standing in front of you. Haven't you noticed it? Right then, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded out. It was not loud, but it made everyone's hearts tremble. In front of the divine envoy, a young man was standing with his hands behind his back. What was even scarier was that they actually did not know when he stood there. He was clearly standing there, but gave people an extremely unreal feeling. This person was naturally none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Traveling through S.P.A.C. team, his spatial law already reached the level of source. Furthermore, this was the spatial law that he comprehended, superimposing with the heaven-span world's spatial law. Even for the divine race's powerhouses, it was hard to distinguish two. But just earlier, the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was similarly hard to express in words. He actually followed along the mighty current of S.P.A.C. team, and he arrived in the previous epoch. The divine race cruelly oppressed myriad races. Originally, it merely existed in his imagination too. But, seeing this scene before his eyes, he finally knew how Shang Hang's hatred came about. The divine envoy's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who are you? To actually dare kill divine envoys. Are you tired of living?" Yi Yuan had a disapproving look as he said coolly, "Killed then killed, so what?" The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Very good. To dare kill divine envoys. After you die, the Ziwei sect will also be buried in death." Yi Yuan had a disdainful look as he said, "Your divine race is really C-O-C-K-Y. Do you really take yourself to be the messenger of heaven? You aren't even a fart in front of me." Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. Where did this guy pop out from to actually dare talk so wildly? Divine envoy. That was naturally the envoy of heaven. The middle-aged envoy laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Where did this lunatic pop out from to actually dare question my divine race's authority? Today, this envoy is going to execute justice on behalf of heaven and let you know what's called heaven." Done talking, the middle-aged divine envoy released his aura fully. He was actually at the peak middle-aged 8 marks heavenly Tao realm. This level of strength was absolutely overwhelming to the human race. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely 5th firmament heavenly emperor realm. This bit of cultivation realm was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. He naturally would not really take Yi Yuan seriously. "Huh." Yi Yuan snapped his fingers and said coolly, "Sword come." Clank, clank, clank. Ziwei sect's swords all flew out involuntarily in an instant, flying over toward the divine envoy. Pucci. The middle-aged divine envoy's move was not unleashed yet, and he was already pierced into a sieve. Chapter 2374. Century Celestial Palace. Chapter 2374. Century Celestial Palace, dead? He killed a divine envoy. You dare to kill a divine envoy. How dare you kill a divine envoy? It's over. You've doomed us all. Our Ziwei sect is finished this time. With Yi Yuan killing the middle-aged divine envoy, everyone's first reaction was not how strong he was, being about to jump realms and kill a member of the divine race, but it was that Yi Yuan had implicated them. Hearing this, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. The might of the divine race had long already penetrated deep into the bones. These people did not dare to resist at all. Yi Yuan was also burning with anxiety from watching at one side. That was why he would make a move. He thought that the Ziwei sect would resist. But in the end, Mo Qingshan did not dare to make a move either. However, he could understand. Under tremendous pressure, the human race could only swallow their pride and endure in silence. The price of resisting was death. How could a puny little Ziwei sect stop the divine race's army? Even ants drag out an believe existence, let alone humans. Oh, then why don't you guys kidnap me and send me to the divine race there? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Qingshan's expression changed, and he said with an ugly expression, "This? How can this do? Little brother, don't joke around. It's just that killing a divine envoy, this is a major crime." He knew that Yi Yuan was mocking him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "I'm being serious. You guys are really not sending?" Mo Qingshan was stunned, but still shook his head and said, "Little brother did it in order to save us. Even if I, Mo Qingshan, am less than an animal, I also can't do this sort of thing. Little brother, you quickly leave. After the Century Celestial Palace's divine official comes, you won't be able to leave. Divine officials are late-stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses. You're not a match." In the Ziwei sect, the strongest one was also Mo Qingshan, this sect master. His cultivation realm was also merely 6th firmament heavenly emperor. There is still a fine line away from a late-stage heavenly emperor realm. An 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse coming over could virtually sweep everything away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that I'm joking with you? If you don't kidnap me over, I'll destroy your Ziwei sect today." Mo Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying an unremarkable Ziwei sect was really too easy. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a young man stepped forward crisply. The young man said, "Senior, are you thinking of going to destroy the Century Celestial Palace?" Yi Yuan looked at this young man rather surprisedly. He remembered that this young man was precisely one of Ziwei sect's geniuses who was about to be executed. Just now, he even had his hands tied behind his back. But now he was released. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A little interesting, what's your name?" He did not expect that among this bunch of obsequious people, there was actually still one who could see through his thoughts. His thought was not hard to guess. It was just that for these people, wanting to guess correctly was hard, because they never thought of revolting before it all. The young man said respectfully, "Junior is Qin Chao." Yi Yuan said, "Amen, you guessed correctly. I'm precisely going to destroy the Century Celestial Palace." Qin Chao had a solemn look as he said, "I know the path to the Century Celestial Palace. Junior will lead the way for you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You aren't afraid of death?" Qin Chao nodded and said, "Of course I'm scared, but Junior has already had enough of this kind of days. With our human race not resisting, we'll always be treated as pigs and sheep. If they aren't happy, they will slaughter and eat. Moreover, Senior saved this Junior's beloved earlier. Junior is willing to repay with death." Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking in Mo Xiaocao's direction and discovered that she also had a look of surprise. Clearly, this was just Qin Chao's unrequited love. In the Ziwei sect, those who liked Mo Xiaocao, there were also 800 if there weren't 1,000. Qin Chao was merely one of them. However, these two people's conversation made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. What the Century Celestial Palace represented was the divine race. Touching the Century Celestial Palace was tantamount to pulling teeth from the tiger maws of the divine race. At that time, the divine race's upper echelons would surely be shaken. Disregarding this, Yi Yuan was merely 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Even if he killed the divine envoy, what right did he have to go and destroy the Century Celestial Palace? Of course, the human race being oppressed for a long time, there would also be people who overestimated their own ability, going to provoke the divine race. The final outcome naturally went without saying. This young man was definitely another one of them. He was seeking death here, and Qin Chao actually wanted to go together with him. "Qin Chao, what are you messing around for?" Mo Qingshan said angrily. Him not daring to flare up with Yi Yuan did not mean that he did not dare to get angry with Qin Chao. Qin Chao smiled miserably, and he said, "Master, you turn back and look. That's your daughter. The divine race wanted to violate your daughter, and you actually allowed them to take her away freely. Also, you all. How many among you all like junior apprentice sister Xiaocao? But did any one of you step forward? Senior saved us, and saved your beloved junior apprentice sister Xiaocao. But none of you thanked him, and even wanted to blame him for being a busybody, implicating our Z-Way sect. We're humans, proud and dignified humans, not pigs and dogs, not fish and meat. The divine race treats us as pigs and dogs. Could it be that we also have to treat ourselves as pigs and dogs? I'm already someone who has died once. What's the harm in going to die again with Senior? Qin Chao's words echoed loudly. Many Z-Way sect disciples lowered their heads in shame. When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help revealing a look of approval. In this era, it was precisely because there were many iron-blooded men like Qin Chao that there was the human race's future. Z-Way sect was merely an epitome of the era. There were many Z-Way sects in the world. Even if each sect only produced one Qin Chao, it was an extremely powerful force as well. Senior, I'll bring you. Qin Chao turned and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded his head smilingly and said, let's go. Z-Way sect's 10,000 people send these two people away with their eyes. In the crowd, Emo Xiao Cao's eyes sparkled, as if knowing this Qin Chao, this senior apprentice brother, for the first time. Along the way, Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought. But Qin Chao's emotions started to change. In the beginning, he had the solemnness and melancholy of the wind howling and the waters turning cold, the brave warriors never returning. But as they got closer and closer to the Century Celestial Palace, his breathing also gradually became ragged. Clearly, he was starting to get nervous and scared. The might of the divine race was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every human, unable to disperse. Qin Chao's hot blood was surging at the beginning. That was why he would disregard everything. But when he really arrived at Century Celestial Palace, he started to get fidgety again. Yi Yuan did not notice his changes, but fell into contemplation. I already fell into the chaotic S.P.A.C. team. And is this world real or fake? If it's fake, how should I return to my own world? If it's real, then will my actions here change the course of history and let the human race go in another direction? If I really change history, then will I still exist or not? Countless doubts lingered in his heart. Epias said through S.P.A.C. team and arrived. He was just a tiny bee, U.T. Then would he, this small bee, U.T. make the experiences of future generations all change? This was really a profound question. Chapter 2375, SBC Freeze. Chapter 2375, S.P.A.C. Freeze. Senior, we've arrived. When Qin Chao saw Yi Yuan pondering, he reminded cautiously. Yi Yuan came back to his senses, gave Qin Chao a look, and said with a smile, "You're scared?" Qin Chao had a look of embarrass, smint, and said smilingly, "A little scared. We're going all by ourselves, so it's no different from seeking death. I know that Senior is very formidable, but there's more than just one 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse in the Century Celestial Palace. Although I don't fear death, such a meaningless death is indeed somewhat not worth it." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're right. Dying like this doesn't have any meaning at all." Qin Chao was taken aback and said, "Senior's meaning is not going anymore?" He was very perplexed. Could it be that Senior also shrink back? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "But who told you that we're going to court death?" Qin Chao's eyes lit up, and he said in wild ecstasy, "Could it be that Senior even hide a large army? Haha, what am I saying? Senior is wise. So how can you possibly do this kind of suicidal stupid thing?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "What army is there? You're thinking too much. Come on." This was a place with extremely rich spiritual energy. A majestic palace was hidden in the clouds, appearing mysterious and having experienced the many vicissitudes of life. This place was the Century Celestial Palace that made all races terrified at the sight of it. Stop! Who is it to dare trace Ba? The Century Celestial Palace? Several figures suddenly appeared, stopping Yi Yuan. 2 people. These few people were all middle-stage, heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. Except they were all humans. Yi Yuan looked at them, his brows furrowing as he said to Qin Shao, "Why would there be humans in the Century Celestial Palace?" Qin Shao looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like looking at a freak and said, "Doesn't Senior know that many human powerhouses will serve the divine race? In fact, they even become the divine race's thugs, acting with utter disregard for human life. They are all the human race's traitors." One of them said in a great rage, "Insolence! The divine race is the messenger of heaven, towering above the myriad races. Serving them is something that each race should do. Brat who's still wet behind your ears, just based on this one sentence, you deserve death." Puff! His voice had yet to fade, and he was already killed by countless streaks of sword light. There would always be some who would drag out an ignorable existence. There were always some who would betray their race. Yi Yuan understood, but he was very upset. Some things were bigger than dragging out an ignorable existence. If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die than be the divine race's lackey. When the other heavenly emperors saw Yi Yuan attack so viciously and so powerfully, each and every one of them shuddered with fear. A heavenly emperor powerhouse yelled out at the top of his voice, You dare to kill people in the Century Celestial Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Come in. Somebody wants to rebel." His voice instantly spread throughout the Century Celestial Palace. Qin Shao's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. "Not good. The divine race's powerhouses have all been alarmed. Senior, let's hurry up and go." But Yi Yuan did not leave and said smilingly, "What are you panicking for? I'm looking forward for them to come." It was also just several breaths of time. Qin Shao, two people were already surrounded by dozens of divine race powerhouses. Naturally, there were more of the various races' heavenly emperor powerhouses. Their numbers reached as many as close to 100. Among them, there were even quite a few who already reached late-stage heavenly emperor. Seeing this kind of horrifying lineup, Qin Shao was frightened until his face turned pale. He was merely just a puny little Empyrean. How could he have seen before such a horrifying lineup? Any one of them stepping forward, just moving a little finger, and he would be dead. An 8 marks heavenly Tao realm, who was wearing beautiful embroidered clothing, slowly stepped out of the ranks. Staring at Yi Yuan, he said coldly, "Where did this impudent brat come from, to dare run to my Century Celestial Palace to cause trouble? Got tired of leaving." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "Cause trouble? No, no, no. I'm not here to cause trouble." The other party smiled coldly and said, "You killed someone within the confines of the Century Celestial Palace. Still dare to say that you're not causing trouble? Dared to kill someone. Don't have the guts to admit it now." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and smiled as he said, "I'm really not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to destroy the Century Celestial Palace." The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they erupted with a burst of loud laughter. He said, "Destroy the Century Celestial Palace. Ha ha, this joke is really hilarious. What did this kid pop out from? Did he see that we're bored and specially come to tell us jokes? Destroy the Century Celestial Palace. It's really my first time hearing such a funny joke in so many years. Forget about destroying the Century Celestial Palace, even killing a divine envoy. The Ziwei sect felt like a hole was poked in the sky. Therefore, the lethality of Yi Yuan's words could be imagined. They seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing nonstop. Suddenly, a human powerhouse in the crowd said, "I seem to have seen that kid beside him before. It's the Ziwei sect." When Qin Shao heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly. He thought that he was just a nameless body and no one would recognize him at all. But who would have thought that he was still recognized by someone? His feelings toward the Ziwei sect were very deep and did not wish to implicate the Ziwei sect. If it was learned by these Century Celestial Palace people that he was part of the Ziwei sect would surely suffer annihilation. The divine race in brocade said in a thunderous rage, Ziwei sect? Hell, what immense gall! After killing these two brats, the Ziwei sect don't have a need to exist in this world anymore as well. Just as Qin Chao was panicking and at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and said smilingly, Relax, no one will know that you're from the Ziwei sect. Everyone was stunned. Was this kid stupid? Everyone already knew. How could no one know? S.P.A.C. freeze. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yi Yuan snapped his fingers slightly. S.P.A.C. seemed to be like the surface of water with a layer of ripple oscillating. Immediately, the expressions of all the divine race and human powerhouses changed wildly. Not good, this is S.P.A.C. freeze. We can't traverse through the void anymore. Everyone was immensely shocked. The gazes that looked toward Yi Yuan had horrified looks. They did not think that Yi Yuan actually comprehended spatial law to such a terrifying realm. The gaze of the divine race member in brocade turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, Panicking for? Even if he freezes S.P.A.C., can he deal with so many of us by himself? Looks like this is the newly emerged peerless genius of the human race. Killing him will be a great achievement. Yes, Palace Lord. The moment everyone heard that this was the case, they immediately put away the looks of alarm and panic. What replaced it was greedy eyes. This divine race member in brocade was Century Celestial Palace's Palace Lord, a peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse, his strength was already not much weaker than 90 Origins. These 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, heavenly emperor powerhouses, were all in a mad rush to be the first Russ. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was indifferent, faintly spitting 2 words out of his mouth again. Sword come. My sword? Why isn't it listening to orders anymore? Those powerhouses who used the sword were all horrified. Their swords actually broke out of their hands involuntarily and flew towards Yi Yuan. At the same time, the flying swords within the confines of the entire Century Celestial Palace all flew toward Yi Yuan. For a moment, the entire sky was full of sword shadows dancing everywhere. Chapter 2376. Sources emerging in unison to destroy the Celestial Palace. Chapter 2376. Sources emerging in unison to destroy the Celestial Palace. Sword Dao Source. Formation Dao Source. Spatial Source. Just through the L is this guy. When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in the human race? Why doesn't the divine race have any news at all? Too terrifying. If such a genius grows up, he'll surely be a mortal calamity to my divine race. Regardless of whether it was the divine race or human race powerhouses, after seeing such a commotion, each and every one of their faces turned ashen. A 5th firmament heavenly emperor brat actually comprehended 3 great sources. Among them, there was even a supreme law. This kind of talent was simply too terrifying. Century Celestial Palace's Palace Lord's gaze was full of solemnness as he thought to himself, No way. I got to kill this brat. Otherwise, he'll become my divine race's mortal calamity. Attack together. Kill this punk. Century Celestial Palace Lord did not hesitate in the slightest as he gave the order. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan put forth was very scary, how could it really scare Century Celestial Palace Lord? This kind of existence? With Century Celestial Palace Lord's strength, challenging 10 human 9th firmament heavenly emperors alone was also nothing difficult, let alone Yi Yuan, this 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Under his word of command, the numerous powerhouses each displayed their divine abilities. Although they were not able to traverse through the void, it did not affect them from executing their means. Especially late-stage 8 marks powerhouses of the divine race. That kind of power was simply several levels higher. Qin Chao stood beside Yi Yuan, his expression incomparably pale like paper paste. When had he seen before this kind of terrifying battle? You don't resist listen to my arrangements, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Yi Yuan's voice came over leisurely, making Qin Chao's heart turn somber. Facing so many powerhouses, he was actually so calm and collected, as if what was in front of him were not divine race powerhouses, but a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. Yi Yuan raised his fingertips. The terrifying sword formation suddenly condenses. In an instant, the entire sky became a brutal battlefield. Ah! 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 The screams were continuous. Those human powerhouses, including late-stage Heavenly Emperor mighty experts, were totally like paper paste inside the sword formation, a swath dying in an instant. One had to know, even an unpredictable child like Pang Zhun could not last too long inside Yi Yuan's sword formation too. So let alone these people. Those unpredictable children, which one was not a seventh firmament or eighth firmament Heavenly Emperor superpower house. Compared to the unpredictable children, these humans were too ordinary. Century Celestial Palace Lord's pupils constricted, being shocked by the scene in front of him. He never thought that a human could be so powerful too. This kind of leapfrogging realms to battle, the means to kill enemies. Even he, a member of the divine race, could not do it too. The divine race was strong, but could the divine race's geniuses kill so many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses with a wave of a hand at Yi Yuan's realm? Absolutely impossible. The more he witnessed Yi Yuan's means, the greater the shock in his heart. After the humans finished dying, it was the divine race's turn. The divine race similarly could not hold out for long in the sword formation. Those terrifying means could not unleash their power in the sword formation at all. The present true Nirvana sword formation was integrated into the spatial source by Yi Yuan, its power rising once more. Three great sources fusing into one. The power was simply unimaginable. The true Nirvana sword formation, after being strengthened, was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. At this moment, Century Celestial Palace Lord finally felt the threat of death. He wanted to escape, but S.P.A.C. was already frozen. Coupled with the Hara Smint of the sword formation, he had no opportunity to escape at all. S.P.A.C. freezing, it was equivalent to that this region of S.P.A.C. was already controlled by Yi Yuan. Being unable to utilize the power of S.P.A.C. just by relying on his own divine essence to fly, there was no way to escape at all. No way. I have to send this news out. Otherwise, there will surely be a catastrophe in the future. Thinking up to here, Century Celestial Palace Lord no longer hesitated, taking out a white crystal in his hand. Instant message crystal. This was the divine race's most urgent communication method. Once activated, it could send news back to the upper Century Celestial Palace within a day. Century Celestial Palace Lord muttered under his breath. Sky South as a child who comprehended three great sources. A huge disaster. Quickly send 9 marks to come and kill. Finished talking. Century Celestial Palace Lord directly crushed the instant message crystal. One white rune after another disappeared in a flash. These pieces of information actually said through Yi Yuan's spatial freeze. Brat, even if you kill us, you're also dead for sure. After the message reaches the Southern Century Celestial Palace, your death date will arrive. Century Celestial Palace Lord said with a cold laugh. He already no longer had any confidence with regards to Yi Yuan, because he unleashed all of his abilities and was actually unable to break through Yi Yuan's sword formation. Yi Yuan had long noticed Century Celestial Palace Lord's activities. Hearing that, he just said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, is that so? You take a look behind you." Suddenly, Century Celestial Palace Lord's expression changed wildly, his eyes revealing a look of horror. It was only to see that those runes were currently staying at a distance 1,000 feet behind him, crawling like a tortoise, not flying out of the range of the sword formation at all. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Tea time, Law. Are you still human?" It was precisely time law. Those runes could pass through spatial law, but could not stop time law. Under time law, the originally lightning-quick runes became like tortoises now. The current time law was no longer 130. 130 was unable to stop such a fast instant message crystal too. The localized time law in front of them already reached in Estonies. Plussing 1:100. Yi Yuan being swept into the C team turbulence was indeed incomparably perilous, but also let him obtain tremendous benefits. Regardless of whether it was time law or spatial law, he had great insights while in the C team turbulence. Pucci. More than a dozen streaks of cold light flashed past, slicing the white runes into countless pieces. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's complexion was ashen. He looked toward Yi Yuan in amazement, as if looking at a freak. "All right, I can send you all on your way now," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, his words full of indifference. Very soon, a piece of shocking news resounded throughout Sky South. Sky South Sentry Celestial Palace was completely destroyed by someone. Not even fowls and dogs were left. All of the people, including Sentry Celestial Palace Lord, had perished. This news was like a wind, sweeping throughout the entire southern border very quickly. For a moment, everyone from all races, they were discussing this matter. They were shocked by this news, because no one had ever been able to destroy a Sentry Celestial Palace before. What was scarier was that no traces were left behind at all. No one knew who on earth did it. Being able to destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace and not leave behind the slightest hint of traces, it's probably at least a Deva second blight powerhouse, right? Pooh, can a Deva second blight stop the instant message crystal? Even for Deva fifth blights, those able to accomplish it are extremely few too, right? Then who on earth did it? This matter is truly an epic-making huge incident. The various races were excited. They were just the general public, but they were similarly people who had been oppressed and humiliated. This action of Yi Yuan was simply invigorating. They did not dare to speak out, but expressed incomparably joy in private. Finally, the situation gave vent to frustration. However, when this news was spread back to the Ziwei sect, the entire sect was deathly silent. Chapter 2377. Agitating the World. Chapter 2377. Agitating the World. Qin Shao, they really succeeded. How is this possible? The scary thing isn't that they succeeded, but that the Sentry Celestial Palace didn't even send the news out. Just who the H.E.L. I was that young man. Also, how did he do it? Countless doubts lingered in the hearts of everyone in Ziwei's sect. They wished to capture Qin Shao back right now and ask him what in the world was going on. This young man appeared too abruptly. His strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. Too mysterious. In the entire Sky South region, only their Ziwei sect knew what had happened. But they also did not know anything. However, what was fortunate was that as long as the news did not leak out, their Ziwei sect would at least not suffer a catastrophic disaster. This was because the divine race did not know what happened too. They naturally would not associate it with them. But Imo Qingshan was also worried. Concerning the matter of the Sentry Celestial Palace being destroyed, upstairs would know sooner or later. At that time, the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace would surely be furious. Which sect would suffer a disaster would be hard to say. Sect Master, why aren't you speaking? When everyone was discussing fiercely, someone noticed that Imo Qingshan was currently being silent and could not resist asking. Imo Qingshan's expression flickered slightly, and he said, "I was thinking, turns out that the divine race isn't undefeatable too." Suddenly, it was deathly silent inside the Ziwei sect's main hall. Yeah, it turned out that the divine race was not invincible. It was true that they were a powerful race, but they would die too. Imo Qingshan's words were like a plague, spreading in everyone's hearts. But he ignored everyone's surprise and continued saying, "These few days, I've been thinking about Qin Shao's words. The more I think, the more inhumane I feel that I am. I didn't even dare to protect my own daughter. I still considered human. What he said is right. We're humans, not animals reared by the divine race. We are already numbed until we're without guts anymore. And this is probably what the divine race hopes to see the most, right? Someone immediately retorted, but Sect Master, although that kid can do it, it doesn't mean that we can do it too. The divine race is too strong. Mo Qingshan nodded his head and said, yes, so we need to become strong. Similar words were playing out in the Sky South's various sections. Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace was like a seed, taking root and sprouting in the hearts of everyone in Sky South. The various races were weak, viewing the divine race as the messengers of heaven. This was the subliminal psychology that the divine race's countless years of great pressure brought to the various races. The divine race was invincible, but when a person came soaring into existence and shattered this myth, it would give people a fierce impact. This was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, bringing a trace of faint light. This light would eventually bloom, returning light to the world. And Yi Yuan was this dawn. In a spirit mountain, Qin Shao already completely transformed into a little fanboy. He looked at the Yi Yuan Brandis. H.I. Plussing his sword, his eyes full of wars. H.I. plus P. Presently, Yi Yuan was like that unexpected glimpse of a beauty in his eyes, being stunning to the extreme. In that battle, he had a taste of Yi Yuan's calm and collected killing technique inside the sword formation. Yi Yuan was just like a celestial deity. Only then did he know it turns out that humans could be so powerful. The heavenly Tao's messengers in their eyes were totally clay chickens and pottery dogs under Yi Yuan's sword. Who were those that Yi Yuan killed? Peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm super powerhouses. Furthermore, more than one. One person taking on a group by himself. That sort of heroism, that sort of aura which showed disdain on all under the heavens, was already deeply imprinted in Qin Shao's heart, unable to dispel. What pleasantly surprised him even more was that Yi Yuan was actually willing to teach him sword art. Qin Shao was famous for sword arts in the Ziwei sect, his talent extremely high. Of course, this was relative to the Ziwei sect. When Qin Shao made this request weekly, Yi Yuan agreed without the slightest hesitation, for no reason other than that he could step forward bravely and go to the Sentry Celestial Palace together with him. But after teaching Qin Shao swordsman's H.I. plus P, he discovered that Qin Shao's sword Dao talent was truly Estoni's. H.I. plusing, his previous strength being too weak, was because the Ziwei sect swordsman's H.I. plus P was too lousy. Now, Yi Yuan's horizons were extremely high. He helped Qin Shao improve his cultivation method and taught him to comprehend sword Dao. As a result, Qin Shao's swordsman's H.I. plus P advanced at a tremendous pace. Yi Yuan also could not help sighing emotionally when he saw this scene. The talents of ancient geniuses were indeed not what later generations could compare to. However, Yi Yuan also had an idea in his heart. The spiritual energy abundance in this era was also far from what later generations could compare to. The current Heavenspan world and the Heavenspan world of succeeding generations were also very different in terms of topography. The damage caused to the Heavenspan world by the Doomsday Battle was too great. That battle fought until S.P.A.C. shattered, causing galaxies in sore straits. Only all the way until tens of billions of years later did it gradually recover back to normal. However, that era that Yi Yuan was born in, things had already recovered a lot. Geniuses such as Wan Zhen also emerged crazily. In terms of talent, Wan Zhen should not lose to any genius of this era. Being able to perfectly fuse 5 element laws, even when placed in this era, he was also a top genius. As long as Wan Zhen was given time, he could definitely grow into an existence who could resist progenitor level. Unfortunately, there's already not much time. Senior, it turns out that sword art can still be used this way. You're really too incredible. If Junior can learn 1% of yours, I won't fear those divine race members too. Qin Chao said excitedly. The swordsman's H.I. plus P that Yi Yuan used made him have a feeling of being filled with wisdom. Only at this time did he understand that it turned out so many applications were still hidden in Sword Dao. For some time, he drew inferences from one fact, all kinds of wonderful ideas surfacing in his mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The power of laws isn't the more the better. If you specialize in Sword Dao, when you reach the level of rules in the future, even the divine race's ancestors will also somewhat dread you." Qin Shao's hot blood was boiling when he heard that. A look of enrapture was on his face. Yi Yuan's guidance opened up another window for him. "All right, it's almost time. We should head out," Yi Yuan said. Qin Shao was taken aback and said, "Senior, where are we going?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To destroy Sentry Celestial Palaces." Qin Shao's entire body trembled, and he said, "Still destroying? Your Excellency, isn't it too dangerous? What if we run into 9 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm Powerhouse?" Yi Yuan smiled confidently and said, "If I want to go, can he stop me?" Qin Shao's expression relaxed. Nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice, he said, "Of course he can't." Ha ha. Several days later, the southern border's central region Sentry Celestial Palaces were all destroyed. Another half a month later, the western region's Sentry Celestial Palaces were all destroyed. Before Yi Yuan moved out, a 9 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm Powerhouse led a team and just descended upon the Sky South region, planning on starting to investigate the matter of the Sentry Celestial Palaces being completely destroyed when one news after another came in quick succession. The 9 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm was instantly fluid U.S.-tiered. Investigate what C.R.A.P. An area at the Sentry Celestial Palace being completely destroyed could still be a coincidence. But dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces being destroyed in a row, this sort of thing was definitely a huge conspiracy. They had no way of investigating even if they wanted to as well. Because this was not a matter of the Sky South. People in all the lands of the southern border were instantly seething with excitement. Chapter 2378. Seniors going to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. Chapter 2378. Seniors going to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. Investigate. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find them for me. At the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace, Palace Lord Originbright was unbelievably furious. 3 months had already passed, said, the southern border's dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces were destroyed by someone, but they did not find even a trace of Inkling. Originbright could not understand, no matter how he thought. A faction that could destroy dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces in 3 months. How could they possibly not leave any clues behind at all? These dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Just the divine race's experts had 1,000 people who died. One had to know, those were all late-stage 8 Mark's mighty experts. This kind of loss had never appeared before in tens of millions of years to the divine race. The incident this time was too big. The subordinate said gloomily, "But, Your Excellency, this matter have no way to get started with the investigations. The Sentry Celestial Palaces that were destroyed, not only was everyone killed, even all the precious information inside the Sentry Celestial Palaces was also completely erased by people." Originbright's expression was grim until it was almost about to drip water. He said in a cold voice, "Didn't this matter start from the Sky South region? Then start investigating from the Sky South region. Go and question one sect after another. Can't find out, kill for me. Still can't, then destroy for me. Destroy one sect after another. Either way, the propagation ability of these ants is extremely strong and can't be killed off. I want to see whether they are scared of death or not. Yes. Also, yes. S this matter back to the clan. Ask Celestial Master Miliuo to divine it. I keep feeling that this incident is somewhat unusual." Yes. Very soon, a sanguinary suppression was set off in the Sky South region. The divine race investigated the whole story of the century celestial palaces in an extremely violent manner. Several major sects had their sects destroyed because they could not find out anything. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Of course, the more frightened one was naturally still the Z-Way sect. The Z-Way sect status was not considered high in Sky South. It was not their turn for a while. But the incident this time, the Southern Century Celestial Palace sent out a lot of manpower. Checking until the Z-Way sect was also just a matter of time. In the Z-Way sect, voices of discontent were heard everywhere. That guy only knows how to kill to his heart's content, but he put us in a dangerous situation. Too irresponsible. This guy poked a hole in the sky, but wants us to bear the consequences. Sectmaster, we should go and report that kid. As long as we turn him over, the matter this time should be considered over. Otherwise, we'll face a catastrophic disaster. In Z-Way sect's main hall, there were complaints about Yi Yuan everywhere. Regarding Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Century Celestial Palace, they previously still felt delighted. But now, facing the divine race's B.L.O.O.D. Why revenge? They cannot feel happy anymore. Hearing these words, Imo Qingshan said with a gloomy look, "Report? Is your brain broken? You're going to tell the disciples that the divine envoy died in our Z-Way sect? Or are you going to tell divine race that our Z-Way sect disciple is bringing that kid around everywhere to destroy century celestial palaces?" The expression of the elder who spoke previously had an set expression on his face. He blurted it out previously without running it through his brain. Now, hearing Imo Qingshan said it, he discovered that there was no way to whistle blow at all. Not saying the Z-Way sect might still survive. Saying it, they would die without a doubt. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the hall. "Martial uncles, I think. I should be able to guess why that senior did this." Everyone looked over. It was the Mo Xiao Xiao who was sitting in the corner. Mo Xiao Xiao was also one of Z-Way sect's geniuses, her cultivation talent extremely high. Therefore, she had the qualifications to sit in this main hall too. Mo Qingshan looked at his daughter rather surprisedly. He knew that his daughter had always been very clever. She might have some brilliant insights this time. "Xiao Xiao, tell us about it," Mo Qingshan said. Mo Xiao Xiao nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, senior destroying so many century celestial palaces might be to save our Z-Way sect. Everyone, don't get agitated. Listen to Xiao Xiao slowly tell you. If he didn't destroy the Sky South Century Celestial Palace, our Z-Way sect will definitely be exterminated. But just destroying the Sky South Century Celestial Palace, investigating until the Z-Way sect is still not difficult. But if dozens of Century Celestial Palaces are destroyed in a row, and no traces are revealed at all, it would be virtually impossible to investigate until our Z-Way sect." Originally, hearing this opinion of saving the Z-Way sect, everyone wanted to refute it. But after hearing Mo Xiao Cao's a lysis, everyone thought about it. It was really the case. Someone questioned, but why did he do things to this extent for our Z-Way sect? A hint of brilliance flashed across in Mo Xiao Cao's eyes, and she said, "Naturally, it's because of Qin Chao. I can tell that senior admires Qin Chao very much. Of course, he originally never planned on implicating our Z-Way sect either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to have us abduct him to the Century Celestial Palace." The others exchanged glances, abashed expressions suddenly revealing on their faces. Mo Xiao Cao's lysis was very reasonable. He was thinking of how to save them, but they were grumbling about him here, and they even wanted to report him. Mo Xiao Xiao continued, "Of course, senior's intention is probably not merely just so." Mo Qingshan's gaze flickered slightly, and he said, "What other intention does he still have?" Mo Xiao Xiao said, "A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Since this matter has started, it can't be settled any more already. Therefore, This senior should be deliberately making a big deal out of things and making everyone know about it. He wants to tell us that the divine race isn't invincible. He wants to awaken everyone's hot-bloodedness and have everyone join forces to deal with the divine race together. Talking up to here, Mo Xiao Cao's face also revealed a hint of respect and said, "This senior doesn't look old, but his breadth of vision is bigger than the sky. He is genuinely thinking about humanity's future." At this time, Mo Qingshan slowly stood up. Everyone could not help being taken aback. "Sectmaster, what are you doing?" Mo Qingshan said. "I feel that what Xiao Chao said is very reasonable. I'll go and pay a visit to the various sect masters and hope that they can unite and deal with the divine race together." Actually, there was no need for Mo Qingshan to take the lead. The divine race's sanguinary suppression already made the various major sects unable to sit still anymore. This time, the divine race was clearly extremely furious. Therefore, they did not have the slightest scruples when taking action too. The moment they killed, it was in droves. In their eyes, these sect disciples were simply a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not happy, they would just kill. Hence, the leaders of these sects came to an agreement very quickly and planned on joining hands to deal with the divine race together. Yi Yuan slaughtering dozens of century celestial palaces in a row already planted seeds in the hearts of all the various sects leaders. When the oppression reached the limit, even pigs and sheep would also rise in revolt. But just as these sects reached an agreement and were about to make a move, Qin Chao returned. He came back alone. When Mo Qingshan saw Qin Chao again, he felt like he had met another person. Not seeing for a few short months, he felt like Qin Chao already underwent a thorough change. Senior went to the Southern Century Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's first words when he saw Mo Qingshan made everyone incredibly shocked. Chapter 2379, Coming Elegantly, Leaving Suavely. Chapter 2379, Coming Elegantly, Leaving Suavely. "Palace Lord, things are bad. Someone forcibly barged into our Century Celestial Palace." "Panicking for?" "Talking properly. Who's the arrival? How is his strength?" The arrival is a young man. Can't tell his age. His strength is F5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Are those human guards all drawing salary without doing any work? Can't even deal with a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Also, why are you reporting to me about everything? What are you thinking? You go and find Yuanzhen. Have him go. Lord Yuanzhen has already been killed by him. What did you say? Lord Yuanzhen was already killed by that young man. Not just that, Yuanjie, Lu Feng, they all are all dead. Furthermore, he even identified you by name, and he wants to meet the Palace Lord. He said that he's the main culprit behind the destruction of the dozens of century celestial palaces. What did you say? He alone exterminated dozens of century celestial palaces? What a joke. Origin Bright's shock was by no means insignificant. He had once imagined countless possibilities, but he only did not think that dozens of century celestial palaces were actually destroyed by a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. When did the human race produce such a terrifying genius? Origin Bright did not quite dare to believe it, but he knew that it was impossible for his subordinate to deceive him. Even Yuanzhen died. What was impossible about him destroying dozens of century celestial palaces? Go out and take a look. Done talking, his figure moved, and he went out of the century celestial palace. In midair, a youth in white garments stood with his hands behind his back, countless flying swords hanging around him, his sword energy threatening. Those human and divine race experts, not one dared to approach him. They could only wander around him. Seeing this scene, Origin Bright believed it. His gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "It's you who destroyed my divine race's 18th century celestial palaces?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's me." Origin Bright laughed coldly and said, "Looks like Sky South's events made you unable to sit still anymore. Since you did it, you must already have some sort of awareness, right?" Origin Bright was not stupid. With Yi Yuan suddenly jumping out at this time, He must have sympathized with Sky South as humans. This sort of humans who resisted the divine race. They had seen plenty of them. It was just that Yi Yuan seemed to be a little more troublesome. But it did not matter as well. Since Yi Yuan came, this matter was considered over. Although the divine race's losses were huge this time, being able to destroy such a terrifying genius was also worth it. Otherwise, after this guy grew up until day of fifth blight, that would be very tricky. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Come to what awareness? I think that you've misunderstood. I came just to inform you that Sky South's matters can end now. Otherwise, the entire southern border sentry celestial palaces will be destroyed by me. Of course, if you have that many 9 Marks powerhouses, you can dispatch one to every sentry celestial palace." Arrogant, looking down on everyone and everything. Facing a middle stage 9 Marks heavenly Tao realm superpower house, Yi Yuan thought nothing of him at all. He did not come to surrender himself. He came to pick a quarrel. All of the divine race members opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Was this kid crazy? He thought that he could escape from Lord Origin Bright's hands? Yi Yuan went on a Ma's sake earlier. They thought that it was just Yi Yuan's deathbed struggle. That was all. They did not expect that after he saw Lord Origin Bright, he still dared to be so impudent. Ha ha. When Origin Bright heard this, it was like he heard the most hilarious joke in this world, laughing wildly without ceasing. "Brat, you're very courageous. Being able to destroy 18th century celestial palaces, you're very strong too. But your understanding of 9 Marks heavenly Tao realm is too little. 8 Marks to 9 Marks isn't your human heavenly emperor to Deva." Origin Bright laughed loudly as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It doesn't make any difference to me. All right, I've already said what should be said. If you dare to make a move against the human race again, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around suavely and was about to leave like body's business. Seeing this action, not a single one actually dared to stop him. These people were already intimidated by Yi Yuan's killing. How can my sentry celestial palace be a place that you can come and go as you please? Stay for me. Origin Bright bellowed, the pressure of 9 Marks heavenly Tao realm suddenly releasing. A horrifying to the extreme aura instantly enveloped all the S.P. AC in a 100,000-mile radius. For Origin Bright to be able to suppress the entire southern boundary, how could his strength be ordinary? Even the profound lineage, his strength could rank in the forefront too. The moment he took action, it was simply apocalyptic. Those human powerhouses almost felt like they could not breathe. This pressure represented heavenly Tao. It was too terrifying. The divine race was able to suppress myriad races and regard themselves as heavenly Tao's envoys. This was also an extremely important aspect. However, facing such a horrifying heavenly Tao pressure, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel anything, continuing to stroll away. Origin Bright snorted coldly, striding across the void with a flash and arriving. The speed was swift to the extreme. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus right at this moment, countless flying swords arrived in quick succession. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. It was just at this time, the true Nirvana sword formation that overpowered all sides was unable to stop the powerful Origin Bright at all. Origin Bright was like a giant mountain. The moment those flying swords touched him, they immediately shattered to pieces. The flying swords rushed over, but were unable to stop Origin Bright's footsteps at all. In an instant, he arrived 10,000 feet of where Yi Yuan was. Haha, kid. This kind of means is still barely able to deal with 8 Marks heavenly Tao realms. But dealing with me, it's too weak. Stay for me. Amidst the wild laughter, Origin Bright suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He was clearly only 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan, but his speed of advancing got slower and slower, right under his nose, but seemingly far away on the horizon. Terrific, lad. Time law. No, wait. There's also source spatial law. S.P. A. C-team synchronization. Even I'm unable to easily break through either. Who the H-E-L-L is this kid? When did such a monster appear among the human race? It was not that Origin Bright was unable to break through, but for him to want to break through the constraints of S-P. C-team in an instant, it was impossible. However, Yi Yuan did not need to entangle him. If he wanted to leave, no one could hold him back. Just like that, Yi Yuan moved 10,000 feet in a step, leaving the Sentry Celestial Palace like he was strolling idly in a courtyard. When his aura completely disappeared from everyone's perception, only then did everyone feel like they woke up from a dream. What a terrifying young man. He actually comprehended S-P-A C-team law. Furthermore, his spatial law even reached the level of Source. My God, even Lord Origin Bright, personally moving out, actually failed to hold him back too. I still found it very funny when he was threatening Lord Origin Bright earlier. But now, I really can't laugh anymore. The threat previously, no one took it to heart. But at this moment, no one felt that Yi Yuan was joking. If really got on his nerves, he would really Sacred the southern border Sentry Celestial Palaces clean. Send 9 marks Heavenly Dao Realms to garrison? You gotta be kidding. 9 marks Heavenly Dao Realms were not cabbages either. There was no way to imagine how big the Heavenspan world was. Even if the divine race dispatched all of their 9 marks Heavenly Dao Realms, it was also impossible to guard every Sentry Celestial Palace. A subordinate asked carefully, Palace Lord, what should we do now? Origin Bright's expression was grim until it was practically dripping water. It was only to hear him say in a deep voice, pull everyone back. Send the news out. If anyone dares to deal with the Sentry Celestial Palace again, none of the local sects will be spared. Chapter 2380. It was easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Chapter 2380. It was easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it, Senior said. He'll take care of this matter. But everyone, please don't forget, we're humans and not pigs and dogs. Resistance will have sacrifices, but not resisting. We can only be pigs and dogs forever. Facing the leaders of a group of sects, Qin Chao delivered Yi Yuan's words calmly. But these people did not buy it. This matter was caused by him to begin with. It should be him bearing the responsibility himself. For him to be able to come forward himself, at least he has a bit of conscience. If not for him, would those few sects be destroyed? Also you, this brat, to actually dare provoke the divine race. You caused us to almost be destroyed too. Mo Qing Shan, kill this kid and pay homage to those sects that were destroyed. There were also a few sect masters who were silent. But the vast majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble, guiding the fire onto their heads. There were even sect masters who wanted to kill Qin Chao to vent their anger. To the vast majority of the humans, they had long already become numb. A living dog was better than a dead lion. Destroying Sentry Celestial Palaces this matter, although it had a great impact on them, it was hard to make them risk their lives for it. To the various races that have been bred in captivity for countless years, many of them had long already turned this sort of life into a habit. As long as they did not take the initiative to provoke the divine race, they would not kill people indiscriminately too, right? Sure enough, when someone proposed to kill Qin Chao, many sect masters were eager to take action. Qin Chao did not have the least bit of fear. Instead, he responded with a sneer as he said, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, Senior will definitely go and destroy your sects. Those present today, not one can escape. A sect master smiled coldly and said, he already went to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. He's dead beyond a doubt. You're still using him to threaten us? Qin Chao had a disdainful look as he said, who told you guys that he went to court death? He went to warn the divine race, to stop them from doing anything to the human race anymore. That sect master laughed loudly and said, are you kidding me? Southern Sentry Celestial Palace's Palace Lord is a middle stage 9 marks Heavenly Dao Realm powerhouse. an existence even stronger than David's third blight. You're currently telling me that he can return. Qin Shao said disdainfully. Qin Shao, merely have a lowly life. If Sect Master Wu dares to bet with your life, you can kill me right now. Got to admit, this sentence of Qin Shao's was very deadly. It was not that they believed Yi Yuan could return, but that they felt that their lives were much more valuable than Qin Shao's. What if Yi Yuan really returned? Sect Master Wu's face fell, and he said, "Not killing you. We can detain you temporarily. After news of that brat's death arrives, I believe that you won't get away by the skin of your teeth anymore, right?" Mo Qingshan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Sect Master Wu, aren't you taking this Mo too lightly?" Sect Master Wu said disdainfully, "Doesn't this matter all due to your Ziwei sect's fault? You guys kept the sects in the Sky South region all in the dark, making multiple sects get annihilated because of you guys. We haven't found you guys to settle the scores for this yet." Sect Master Wu's words immediately received many of the sect's agreement. Hence, they decided to detain these Master and Disciple 2 people. After the news of Yi Yuan's death arrived, they would punish the 2 to serve as a warning to the others. While Qin Shao had a calm look and said to Mo Qingshan, "Master, you rest assured. They detain us now. They will send us back respectfully later on." Mo Qingshan had a suspicious look and said, "That person was indeed very formidable. But Lord Origin Bright's strength isn't what those Century Celestial Palace's palace lords can compare to." The news of Yi Yuan being killed did not arrive, but even more explosive news came over. The main culprit who annihilated 18 Southern Century Celestial Palaces finally showed himself. It was a Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor young man. No one could have thought that a Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor could actually slaughter 18 Century Celestial Palaces. What was even more Nabal was that he was a human. Of course, this was not the most explosive thing yet. The most explosive thing was that this young man went to the Southern Century Celestial Palace alone, and he warned the Century Celestial Palace Lord, Origin Bright. The young man went on a killing spree, killing several late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses, as well as hundreds of powerhouses. Then, under the besiegement of Lord Origin Bright, as well as several 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses, he left suavely. As soon as the news spread out, the entire southern border was in a stir. Where did this young man pop out from? Why is he so strong? Lord Origin Bright, that's a character in the sky. Even he failed to hold this young man back. The divine race members who came to the southern border to investigate have all been withdrawn. This is also to say that his threat has worked. The divine race was actually forced to give in by a Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This conclusion filled many people with astonishment. Only then did they know that turns out humans could be so powerful. Challenging the Century Celestial Palace single-handedly, arriving elegantly, killing several hundred powerhouses, then leaving suavely. Although they did not see this scene, imagining it with their brain a little, they felt their hot blood boil with excitement too. Sing through a million-strong army. Not a single armored warrior touched his body. This was the best portrayal of Yi Yuan's operation this time. There were too many people who saw this battle. It could not be hidden at all. After the news spread out, countless human powerhouses were greatly encouraged. When the news spread back to Sky South, the various sect masters were completely stunned. They gathered together overnight, discussing how to salvage this matter. Wu Tianxiao was naturally the first to bear the brunt. A sect master said while dripping with sarcasm, "Sect Master Wu, you're really impressive. The great idea you came up with now. You brought everyone into the pit." Another sect master said with a cold smile, "That lord is definitely already on the way here. Sect Master Wu, can you teach us how we should explain to that lord?" A sect master said with a gratified look, "Lucky we didn't kill Qin Shao. Otherwise, our sects will really be destroyed." For some time, Wu Tianxiao became the target of public criticism. Wu Tianxiao's expression was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Now all are blaming me? When I said to capture them back then, weren't each and every one of you all very excited? What's the use of saying this C-R-A-P now? Rather than blaming me here, why not think of a way? A sect master said, what solution can there be now? Go and invite them out. Very clearly, Qin Shao delivering that Lord's message indicates that he's already that Lord's confidant. As long as we get his forgiveness, that Lord definitely won't look into us. At present, they could not think of a better way as well. Hence, a large group of sect master-level powerhouses came to the dungeon and invited Qin Shao and Mo Qingshan out. When Mo Qingshan saw each and every one of these people being extra careful, how could he still not understand what was going on? He was incomparably shocked in his heart. That young man really did it? Qin Shao smiled at him and said, what did I say, master? His Excellency must have caused a great sensation in the southern border this time. Wu Tianxiao smiled and said, yeah, that lord has the talent to rule the world. Even the divine race was needed by him, too. Gentlemen, it was all our fault this time. Can we invite you two out, please? Qin Shao said with a smile that was not a smile. Sectmaster Wu, haven't you heard of this saying, it's easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it? Chapter 2381, All Parties Alarmed. Chapter 2381, All Parties Alarmed. We're not going anywhere. We'll wait right here for Senior to arrive. Qin Shao said calmly. The expressions of the group of sect masters immediately became embarrassed, said to the extreme. If that Senior came, slaughtering all of them in his unhappiness was nothing difficult too. One had to know, even Origin Bright, that kind of powerhouse, failed to keep Yi Yuan back. Furthermore, looking at the ruthlessness of Yi Yuan's actions, he would not mind slaughtering all of them. An emaciated sect master said with a pitiful expression, goodness gracious, my little ancestor, don't throw a tantrum anymore. This old man knows that we've offended you guys badly this time. Take pity on us, these old bones. Mo Qingshan looked at these sect masters with a look of surprise. It was as if it was his first time knowing them. These people normally all had their eyes growing on top of their heads. Apart from the divine race, they paid no attention to anyone. Now, they actually became this sycophantic appearance. Qin Shao suddenly sighed and said, Senior said, pitiable people must have hateful aspects. If our human race can be united, why will we be bullied by the divine race until like this? The population of all the races added up is more than 100,000 times that of the divine race. Even if we used numbers to pile, we'd pile them to death too. When the sect masters heard this, they all exchanged glances. While that was true, just the population of the human race was as many as billions of trillions. How could it be easy to talk about uniting? Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. I'm not making you all go and court death, just letting you all know that being a human is much more interesting than being a pig or dog. Suddenly, a voice sounded out faintly. A youth in white clothes walked out of the void. The expressions of the group of sect masters changed wildly, already guessing who the arrival was. There were many powerful array formations guarding inside this dungeon. They were actually completely clueless when this young man entered. This shock was by no means insignificant. Originally, they had only heard rumors about Yi Yuan's strength, but seeing it with their own eyes currently, it really shocked them. Just based on this kind of means, it was effortless for Yi Yuan to kill them. When Qin Shao saw Yi Yuan, he had an excited look on his face and said in pleasant surprise, Senior, you barged into the southern century celestial palace alone and awed the southern border, bolstering our human race's prestige, truly awe-inspiring. Although he was very confident in Yi Yuan, when he heard about Yi Yuan's deeds, he was still extremely carried away. That impressive sight, how great would it have been if he was present? Yi Yuan smiled and said, that was me taking by surprise, going too suddenly. They were not prepared. That's why it was like this. If they were prepared, I probably won't be able to come back anymore. 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm is indeed powerful. Don't look at how Yi Yuan came and went like the wind. Yi Yuan was still incredibly shocked having witnessed Origin Bright's strength. Back then, he was almost killed by Origin Guard. At that time, he did not even have the strength to fight back, and was also unable to experience the might of a 9 marks heavenly Tao realm. Now, he comprehended 3 great sources, his strength virtually invincible in heavenly Emperor realm. Only at this time could he truly understand the prowess of a 9 marks heavenly Tao realm. If under the circumstances where the other party was prepared, even if he unleashed his sources simultaneously, it would probably be hard to escape too. However, Yi Yuan mentioned it casually, but it was completely not the case at all when the sect masters present heard it. The might of 9 mark heavenly Tao realms did not need Yi Yuan to explain it all. That was an existence that they could not understand. But Yi Yuan leisurely circled one round right under the eyelids of an incomprehensible existence and casually killed a few people. How could they imagine this kind of means? Why, Your Excellency, we have no intention of being enemies with you. Your Excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let us go. Wu Tianxiao said sobbingly and had long lost his majesty back then. Yi Yuan said coolly, if you all killed Qin Xiao, I definitely have slaughtered your entire sex. But since he's unharmed, I'll let you guys off. However, if any one of you dares to be an accessory to a tyrant's crimes and help the divine race to bully your race, I'll kill once when I see once. Hearing this, the large rock in the hearts of the group of sect masters landed. Fortunately, this lord was not a demon lord who killed people without blinking. Puff! In an extremely secret underground palace, a middle-aged man suddenly vomited blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. By the side, a white-haired old man asked, profound secrets still can't divine it? The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, this child's secrets are too vague, as if it isn't in the operation of heavenly Tao at all. This kind of character, it's still my first time encountering. Witchcloud, this boy may be the key to our peerless genius plan success. We must find him. Witchcloud said in surprise. You're actually so optimistic about him? The middle-aged man's gaze was deep as he said, have you heard before any human fifth firmament heavenly emperor who can escape from under the hands of a 9 marks heavenly Tao realm subordinate? Furthermore, Origin Bright isn't an ordinary 9 marks heavenly Tao realm. With his strength, 10 Deva Third Blights are not a match either. Witchcloud nodded and said, this boy is indeed too monstrous. But logically speaking, such a terrifying talent. He should have been discovered by us long ago. Why did he suddenly pop up now? I feel like he jumped out of thin air. The middle-aged man nodded his head and said, you're right. I've always been paying attention to the operation of heavenly Tao. But ever since several months ago, heavenly Tao seemed to suddenly have a trace of deviation and fluctuation. This trace of fluctuation is extremely minute. I believe that with Miluo's ability, he can't detect it yet. It's also precisely after that this monstrous fellow suddenly appeared. If this is a coincidence, it's also too coincidental. Witchcloud had a look of shock and said, there's actually such a thing, such a major thing. Why did you only say it now? The middle-aged man smiled and said, if not for the thing he did this time being too heaven-shocking, how could I have taken notice of him? How can the unpredictableness of heavenly Tao be what ordinary people can surmise? Witchcloud thought about it and felt the same. That kid remained in obscurity previously. If not for challenging the Sentry Celestial Palace by himself and warning the divine race, stirring up a monstrous wave, how could they have paid attention to a measly little fifth firmament heavenly emperor? The middle-aged man said, the matter brooks no delay. This matter is no trivial matter. I must make a trip in person. I'll leave Deicide to you. Witchcloud nodded and said, relax, we've almost entered orbit already. With me around, there won't be any problems. At the same time, inside the divine race's highest ruling NST, Tushin Tai, Tan Palace, an old man with white eyebrows was similarly vomiting fresh blood wildly. Beside him, a robust middle-aged man said with a dark expression, Celestial Master, even you can't divine this kid too? Miluo shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Lord Tianqing, it's as if this boy is outside of the 5 elements. jumping out of the three realms. I'm unable to divine at all. It's still Miluo's first time encountering such an unpredictable person, as if he appeared out of thin air. The robust, middle-aged man beside Celestial Master Miluo was the divine race's heaven lineage's progenitor, the divine race's most terrifying existence, Tianqing. They were similarly divining Yi Yuan, but even Heavenly Emperor profound secrets could not divine him. So let alone Miluo? Hearing what Miluo said, Tianqing's brows furrowed even harder, and he said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Tao has always been under our control. But now, an unpredictable person appeared. This boy must be eliminated. Inform all Sentry Celestial Palaces. They must find this kid's tracks at all costs." Chapter 2382, Class.H.I. Plusing in Secret. Chapter 2382, Class. H.I. Plusing in Secret. Suddenly, an obscure sect, the Ziwei sect, became lively. On this day, Origin Bright brought a white-browed old man and suddenly descended upon the Ziwei sect. Mo Qingshan and the rest were fearful and awed. "Sect Master Mo, you guys are really so capable." Origin Bright's words were full of derision. Clearly, his resentment toward the Ziwei sect was very deep. By now, Yi Yuan's connection with the Ziwei sect had naturally been dug out long ago. If it were in the past, the Ziwei sect would have long turned to ashes. But now, with Yi Yuan this sword of Damocles hanging up there, the divine race really did not dare to make a move on the Ziwei sect. Destroying a single Ziwei sect was merely a trivial matter. But once Yi Yuan was P.I.S. set off, the divine race would really find it impossible to defend effectively. Therefore, they could only endure it. Now, the divine race's top priority was to find Yi Yuan and then eliminate him. This person's existence posed too great a threat to them. How could Mo Qingshan not discern the meaning in Origin Bright's words? He hurriedly apologized. "Palace Lord, please calm your anger. Our Ziwei sect is really not familiar with this person. We also don't know why he ran to my Ziwei sect." Origin Bright had a fake smile as he said, "Is that so? Then this Palace Lord wronged you?" Mo Qingshan was alarmed and hurriedly bowed and said, "Palace Lord, calm your anger." Origin Bright sneered and said, "If that kid doesn't die, how can this Palace Lord's fury be appeased? Your dog head is temporarily left on your neck. After this Palace Lord kills that brat, I'll come and take care of you." Origin Bright did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. To him, a measly little Ziwei sect could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. "Want to kill you? You did not even have the qualifications to flee." But saying these words out showed his apprehension toward Yi Yuan. If not out of fear toward Yi Yuan, why would he be standing here, talking rubbish with a puny little sect master? This logic Origin Bright understood. Mo Qingshan similarly understood it. He was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Previously, it was widely rumored that Yi Yuan went over to threaten the Sentry Celestial Palace. But that was also mostly rumors. But today, seeing Origin Bright's attitude, he knew that it was definitely true. A fifth firmament Heavenly Emperor actually forced the entire divine race to back down. This kind of strength, he simply did not know what to say. Mo Qingshan did not dare talk back. He just kept silent. Origin Bright gave a cold snort and said, "You all, bring this lord around to take a look. Wherever he wants to go, you guys will bring him there." "Yes," Mo Qingshan hurriedly answered. He did not know who this person was at all, and also did not know what he came here for. Celestial Master Miluo said coolly, "Bring me to walk around first." Mo Qingshan did not dare to disobey, bringing Celestial Master Miluo to stroll around leisurely. Wherever he wanted to go, Mo Qingshan would bring him there. This Celestial Master Miluo gave him an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was even more terrifying than Origin Bright. Miluo spent close to half a month's time and virtually went around to every corner of the Ziwei sect before leaving. But before leaving, Origin Bright still left a 9 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse behind to garrison at Ziwei sect, saying that it was garrisoning, it was actually surveillance. Along the way, Origin Bright asked, Celestial Master, were there any discoveries? Celestial Master Miluo's brows were tightly locked, and he shook his head and said, discovered a few subtle auras. It should have been left behind by this boy. But this Celestial Master couldn't divine where he came from. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. But as for his departure aura, it was deliberately concealed. This boy's means are inconceivable. Origin Bright had a look of disbelief and said, this, even Celestial Master can't divine it either? Could it be that we're going to allow this kid to carry on being free and unfettered? Lord Celestial Master, I say, do you think Mo Qingshan knows where that boy's whereabouts or not? Celestial Master Miluo was in existence with the highest attainments in the path of divination in the divine race. Even he could not find Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Then wouldn't this boy remain at large? Celestial Master Miluo's expression was somewhat ugly as he shook his head and said, this boy is very shrewd. It's absolutely impossible to tell Mo Qingshan his whereabouts. He and Mo Qingshan aren't familiar to that degree. Now, there's only waiting. He'll inevitably give himself away. After Celestial Master Miluo returned in defeat, another figure quietly sneaked into the Ziwei sect. Mo Qingshan returned to his residence and felt as if he had arrived in a different world, a world that was cut off from the outside world. In the house, a middle-aged man was currently sitting in front of his desk, pouring himself a drink. Came back. The middle-aged seemed to be engaging in small talk. See, came back. Wonder what this lord is finding this Mo for? Mo Qingshan asked cautiously. He was walking on thin ice every day currently, fearful of offending some great deity. Yi Yuan's matter provoked many legendary characters. He, an ant-like existence, would be gone with a puff from them. He had no choice but to be careful. Sect Master Mo, you don't need to be so cautious. That Miluo is seriously too formidable. That's why I had no choice but to come up with this place. You might not have heard of me before. I'm called Jian Rufeng. Others all call me Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This emperor came for that young man. You should know who I'm talking about. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Mo Qingshan's entire body trembled, and he could not refrain from drawing a cold breath as he cried out in surprise. That white-browed old man was Celestial Master Miluo? He had not heard of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's name before, but Celestial Master Miluo's name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Mo Qingshan. This Celestial Master Miluo monitored the world. He could be said to be the divine race's eyes and ears, regarding the myriad races under the heavens. As long as there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, it could not hide from the divine race's eyes and ears. And the one who played a key role in this was this Celestial Master Miluo. One could say that Celestial Master Miluo was the nightmare of all the races in the world, the myriad races not daring to resist the divine race. There was a very important reason involved. It was Celestial Master Miluo. If not for him, maybe the various races would have long revolted like crazy. Mo Qingshan did not expect that this Miluo that made people tremble with fear when they hear actually came to his Ziwei sect just like that. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, such a major incident occurred. How could it possibly not alarm him? But you rest assured. Even this emperor can't divine that person. So it's impossible for Miluo to divine him too. These words revealed a strong self-confidence, which was also to say that he was confident that he was stronger than Celestial Master Miluo in the path of divination. Mo Qingshan stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape when he heard. When did such a major power appear in the human race? Sect Master Mo, you don't need to be so surprised. This emperor has already attained Tao for hundreds of millions of years. It's just that you're also aware of the heaven-span world situation. If I show myself, I'll definitely die very horribly. Therefore, I've always been very low profile. This matter I hope for Sect Master Mo to keep it secret from me too. After all, you and I are the same race. If you report me, it's equivalent to severing the future hope of the human race. You should be able to weigh the severity and pros and cons, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. And Mo Qingshan's heart turned cold, and he said solemnly, Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if Mo Qingshan dies, I absolutely won't say a word out too. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, I trust Sect Master Mo. These few days, this emperor will be staying in Ziwei Sect. I hope that Sect Master Mo doesn't mind. Chapter 2383, A Historic Meeting. Chapter 2383, A Historic Meeting. This wait was 1,000 years. In a hidden spatial rift, Yi Yuan and Qin Chao were currently cultivating. Senior, you're really too formidable. I never dared to imagine that someone can comprehend these 4 great laws to such a level. But why have I never heard of you before this? The longer he spent time with Yi Yuan, the more incredulous he felt. How could a person be monstrous to such a degree? During these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's S.P. A.C. in time, 2 great laws could be said to have flourished with each Pa-S Sing Day. His spatial law already reached rank 2 source. Time law already reached 1:302. One had to know these were 2 great supreme laws. Being able to advance by an inch in 10,000 years already had to thank one's lucky stars. But Yi Yuan completely Serpa. Said Qin Chao's imagination. Yi Yuan gave Qin Chao a glance and said smilingly, This matter, saying it is somewhat fantastical. I also don't know if teaching you swordsman's I plus P is right or wrong. But since I came, I have got to do something. Qin Chao was confused and said, What's wrong with teaching me swordsman's I plus P? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, These things you won't understand. Even I don't understand it myself. In this world, Yi Yuan discovered that his speed of comprehending S.P. A. C-team law was even faster than in the primeval war realm. He felt that this might be due to traversing through S.P. A. C-team. It was just that his sudden appearance broke the balance of the original world in the first place. Then was there still meaning in him cultivating these things? To teach or not to teach Qin Chao, he had also hesitated before. To kill or not to kill divine race members, he had likewise hesitated before. But later on, he figured things out. Since he came here, even if he did nothing, he had already changed the course of the world. Then, what difference did doing more or doing less make? Right now, under this S.P. A.C. team, the human race had clearly not risen yet. Yi Yuan did not know if this was that era in the last epoch. But since he came, there was no harm in leaving behind Tao teachings to make the human race become a little stronger. Seeing the human race being bullied by people like this, but not doing anything, this was not his, Yi Yuan's, style. Hence, he went to do it without hesitation. He was very optimistic about Qin Chao, so he was willing to use 1,000 years' time to teach him swordsman's I plus P. In 1,000 years, Qin Chao already went from Empyrean realm and broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Are you homesick? Or thinking of somebody? Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chao and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Chao's face turned red, but still nodded his head very shamelessly. These few days, Qin Chao was always somewhat distracted when practicing the sword. So how could Yi Yuan not tell? This kid was thinking of Mo Xiao Chao. All right, after not going out for so long, it's also time to go out and take a look. Yi Yuan got up and said. Qin Chao's expression changed, and he said, Senior, you mustn't. You're currently already a thorn in the divine race's eyes. How can you risk your life? Yi Yuan smiled and said, They aren't qualified enough to capture me yet. Come on. Although the lesser Heavenspan Mountain did not come with him, Yi Yuan discovered that he could mobilize the power of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain across time in S.P. A.C. S.H.I. plus elding heaven's secrets with the power of the lesser heaven-span mountain, no one could discover it. At Ziwei sect, the Nine Marks' heavenly Tao realm powerhouse had not left yet. Although they knew that there was little hope of finding Yi Yuan, Miluo did not give up. But Yi Yuan quietly entered the Ziwei sect. How could a mere initial stage Nine Marks' heavenly Tao realm discover it? Returning to Ziwei sect, the first thing was not to go and see Mo Xiao Chao, but to offer greetings to Mo Qingshan. Seeing Qin Chao, Mo Qingshan's heart shook wildly. You broke through to the heavenly emperor realm so fast? Before Qin Chao left, he was merely a third firmament Empyrean. In just a short 1,000 years, he already reached the heavenly emperor realm. How could Mo Qingshan not be surprised? After offering greetings, Qin Chao smiled and said, "Over the past 1,000 years, Senior went to great lengths to refine many miraculous medicinal pills for me. Roughly 100 years ago, I broke through to the heavenly emperor realm." Mo Qingshan opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. He never thought that Yi Yuan was actually an alchemy master. What kind of medicinal pills could push a third firmament Empyrean to become heavenly emperor realm within 1,000 years? If becoming a heavenly emperor was so easy, then what was the point of cultivating bitterly? This young man was really mysterious to the extreme. In reality, spiritual energy was abundant in this era. Many spirit medicines that were not seen in later generations could all be found here. To Yi Yuan, casually refining a few rank 7 medicinal pills was truly too effortless. After about a small talk, Mo Qingshan forcefully pressed down his shocked state of mind and said to Yi Yuan, a major power of our human race has been waiting 1,000 years for you in the Ziwei sect just to meet you. Wonder if you're willing to meet him? Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, "Oh, what's going on? Let's hear it." Mo Qingshan recounted the entire sequence of events, but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression suddenly became very fascinating. It was his first time seeing this young man have fluctuations in emotion. "You said that he's called Profound Secrets?" Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked. When the two people met, they were very calm on the surface, but it was already squalling heavily in their hearts. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was surprised by was that a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist appeared in Ziwei sect, and he was actually completely clueless. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this Profound Secrets was not the other Profound Secrets. Then this person should be the father of that Profound Secrets of the future generation. He was the powerful existence who sacrificed himself to SHI plus ELD Heaven's Secrets. Only all the way until this moment did Yi Yuan suddenly come to realize the truth, which era he arrived at. He actually returned to the era of the future generation Profound Secrets father in an accident arising from many causes. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets in front of him had not died yet. Clearly, the colossal plan of the myriad races had not truly begun yet. Then right now, was it the years before the human race's great prosperity? Am I revisiting history, or does this period of history really exist? Why do I feel like everything is a dream? Or a time in SPAC? Just what kind of existence am I? Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets Father, Yi Yuan's heart produced even more questions. He traveled through SPAC team, but did this period of SPAC team really exist? If it did not really exist, history was everything that already happened. But if it really existed, then what was he counted as? He could not figure out after racking his brains. Really miraculous. You're clearly standing in front of me, but why do I feel like you don't exist? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets broke the silence first, exclaiming with a look of surprise. His attainments in the path of divination had long already reached the acme of perfection. Even the divine race's celestial master Miluo was inferior to him in this path. It could be imagined how formidable his strength was. But a living person was standing in front of him, and yet he gave Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets an extremely unreal feeling. How ludicrous was this sort of feeling? He had imagined many kinds of meetings circumstances, but never thought that it would be like this. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses from the shock and said with a smile, "Perhaps your feeling is right. I really don't exist. Or should I say that I'm a special existence?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted. He did not expect that what he got was actually such an answer. Chapter 2384, Terrifying Guess. Chapter 2384, Terrifying Guess. A terrific special existence. No wonder this emperor couldn't calculate, no matter how I calculated. Perhaps you're really sent by heaven to save the human race from extreme misery. It's worth it for me to wait 1,000 years here painstakingly. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "The one who saves the human race isn't me, but you, Senior." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, and he said with a frown, "Do you know something?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think I should know what it is. Looks like Senior has already started to move. Then, coming to find me this time, do you want to recruit me?" "How did you know?" This shock of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was by no means insignificant. The existence of deicide was an absolute secret. Even among humans, there were extremely few people who knew about it too. He could confirm that deicide had never come into contact with Yi Yuan before. So how did this kid know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just take it as I guessed it. The matter of him traversing through S.P.A.C. team was seriously too fantastical. Even for Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team Shangheng, it was also impossible to easily travel through time and S.P.A.C. Therefore, him transmigrating back was absolutely just an accident. Most likely, even Shangheng did not expect it either. But these words became even more mysterious and hard to fathom in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ears. His gaze turned dark, and he said, "All right, since you're not willing to say, then this ancestor won't ask anymore. But I think that our aspiration should be the same, right?" Yi Yuan's actions and behavior, he had taken it into his sights. Seemingly more brave than wise, but in reality, it was very meticulous. More importantly, the influence of Yi Yuan's battle was extremely far-reaching. One could say, things that were not convenient for deicide to do, Yi Yuan did it. Previously, some things launched by deicide became much more convenient. In these 1,000 years, although Jian Ruffin was not active in deicide, he received the news over there one after another. The invisible influence that this battle of Yi Yuan's gave to people was too great. In past understanding, the divine race was invincible. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely broke this curse. He told the world that as long as your law comprehensions were strong enough, you could defeat or even kill divine race powerhouses. And this was also precisely the reason why Yi Yuan did so. The human race was too ignorant. Their understanding had already been deceived by the divine race and needed someone to come and break this inherent understanding. Since no one would do it, then it was up to him to do it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What Senior has done, Junior admires endlessly." Jian Ruffeng said, "What you guessed is basically all correct. But there's something that you go wrong. This ancestor isn't here to solicit you, but to invite you to deicide to be the chief instructor." This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. He thought that Jian Ruffeng was going to focus on grooming him. However, Jian Ruffeng actually invited him to go back and nurture others. He was truly unable to predict this result. "Senior, did you make a mistake? You look, I'm only a 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor," Yi Yuan said suspiciously. Although 1,000 years had already passed, said his realm only increased to late-stage world realm, equivalent to 7th firmament Heavenly Emperor. This bit of cultivation should be considered much when placed in deicide. Making him go and teach people, would those Deva realm powerhouses be convinced? But Jian Ruffeng said firmly, "You don't need to suspect anything. This ancestor hasn't reached a point where I'm muddle-headed with age. Although there are many experts in deicide, in terms of law comprehensions, they are far worse than you. What you're worse than them is just cultivation realm. This isn't impossible to make up for. In the eyes of true geniuses, cultivation realm was never a disparity. True disparity was in terms of laws. The various races were suppressed by the divine race, extremely limited in terms of law comprehensions. The human race looks like they have a huge population, but there aren't many true experts. Those Deva realm powerhouses mostly succeeded in transcending the tribulations by a fluke. In terms of combat power, some Deva realms are not even as good as the divine race's peak 8 marks. Hence, it's not that the various races don't want to revolt, but that they're completely powerful to revolt. Jian Rufeng said with a solemn expression. When Yi Yuan heard, he revealed a thoughtful look. No wonder when he returned to the previous epoch, he discovered that the martial artists here were not as powerful as he had imagined. According to what he had seen and heard in the other time, and C, the ancient times should have been when the human race was the most glorious. This era had countless powerhouses. Each one was a powerhouse who shocked the heavens. Especially the 18 grand ancestors. Those were terrifying existences who could contend with the divine race's progenitors. But even a peerless genius like Qin Shao was pitifully weak regardless of whether it was cultivation method or martial technique. This was clearly not too logical. Even when Empyrean vast universe Pa-S set him the bone sword, he also had a contemptuous look on his face toward the later generation's human geniuses. As for Grand Ancestor C Team Shanghang, that went even more without saying. But when Yi Yuan returned to this era, he discovered that this was not the case at all. This was also to say that the human race had not reached its most glorious time yet. Hang on. Suddenly, Yi Yuan thought of a certain possibility, and his expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. The previous generation, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, is still alive. The 18 grand ancestors have not appeared yet. The human race hasn't welcomed its most glorious era yet. The human race is weak, yet there are so many geniuses in this era. What they lack isn't geniuses, but inheritances. Spiritual energy is abundant. Geniuses are plentiful like oxen hair. All prerequisites for the human race to be strong are already provided for. One can say that everything was ready except for a crucial element. Currently, the previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets asked him to go back and be the chief instructor. Doesn't that mean that the grand event that Shanghang spoke about had a lot to do with me? Could it be that the incomparably glorious era of the human race later on, it was actually single-handedly created by me? This is also too ridiculous, right? Yi Yuan's mind spun like lightning, a terrifying idea forming in his mind. Although this idea was extremely absurd, the more he analyzed it, the more likely he felt that it was. Because in terms of time, this era's Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets should be sacrificing himself not long after. If not for him, who else did the human race have who could step forward and impart them the true great Tao? Jian Rufeng himself also said those so-called powerhouses were no good at all in terms of law comprehension. Although Yi Yuan's own law comprehensions had not reached the acme of perfection yet, the comprehension of laws varied from person to person in the first place. What he had to do was not to hold their hands and teach one by one, but it was to teach them how to enter the Tao. As long as he brought them along on the journey, they would develop powerful cultivation methods and martial techniques themselves and walk toward the true summit. Just like C Team Reversal Chaos this move, if Yi Yuan's own C Team Law continued developing, it absolutely would not evolve this move. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was filled with fear. This was too terrifying. Then what exactly was he? Was he a person of this era, or some of that era? His entire person became ruffled in an instant. SPAC Team. What the HELL are you? What on earth am I? Where the HEL? I am I right now? Who in the world am I? Yi Yuan shouted crazily in his heart. He wanted to figure all this out. But no matter how he shouted, it was to no avail too. Chapter 2385. Beneath one person and above millions. Chapter 2385. Beneath one person and above millions. What's wrong with you? Jian Rufeng saw that Yi Yuan's expression was not right, and he asked rather surprisedly. This boy did not feel uncomfortable at all when he saw him. He invited him to be a chief instructor, and he was being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor until like this. How could he know how great the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was at this time? Was this S.P.A.C. team disorder, or a repeat of history? Did he exist in history, or was this another S.P.A.C. team? Or was this simply a dream? Every single thing, they were unknown. Perhaps G.O.D. knew, but it was impossible for him to tell Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, sucked in a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, Jian Rufeng smiled. The peerless genius plan had always been in the middle of advancing. It was just that how much result this plan could achieve, even he had no idea in his heart. The human race's foundation was too poor. Under such a foundation, how long did it need before they could achieve great development and reach the extent of contending with the divine race? Jian Rufeng's accomplishments in the path of divination were indeed unmatched, but he was just a variant among humans. It was easy to pious, S on the flame, but hard to produce something out of nothing. Want to create a powerful cultivation method out of thin air. Create a formidable martial technique. Let their clansmen comprehend laws. That was something as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan's appearance was like a beacon in the dark night. Jian Rufeng's last trace of doubt was also dispelled. Everything was ready except for a crucial element. Yi Yuan was that crucial element. Ha ha ha. Okay, with you around, this ancestor can rest assured. Jian Rufeng said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and bowed almost to the ground towards Jian Rufeng and said solemnly, "Seeing your profound secrets is righteous, exhausting your mind and body for the human race, till your heart ceases to beat. Please accept a bow from Junior." Jian Rufeng's expression changed wildly, and he said in surprise, "What did you guess again?" Yi Yuan said solemnly, "Hundreds of millions of geniuses gathering together. There might be nothing at first, but after their talents are fully developed, how can that kind of a stonies? Plussing aura hide from celestial master Miluo's eyes and ears? And to conceal the heavens' secrets operation of hundreds of millions of geniuses. Even Senior can't easily accomplish it too, right?" Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan woodenly and only came back to his senses after a while, saying, "Being able to encounter little brother is truly the great blessing of myriad races. I still don't know what little brother is called." Yi Yuan. "But Senior, I only hope for you alone to know this name. In front of others, Senior can address me as Ji Qingyan." At the behest of supernatural powers, Yi Yuan made this request. Jian Rufeng was uncertain what it meant, but this request was naturally nothing. He agreed to it readily. There is clearly no footprint of his in the real history. Yi Yuan even felt that he never took part in the Doomsday Battle at all. Otherwise, with his talent, why would he be unknown to the public? Furthermore, how this matter would be, still got to go and do before he would know. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not plan on using his real name. But Yi Yuan this name, Yi Yuan still told Jian Rufeng. This was respect toward him. Just like this, Yi Yuan left with Jian Rufeng. And the ones who left together with him were also Qin Xiao and Mo Xiao Qiao. They became members of the Peerless Genius Plan, joining Deicide. In Deicide's underground palace, a group of higher-ups was all gathered here. There was a group of Deva realm powerhouses. Some were staring at Yi Yuan in surprise. Lord Profound secrets left for 1,000 years. It was to wait for this kid. What capability did this kid have to actually be able to make His Excellency put aside Deicide's affairs and wait for 1,000 years? This Jian left for 1,000 years. During this period of time, everyone has worked hard. Jian Rufeng's gaze swept over as he said. The moment everyone heard, they repeatedly said dare not. In deicide, Jian Rufeng was the absolute authority. He created deicide single-handedly, recruiting the top major powers and aspiring people of all races under his command. Deicide being able to develop to today's scale, it was virtually all due to Jian Rufeng's work alone. If not for him, S.H.I. plus Elding Heaven's secrets, how could what they do possibly hide from Celestial Master Miluo's eyes and ears? Gentlemen, from today onward, deicide is established. H.I. plus in the post of Chief Instructor. This position, the status is second only to this Emperor, controlling all parties. He can mobilize all of deicide's resources and command everyone in deicide. When necessary, it includes this Emperor. Jian Rufeng's expression was piercing, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he said those words slowly. The moment these words came out, everyone's breathing became ragged. They did not know why the moment Lord Profound's secrets returned, he would suddenly set up such a position. But they naturally hoped very much that this position would fall on them. As for Yi Yuan, they never thought about it. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He was still a junior. Jian Rufeng thinking highly of him was just thinking highly of his future. That was all. Chief Instructor, this position could be said to be beneath one person and above millions. It would not be handed to such a brat no matter what. A deicide's higher-up said, Lord Profound's secrets. Lord Witchcloud toiled hard and rendered great merits. He deserves this position. We'll definitely support your decision. Someone concurred and said, that's right, this position, apart from Lord Witchcloud, there's no one more suitable. Although everyone hoped to be this Chief Instructor, they were all clear that no one was more suitable for this position than Witchcloud. Witchcloud did not speak. He just looked at Jian Rufeng with piercing eyes. He knew that this position was definitely his. Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said, all of our deicide's aims are for the sake of the rise of the myriad races. We don't need things like being promoted in order of seniority. If the myriad races don't become powerful, so what even if this emperor gives this position to him? We're still just a bunch of pigs and sheep being reared without any dignity. The chief instructor that I'm talking about isn't Witchcloud, but, as he said, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yuan and slowly said, him. Buzz. The entire main hall exploded at once. What? Letting a brat who's still wet behind his ears to be the chief instructor, keeping all parties in check? What kind of joke is this? This brat is just a 7th firmament heavenly emperor. What capability does he have to take on chief instructor this position? Lord Profound's secrets. Are you joking with us? This result was seriously beyond their expectations. Making a heavenly emperor realm junior be the chief instructor, what qualifications did he have? This position, even if they took turns one by one, it would also not be Yi Yuan's turn. Which of them did not do their best in a conscientious manner for deicide, going through fire and water? But now a brat who popped out from D knows where, he rode on top of their heads, all of a sudden. How could they be convinced? Even Witchcloud also looked toward Heavenly Emperor Profound's secrets in shock, as if it was his first time knowing him. At this moment, a sour feeling surfaced in his heart, unable to dispel. Between him and Profound secrets could be said to be a life-and-death friends. H.I+P. But today, he had a feeling of being abandoned. Chapter 2386, Spar. Chapter 2386. Spar. The Alchemy Hall was a very important hall of deicide. This hall shouldered the responsibility of all of deicide's medicinal pill refinement. And the one who directly controlled this hall was precisely Witchcloud. Witchcloud was the strongest alchemist in deicide. His alchemy's strength virtually reached the level of rule. But today, the atmosphere in the Alchemy Hall was rather odd. Many powerful alchemists were swarming around Witchcloud. Each and every one of them was extremely indignant. Your Excellency, that brat is clearly bullying you. The first day that he took office, he's coming to the hall that you're in charge of. Isn't this an opening gambit? I really don't know what's with Lord Profound Secrets, making a brat like this be the chief instructor and even climb onto the top of Your Excellency's head. Your Excellency, you wait. We'll definitely take him down a notch today. Just based on the likes of him, a measly little heavenly Emperor Realm kid. He also wants to meddle in the Alchemy Hall. It turned out that after Yi Yuan took office, the first hall that he went to was the Alchemy Hall, and the one in charge of this hall also happened to be Witchcloud. In everyone's view, this naturally became Yi Yuan provoke Witchcloud. This was deliberately suppressing him. At this time, there were already many people waiting to watch a good show. They all knew about Yi Yuan's combat power, but they had never heard before that Yi Yuan also knew alchemy. Even if they had heard it before, they would not take it seriously either. A Heavenly Emperor Realm brat coming to provoke the Alchemy Hall. This was looking for a rebuff. To talk about this Alchemy Hall's powerhouses, there was a very large portion who were groomed by Witchcloud. Deicide's Alchemy Hall could be said to be the strongest of the entire Heavenspan world's myriad races. Not one of them. These people were all loyal to him. Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to come now. Each and every one of them was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, mustering everything up to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Witchcloud's brows furrowed, and he said, "You all don't mess around." This chief instructor was decided by Brother Profound Secrets, overriding all objections. This boy must have exceptional aspects. After he comes, take a look at what capabilities he has first before talking. Of course, if he's just holding a position without qualifications, I'll never allow him to meddle in the Alchemy Hall. After everyone heard, they could only nod their heads, but their expressions were all indifferent. Entering the Alchemy Hall, Yi Yuan sensed this weird atmosphere. It seemed like everyone's gazes that looked at him were extremely hostile, but he did not care. Along the way, he had seen too many of such gazes. He naturally did not come to the Alchemy Hall to make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge, and it was also not in order to teach anyone a lesson. In his understanding, the divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy path. This was also to say that the previous epic's human race's alchemy path was unprecedentedly developed. With so many top masters in the last epic, the alchemy path must have contributed tremendous power. The Alchemy Hall, it could be said to be the factory for creating experts. Hence, Yi Yuan chose the Alchemy Hall as his first stop. Slowly walking in front of Witchcloud, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and went straight to the point. "Senior Witchcloud, I came today to witness the Alchemy Hall's strength." Witchcloud's heart naturally would not be as calm as he was showing. No matter how he hinted at it implicitly, saying that Profound Secrets' foresight definitely would not be wrong. He was not a jealous person. Otherwise, he would also not have been so trusted by Profound Secrets. But having a Heavenly Emperor Realm brat right on top of his head, he felt somewhat strange no matter what. Everyone's here. How does young friend G plan to witness it? Witchcloud said indifferently. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's naturally pill refinement." Before Witchcloud spoke, an elder sneered and said, "Refining pills? Lord Chief Instructor, do you know how to refine pills?" "Yeah, want to find fault. It's also not the turn of you, this little babe, to come and point fingers. Want to check our strength. Shouldn't you yourself show a bit of strength first? If you don't have the strength, scram as soon as possible. Lord Witchcloud manages the Alchemy Hall in good order. This place doesn't need Lord Chief Instructor to worry about." The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it immediately incurred ridicule. In their view, Yi Yuan might know alchemy, but it was definitely SOSO. A dabbler wanted to show off in the presence of them. These masters? No way. Witchcloud wanted to open his mouth to stop everyone, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. These old things naturally would not be so lacking in shrewdness. They did it on purpose, attempting to provoke Yi Yuan. The chief instructor completely fell out with the Alchemy Hall as soon as he came, see if he still had a face to come or not. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was only to see him smile faintly. He said, "Refining pills, huh? I still have a little understanding. Since everyone wants to witness my strength, then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously." The eyes of the bunch of old fogies lit up. This kid was here to look for abuse. An elder immediately stepped forward and said, "I'll compete in alchemy with you. If you were to lose, you're not allowed to come to the alchemy hall in the future." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "This senior, I have no plans on competing with you." The moment that elder heard, he smiled coldly and said, "What? Not competing with me? Do you still want to find a 7-star disciple to compete with? It's also not out of the question." The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. In their view, Yi Yuan could only compete in alchemy with the 7-star and 8-star disciples. It was completely not on the same level as them. But Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Witch Cloud and said, "Senior Witch Cloud, I heard Senior Profound Secret say that you're Deicide's alchemy path #1 person. Your alchemy, strength of stonies. H.I. plus English strong. Why don't you and I spar? Let everyone broaden their horizons as well." Everyone's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. Even Witch Cloud himself also had a stunned look. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge him. Although he said it tactfully, this was undoubtedly a challenge. Did I hear wrongly? He's going to challenge Lord Witch Cloud? This kid wouldn't have lost his mind, right? I still thought that Lord Profound Secrets found some remarkable fellow messing around for so long. It turns out that he's a fool. After being stupefied, there was even more unbridled taunting. Regarding Yi Yuan's behavior and overestimated his own ability, they all turned their noses up in disdain, being filled with contempt. After Witch Cloud was stunned for a moment, he also smiled brightly and said, "All right, this old man also wants to witness Chief Instructor's strength." Hence, amidst the waves of ridiculing, Yi Yuan and Witch Cloud started the alchemy battle. Looking at the spirit medicines prepared in front of him, Yi Yuan had an envious look on his face. The grades of these spirit medicines were not high, but they had already gone completely extinct in the later generations. Yi Yuan had never heard of them before. The human race's alchemy path failing to be revitalized, it likely had a lot to do with this as well. "Young friend Ji, you can start then," Witch Cloud said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Snapping his fingers, the Tai Chi diagram suddenly bloomed. A mysterious alchemy Tao source power suddenly descended. After the battle with Medicine Ancestor, Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao source already broke through to rank 3. Furthermore, he glimpsed the power of rule in that battle. He already integrated a tiny trace of the power of rule in his alchemy Tao. The moment he made his move, all of them, their expressions changed. Chapter 2387, Giving Ground. Chapter 2387, Giving Ground, Rank 3 Source. 2. Inconceivable. A heavenly emperor actually comprehended rank 3 alchemy Tao source. Is this understanding a little? This kid can really pretend. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge Lord Witch Cloud. However, Lord Witch Cloud has comprehended rank 4 source. This kid will still lose. Feeling this surging power of source, everyone was extremely shocked. Only then did they understand what kind of concept was the slight understanding that Yi Yuan talked about. If rank 3 source was a slight understanding too, then wouldn't they become alchemy idiots? However, they were still not optimistic about Yi Yuan. Being able to be equally famous as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Witch Cloud was naturally not someone easy to deal with. But he was currently also incredibly shocked. Just now, he actually harbored the intention of teaching Yi Yuan a lesson too, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. But who knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao realm was actually so high? Witch Cloud thought in his heart, this boy's martial Tao talent is extremely terrifying. Why is his alchemy path attainments even above that of his martial path? Is there really such a monstrous person in the world? No wonder Profound Secrets chose him. Given time, this boy will surely make great accomplishments. It's just, him being the chief instructor, is he qualified enough? In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already sketched out the embryonic form of a quasi-Tao pill. When Witch Cloud saw this medicinal pill's embryonic form, he was even more inexplicably shocked in his heart. This embryonic form could simply be rated as perfect, Witch Cloud was an expert on alchemy Tao. So how could he not tell? Even he could not perform better than Yi Yuan too. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Witch Cloud made his move. The moment he took over, his heart trembled fiercely. He discovered that the structure of Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was too exquisite. It was exquisite until he was actually somewhat in a difficult situation. A single carelessness, and it would ruin the embryonic form of this medicinal pill. That way, he would be defeated. The dignified alchemy path's #1 person actually lost to a Heavenly Emperor Realm alchemist? How would he still stay on in the alchemy hall in the future? Originally, he had the mentality of playing along with Yi Yuan. But now he had no choice but to perk his spirit up 120% and bring forth all of his strength. How can this boy's alchemy Tao be so terrifying? I'm facing his rank 3 source with rank 4 source, and I actually have a feeling of my ability falling short of my wishes was missing in this. Witch Cloud felt like something was blocked in his mind. In the myriad races, Witch Cloud, only admired one person. That person was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This was because other people were not worthy of entering his sights at all. But after witnessing Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao, his appraisal of Yi Yuan immediately reached the level of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, because he was inferior to Yi Yuan in terms of alchemy. If his and Yi Yuan's realm comprehensions were the same, he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. The two people went back and forth, bedazzling everyone who was present. This level of fight, it was still their first time seeing it. In the alchemy hall, there was no one who could debate on the Tao with Witch Cloud at all. He was an existence towering above everyone. Father-level figure. His status was paramount. But today, when an opponent who was on par with him appeared, everyone truly realized how terrifying Witch Cloud's alchemy strength was. If so, then how strong was the Yi Yuan who was fighting Witch Cloud until they were evenly matched? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Especially the elder who wanted to compete with Yi Yuan in alchemy previously. His face was currently completely red with Imbara's smint. His strength was not weak, but facing off against Yi Yuan, he probably could not even fight back. An elder's expression was ugly as he said, "Could it be that it's my misconception? Why do I feel that Lord Witch Cloud seems to be lacking in strength?" Witch Cloud was D-like existence in their hearts. But before their eyes, this D-like existence really seemed to be straining very hard. Another elder similarly had an ugly expression as he said, "That's impossible. It must be your misconception. How can Lord Witch Cloud possibly lose to this kid?" All of a sudden, Witch Cloud felt the pressure ease up slightly. Halfway through the pill refinement, he suddenly felt like Yi Yuan's technique was not that perfect anymore. It suddenly became much easier for him to handle it. Witch Cloud was delighted, thinking to himself that this boy was lacking in stamina. After all, refining a pseudo-Tao pill was something that exhausted mental strength immensely. For someone who is at the Heavenly Emperor realm, it was still a little forceful. This way, Yi Yuan might be even more exhausted in the latter half. If so, then he still had a chance to win. However, things did not go as he expected. Along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan was level-headed like a giant mountain. No matter how brilliant the design, Yi Yuan could resolve it easily. Witch Cloud became more and more alarmed. He gradually understood that it was not that Yi Yuan was lacking in stamina, but that he was giving ground to him. Yi Yuan was giving him face. This kind of minute changes, not being in the process of the pill refinement, how could one tell? In the view of the others, the two of them were fighting until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. But in reality, he was still a notch worse than Yi Yuan. With great Tao law descending, a pseudo-Tao pill suspended quietly in the air. The entire place was deathly silent. The impact that this battle brought to them was too intense. There was actually someone who could be evenly matched in skill and strength as Lord Witch Cloud. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said to Witch Cloud with clasped hands, "Senior Witch Cloud is indeed well-deserving of being the alchemy path's #1 person. This level of strength makes Junior admire. Yi Yuan did not have malice toward Witch Cloud. He heard profound secrets mentioned it before. Witch Cloud made tremendous contributions to deicide. He was the hero of the myriad races. After Yi Yuan came to the Alchemy Hall, he discovered that everyone's respect for Witch Cloud was not fake. Being able to bring the Alchemy Hall together into a monolithic block, this in itself showed a lot of things. Of course, Yi Yuan had his principles too. He was extremely strict toward alchemy. He competed in alchemy not to beat his opponent, but in order to refine an unusual medicinal pill. Although he could defeat Witch Cloud, the medicinal pill would not be able to reach consummation. Two people refining pills, the most important thing was harmony. This was like inside a wooden barrel. There was a high and a low, two wooden boards. Then it was definitely impossible for the water level of this wooden barrel to be higher than the lower wooden board. Therefore, Yi Yuan put up with the second best option, lowering his strength to cooperate with Witch Cloud. This way, he would be able to refine a medicinal pill that was as perfect as possible. At the same time, this could give Witch Cloud face and also form the pill. He did not see any reason why not. Furthermore, he also measured it. Witch Cloud's strength was even slightly inferior to Medicine Ancestor. With Yi Yuan's strength, wanting to defeat him was not hard. But the strength of the present human race's alchemy path made him quite disappointed too. Witch Cloud's expression flickered a little indeterminately, and he forced a smile and said, "Honestly speaking, when Brother Profound Secrets made you the chief instructor, I was still somewhat unconvinced previously. But having witnessed young friend G's strength, this old man is wholeheartedly convinced. Just based on this transcendent alchemy technique, you can live up to this position of chief instructor." Yi Yuan's giving ground protected his authority. If he still paid it no heed, that would be somewhat failing to appreciate favors. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Witch Cloud is too kind. I was somewhat displaying my slight skill before an expert." As he spoke, he said to the elders, "How is it? Am I qualified to inspect everyone's strength now?" Chapter 2388, Shallow Foundation. Chapter 2388, Shallow Foundation. Oh, of course. The faces of several elders were rather awkward, but at this time, they had nothing to say. This young man's strength was actually evenly matched with Lord Witch Cloud. He naturally had the qualification to witness their strength. "Yang Xiong, you first. Show your strength and let Chief Instructor take a look," Witch Cloud said to an elder. Although he lost to Yi Yuan by a notch in the alchemy battle, he had the intention of showing off in front of Yi Yuan, and he also wanted to win back one round. These alchemists in the Alchemy Hall, he expended tremendous effort to train them. He was still rather pleased with himself on this point. "No need. Everyone, do it together," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Together? This is also too sloppy, right?" Yang Xiong said doubtfully. This new chief instructor always did things unexpectedly. There were no less than 1,000 alchemists present. They were all the Alchemy Hall's elites. Refining pills together, what could he discern? Witch Cloud was also very puzzled, but he still said, "Just do as young friend G says." Hence, 1,000 people refined pills at the same time. The scene was a grand sight. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, soul force spreading out, covering all those present inside. Witch Cloud's heart shook slightly. This guy wanted to observe so many people's pill refinement through soul force? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Observing one person refining pills was nothing. But such a complicated thing like pill refinement, wanting to remember every detail of 1,000 people, this was virtually something impossible. Witch Cloud was not saying that Yi Yuan's soul force was insufficient, but this act needed one's control of soul force to reach a hair-raising level. Even Witch Cloud could not possibly fully understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Was Yi Yuan deliberately flaunting his skill, or puffing himself up at his own cost? Or did he focus his attention on a few people and would comment on them when the time comes? Witch Cloud could not tell. He was waiting to see. A few days later, everyone finished the pill refinement. In fact, there were some people who had already completed their refinement early. Seeing Yi Yuan observing with soul force, they all had scornful looks on their faces. This new chief instructor was indeed here to posture. This kind of low-grade performance. Did he really take them to be fools? It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but these people were still very unhappy with him in their hearts. After all, he rode on top of Lord Witchcloud's head. Young friend Ji, can this alchemy hall of mine still enter your arcane sights? Witchcloud saw Yi Yuan withdraw his soul force and said with a slight smile. He was still very confident regarding the alchemy hall's strength. Teaching disciples, everything would make the master starve to death. Many people would hold something back when they taught disciples. But Witchcloud taught these people without holding anything back. In the alchemy hall, there were several who reached rank 3 source. Therefore, he was very confident in his alchemy hall. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Senior Witchcloud, do you want me to tell you the truth? Witchcloud's expression choked up. Hearing this meaning, it was SOSO. One had to know, the alchemy hall was already the human race's alchemy path's strongest place. Was this fellow still not satisfied? Could it be that he was really here to challenge them on purpose? Witchcloud's expression finally turned sullen. If there's any problem, young friend G, feel free to say, correct mistakes if any, and guard against them if none has been committed. Witchcloud's tone finally became somewhat unhappy. Yi Yuan discerned the displeasure, but he still said, to talk about strength, the alchemy hall is indeed very powerful. It's just that, want to reach the degree where it makes the divine race wary. It's still far from enough. Looks like Lord Chief Instructor is looking down us people here. Lord Chief Instructor really doesn't feel backache when standing up and talking without any responsibility. Alchemy Tao is the process of ACCU, mulating day in and day out. So how can wanting to improve it be so easy? Rules are intangible existences. Which one of us doesn't want to reach the level of rules? But under the divine race's rule, even getting a bit of spirit medicines makes one live in constant fear. How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a strong backlash. This alchemy hall was Lord Witchcloud's painstaking effort. Each of them also made great efforts for the sake of resisting the divine race. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it was like these efforts were not worth mentioning anymore. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, how strong the divine race is, I think that everyone is clearer than me. The alchemy hall is strong, but among the divine race, there are also alchemy path powerhouses who aren't inferior to us. We have to defeat the divine race. Do you all feel that with your level, it's enough? The alchemy hall's strength was indeed stronger than the alchemy path of later generations. It was just that it was still not strong enough. This level was definitely not up to the level that made the divine race apprehensive. Who doesn't know how to brag? Didn't Lord Chief Instructor observe us refining pills? Then about the problems we have, Lord Chief Instructor, please point them out. If Lord Chief Instructor can help us improve our strength, we're naturally willing to, Yang Xiong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, then I'll say them one by one. As he said, he came before Yang Xiong and held his palm out. That quasi-Dao pill suspended in the palm of his hand. Senior Yang Xiong's strength is formidable, but your foundation is too shallow, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Yang Xiong heard, his lungs also exploded in anger. He was already rank 3 source. Yi Yuan actually said that his foundation was shallow. These words were really humiliating. Oh, why don't Lord Chief Instructor talk about how this old man's foundation is shallow? Yang Xiong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan ignored his anger and continued saying, when Senior refined until the 2/3 mark, do you have a feeling of the spirit being willing, but the flesh is weak? The first half process of this medicinal pill can be rated as perfect, but later on, as the fusion of laws became more and more complex, the problem of your shallow foundation got exposed. Also, Senior's control over heat is similarly like so. Yi Yuan talked on in a flow of eloquence, pointing out Yang Xiong's problems one by one. Yang Xiong originally still had a disdainful look, but later on, the shock in his heart was already showing on his face. The problems that Yi Yuan pointed out did not have the slightest error. In the view of those people whose strength was lacking, his pill refinement had naturally reached the acme of perfection. But in the eyes of true experts, his pill refinement could be said to be full of flaws, especially in the latter half of the process. Even the expression on Witch Cloud's face became more and more serious. He naturally knew about Yang Xiong's problems, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan observed so many people at the same time and could actually still see it so meticulously. With these many people, even he did not know, but Yi Yuan saw it. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. "Senior, are there any mistakes with what I said?" Yi Yuan said. Yang Xiong opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but could not speak. Witch Cloud sucked in a deep breath and said, "What young friend Ji said isn't wrong at all. It's just that attributing these flaws to a shallow foundation is likely not appropriate, right? Yang Xiong is also a patriarch-level powerhouse already. So how can he have this kind of problem?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, don't be anxious. The Alchemy Hall's people basically all have problems with unstable foundations. After I point out all of their problems, I'll talk about them together." Chapter 2389, Imparting Tao. Chapter 2389, Imparting Tao. Witch Cloud's expression became uglier and uglier. These words were equivalent to face-slapping him. The Alchemy Hall was single-handedly established by him. These people were also taught by him single-handedly. In the end, they were actually issued with an unstable foundation comment by Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not care about their emotions and continued making his comments. First was the rank 3 source powerhouses. Then it was the rank 2 source, so on and so forth. 1,000 people, just the reviewing took a lot of time. But the more everyone listened, the more shocked they got. Regardless of whether it was source-level powerhouses or ordinary 7-star and 8-star Alchemy G, DS, Yi Yuan covered all details no matter how trivial, picking out all of the problems on them. Bit by bit, Yi Yuan said it very seriously. At first, everyone was still indifferent. But later on, when it was Yi Yuan's turn to review them, they immediately perked their spirits up 120%, fearful of missing any trace of detail. Of course, the problems that existed for each person were different. Some were major, some were minor. But no matter who it was, it could not escape the unstable foundation these words. This was the thing that Yi Yuan attached the most importance to. No matter how he emphasized, it was not overboard. Several days later, when Yi Yuan reviewed the last person, the whole audience was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan dumbfoundedly, as if looking at a monster. They were previously still questioning that Yi Yuan was just deliberately observing a few people. No one thought that he actually really saw each person's shortcomings. What was more frightening was that the flaws on each person, he saw it as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, not missing any trace of detail. Even it was the slightest minute difference when controlling fire, he could see it clearly. This kind of means was truly fantastical. You. Witch Cloud opened his mouth and looked at Yi Yuan woodenly, not knowing what he should say. But he finally understood why Yi Yuan could crush him in Alchemy Tao. This kind of horrifying to the extreme soul force control. Even if he cultivated for another 100 million years, it was impossible to reach it too. From small to large was easy. From huge to meticulous was difficult. The control of soul force, the more meticulous, the harder it was to achieve it. Being able to have a panoramic view of the pill refinement of more than 1,000 people present with Heavenly Emperor Realm Soul Force. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Senior Witch Cloud, I know that you might be somewhat unhappy with me saying that their foundation is unstable, but I didn't have the intention of targeting you when I said these. You exhausted your mind and body for the myriad races. Junior admires endlessly. It's just that we need to be stronger. Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said sincerely. Witch Cloud forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said with a nod, "You explained the reason why. This old man naturally won't blame you. This old man still has this bit of breadth of mind." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I believe that everyone present should all know Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand, right? Someone immediately said, unhappily, Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand is a rank 1 refinement technique. Who doesn't know? Lord Chief Instructor, you're completely looking down on us. Since arriving at this era, Yi Yuan naturally researched the alchemy techniques of this era too. This Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was the basic refinement technique in ancient times. Although the two eras' refinement techniques had differences in method, the principle was the same. With Yi Yuan's horizons, cultivating a foundation refinement technique was naturally effortless. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Okay, then you demonstrate it for me to see." The one talking was an 8-star alchemy G.O.D., also a major power of a region. Hearing Yi Yuan call his name, he laughed coldly and stepped out of the ranks to demonstrate the Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand once. An 8-star alchemy G.O.D. demonstrating a rank 1 refinement technique, it was naturally extraordinary. All around, there were cheering voices. After he finished demonstrating, he said to Yi Yuan, as if putting on a show of force, "Lord Chief Instructor, can it still enter your arcane sights?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Not bad. Indeed have some skill." He still smiled coldly and said, "Your Excellency, saying this, you're naturally stronger than me. I want to see what kind of trick your Excellency can pull out of the hat with a measly little Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, curling his fingertips. Countless fine threads with substance shockingly formed. This was precisely Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. The 8-star alchemy G.O.D. said disdainfully, "Your Excellency's Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand is stronger than mine, but what's the use of this? What has it got to do with unstable foundation?" Yi Yuan ignored him. His technique suddenly changed. Everyone's faces suddenly changed wildly. Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was still Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand, but the feeling that it gave everyone was already totally different. This technique suddenly became ever-changing in Yi Yuan's hand, bedazzling like great Tao descending. Those who did not know would think that he was demonstrating a technique of Tao Pill, but everyone present was very clear. This was Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. The shock before their eyes was seriously too intense. Witch Cloud's 2 eyes became even rounder, the glimmer in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He was standing at the summit of alchemy, Tao, to begin with. What he witnessed was naturally not what bystanders could compare to. Yi Yuan's Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was already close to Tao, cultivating a rank 1 refinement technique to the level of Tao. Witch Cloud's breathing suddenly became ragged. He finally understood what the unstable foundation Yi Yuan was talking about was referring to. He also finally understood why he lost to the Yi Yuan who was only rank 3 source. The disparity between him and Yi Yuan was not a tiny bit. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his hand gestures. A myriad of brilliance suddenly converged. The entire audience fell into death-like silence once more. The 8-star alchemy G.O.D. opened his mouth wide, wanting to speak, but he did not speak in the end. Yi Yuan really performed magic with the Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. Saw clearly, Senior? Yi Yuan looked at the Witch Cloud with a shocked face, as he said with a smile. Witch Cloud suddenly startled, only then coming back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, "Understood. You're giving face to this old man. It's not that some of their foundations are unstable, but that all of our foundations are unstable. If one can casually refine a technique to the level of Tao, why would they worry about not reaching the level of rule?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Senior is an understanding person. Looks like there's no need for me to explain anymore. From tomorrow onward, I'll spread Tao in the Alchemy Hall for a year. Senior, call some more people over. I hope that the future Alchemy Hall will have someone who can reach the level of a true Tao Pill in the future." Witch Cloud had a solemn look and slowly nodded his head. Hence, Yi Yuan started spreading his Tao in another SPAC team once more. Witch Cloud, this Alchemy Path's #1 person, also sat below respectfully, listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on Tao. The more he listened, the more shocked he got. Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up another window for him. He finally understood why he kept failing to reach rank 5. Foundation. This extremely ridiculous thing, in his view, was actually the biggest obstacle to restricting his progress. In terms of talent, these alchemy path powerhouses in front of him were indeed stronger than later generations. Yi Yuan knew that as long as a clear path was pointed out to them, they would definitely reach the other side. He did not know how many Dao pill powerhouses appeared later, but Yi Yuan was certain that there should have been more than one. Otherwise, it was impossible for Origin Guard to have been so afraid. Chapter 2390, Heavenly Hidden World. Chapter 2390, Heavenly Hidden World. When the word stopped, everyone was shocked. This 1 year of preaching was undoubtedly a gluttonous feast to the people of the Alchemy Hall. Everyone was immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were still dissatisfied. Witchcloud's reaction at this time was virtually the same as Sacred Ancestor High Priest's reaction back then. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan already became different. Previously, they were still worried that Yi Yuan was here to steal the limelight. But at this time, they felt that there was already no need. This person did not need the limelight at all. This was a complete cultivation system. This was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Listening entirely to Yi Yuan preaching on the Tao until the end, they also finally understood what he meant by having an unstable foundation. Listening to Master Ji talk, Witchcloud feels enlightened all at once. Master Ji is high above. Please accept a bow from Witchcloud. As he said, Witchcloud bowed deeply toward Yi Yuan. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This, Lord Witchcloud, is actually treating Chief Instructor with the etiquette of a disciple. Master Ji can afford it. Just this preaching, Lord Witchcloud's tea of number 1 person in the world is about to change hands. Master Ji wasn't the slightest bit stingy, demonstrating great Tao to us. He can bear this solemn bow. Let's bow too. After the shock, everyone woke up. Rank 3 source powerhouses took the lead to bow first. The rest also bowed down one after another. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Witchcloud up and said, Senior Witchcloud is killing me. Senior exhausted your mind and body for the human race. I can't accept this bow. Witchcloud said firmly, just based on this Tao preaching, you can bear it. Master Ji, you don't have to refuse. In the future, this old man will address you as Master Ji. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, Fine then, that's also up to you. I'll leave behind inheritances in the Alchemy Hall. What you don't understand, everyone can come and ask me. But this Alchemy Hall still needs Senior Witchcloud to give a lot of care. Witchcloud hurriedly said, This is within this old man's duty to begin with. Where's the talk of giving a lot of care? There's actually such a thing? This kid actually has such high attainments in alchemy Tao. Hearing that Witchcloud actually addressed him as Master Ji, Jian Ruffling was shocked until he was dumbstruck with amazement. Before this, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything to him. When Yi Yuan went to the Alchemy Hall, he also found it quite strange at that time. His thinking was the same as the rest, also thinking that Yi Yuan went to suppress Witchcloud and establish his prestige. Regarding this action of Yi Yuan, he did not say anything, but he felt somewhat disdainful in his heart. This kind of action was still a little too childish. He even doubted a little whether he made a wrong decision or not, and used the wrong person. But hearing Witchcloud's words at this time was no less than a clap of thunder exploding. He and Witchcloud were life and death buddies. So he naturally knew his alchemy path strength, and also knew how highly he regarded himself in alchemy. But he actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple toward Yi Yuan. He originally invited Yi Yuan back, hoping that Yi Yuan would leave behind the legacies of the few great laws. But who knew that there was actually still such an unexpected harvest? Witchcloud nodded and said, I can't use having high attainments to describe any more already. If anyone in this world can reach the realm of rules, it's undoubtedly him, for sure. This old man is inferior to him. Far, far inferior. Jin Ruffung was shocked for a while before he slowly said, "Looks like really picked up a treasure. With him, our plan can be started in advance." Witch Cloud's face changed, and he said with a frown, "So fast?" Jin Ruffung waved his hand and said smilingly, "Old friend, why is there a need to be like this? There will come this day. You don't need to be sad. Moreover, I also won't die right away after entering the heavenly hidden world. The growth of geniuses requires the ACCU, mulation of time, and time waits for no man. Furthermore, the burden on you, old friend, is even heavier than mine. Dead, death squares all accounts. I won't know anything anymore after dying. But the ones who are alive will carry heavier burdens. Hence, an extremely huge project was carried out in secret just like that. This project looked simple, but was actually complicated to the extreme. One had to know the Century Celestial Palaces monitor the world. They knew about the various sex affairs like the back of their hand. Wanting to move these geniuses into the heavenly hidden world, it needed to hide from their eyes and ears, and could not reveal any clues or inkling. Once their suspicions were aroused, it would all fail just one step short of success. Fortunately, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had long already made perfect preparations. Implementing them now, things were done systematically. In the entire Heavenspan world, the myriad races geniuses were moved into the heavenly hidden world batch after batch. This was a colossal project. It was naturally impossible to be accomplished overnight. This process would likely last for 1,000 years. Yi Yuan was the first batch to enter the heavenly hidden world. He did not enter with the ident. 1. Tie of a genius, but entered with the ident. 1. Tie of a chief instructor. Of course, there was also the first batch of geniuses who entered together with him. They were all selected by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Each person's potential was tremendous. They were the unpredictable children. However, the first batch of unpredictable children who entered were not many. There were just 100,000 people or so. The geniuses subsequently were still entering one after another. Of course, Jin Ruffung, Witch Cloud, and the rest, they all established a complete advancement system. These geniuses would undergo the cruelest compet. What time? On this day, several young people gathered together, seemingly discussing something. A young man wearing a silk headdress on his head said, "Did you guys hear? Our chief instructor is actually just a seventh firmament heavenly emperor." Another genius could not help laughing as he said, "Shang Heng, what nonsense are you talking about? How can a seventh firmament heavenly emperor possibly be our chief instructor? His strength is likely not even our match." This young man who was wearing a silk headdress on his head was precisely the Grand Ancestress, a C-team whose fame shook the world later on. Shang Heng. Shang Heng shook his head and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. You guys know that Qin Xiao, right?" Another person said disdainfully, "Of course we know. It's said that he has connections. He's that chief instructor's personal disciple, and he has already been designated as a core legacy disciple." Shang Heng nodded and said, "The news came from him. It won't be wrong." "No way, right? Seventh firmament heavenly emperor. This is also too much of a joke. We entered the heavenly hidden world for the human race's future. But those lords upstairs actually used a seventh firmament heavenly emperor to hoodwink us. This is truly preposterous." The moment another genius heard, he immediately exploded. "Yeah, it's been 2 years. That guy never even showed his face. It's really outrageous. What are the heads of those people upstairs used for? Can't they see it?" Shang Heng smiled coldly and said, "Ever since this chief instructor entered the heavenly hidden world, he has been in close seclusion in Inquire Heavenly Palace. No idea what he's trying to do either. He doesn't take us to heart at all. The few of you dare to rush into the Inquire Heavenly Palace with me or not." The moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed drastically. Entering the Inquire Heavenly Palace was a major crime. The few of them could not resist backing out. Shang Heng sneered and said, "What? Like this and you're scared? Facing the divine race in the future will be 10,000 times more dangerous than this. You guys don't even have this bit of courage. And yet you all are talking about killing divine race for what? Chapter 2391. Inheritance Grand Array. Chapter 2391. Inheritance Grand Array. Lord Wenshui, we've already come to the heavenly hidden world for 5 years and haven't even met the chief instructor. This cannot be justified no matter what, right? Shang Hang said with a forthright look. In front of him was an old man with a long beard. Honestly speaking, he was also very puzzled by Yi Yuan confining himself inside. This chief instructor that Lord Profound Secret sent for wouldn't be making use of Deicide's resources to only care about his own cultivation, right? His Excellency is currently in close seclusion, so it's not convenient for me to disturb too. Heavenly Emperor Wenshui was sent to serve as Yi Yuan's follower by the higher-ups. Although he was a Deva powerhouse, he was still a head lower in front of Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. After all, Yi Yuan was beneath one person and above millions. Shang Hang sneered coldly when he heard that and said, this chief instructor is really taking it easy, making use of Deicide's cultivation resources every day, and in the end, he doesn't care about anything. Lord Wenshui, if he doesn't come out today, we won't leave. Whatever for the sake of overthrowing the divine race's rule, F-U-C-K that bulls. H-I-plus-T. We're not entertaining anymore. The current Shang Hang was simply a hothead, being far less level-headed and imposing compared to his future character. Wenshui also leaned toward their opinion in his heart. He also felt that Yi Yuan was going somewhat overboard, but Yi Yuan gave the orders. No one was allowed to disturb him, so Wenshui was really in a dilemma. Wenshui let out a sigh and said, honestly speaking, I also don't know why upstairs let him be the chief instructor. But since it's an order, this emperor must carry it out. You all are not to cause a racket. Lord Chief Instructor. Shang Hang's eyes suddenly lit up, looking in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Wenshui was stunned and could not help turning his head. A hint of cunningness flashed across in Shang Hang's eyes, his body already floating toward Inquire Heavenly Palace. Wenshui was alarmed and said, Fine lad. Want to rush over from under this emperor's hands? No chance. His reaction was extremely fast, too. But just as he made a move, he suddenly discovered that something was not right. The surrounding S-P-A-C team had been distorted to varying degrees. Although this could not stop him, in just a short while, Shang Hang already flew in. Wenshui turned pale with fright, secretly thinking to himself that this brat was so impressive to actually comprehend S-P-A-C team law at the same time. But just as he was surprised, Shang Hang retreated with an even faster speed. All of a sudden, he landed on the ground, footsteps retreating repeatedly, only barely managing to stand still after several dozen steps. Shang Hang had a pale face, his eyes full of shock. SSP, team law. Shang Hang never thought that there were actually also others who grasped S-P, team law. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he could not catch up even if he whipped his horse. A figure slowly walked out, as if walking over from the fog. Everyone could not see him clearly at all. This person was clearly standing in front of them, but they could not see this person's features clearly. Unfathomable. At this time, this was the thought in the hearts of all the geniuses. The arrival asked nonchalantly, What's your name? Shang Hang's expression was rather ugly. He still answered, Shang Hang. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that traveling through S-P-A-C team, he actually arrived at Grand Ancestor S-P-A-C team's youth era. But, thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. S-P-A-C team reversal chaos was the heaven-defying martial technique of Shang Hang, and he triggered Shang Hang's S-P-A-C team reversal chaos in later generations. Traveling through S-P-A-C team should also be related to Shang Hang. But the current Shang Hang had a look of immaturity, being far from the future version of him showing disdain on all under the heavens. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, that sort of aura that considered all beneath his notice was not the slightest bit diminished too. You can comprehend S, P, A, C Team Law at the same time. Very good, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Shang Heng had a look of embarrass, smint, and said unwillingly, "Is your excellency mocking me? What is my bit of meager cultivation base count, as in front of you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not as good as me right now, but you'll surely achieve great things in the future. Even that divine race's progenitor, where's the harm in battling?" Shang Heng yearned for it as he listened, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Your excellency is thinking too much. These two power of laws are overly abstruse. Junior is already feeling somewhat struggling to make ends meet now." Yi Yuan did not follow up, but asked, "Then, what did you guys forcefully rush Inquire Heavenly Palace for?" Upon hearing this, Shang Heng was invigorated. But the thought of Yi Yuan's strength, he was like a deflated balloon, immediately shriveling up. They originally wanted to challenge Yi Yuan, but just now, Yi Yuan did not make a move at all, just mobilizing the power of law a little, and he returned to his original spot involuntarily. This kind of means was truly inconceivable. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill him, it was merely a matter of a single thought. "Your Excellency, you, as the chief instructor, have never appeared in 5 years. It's chilling the hearts of the myriad races' geniuses," Shang Heng said forcefully. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled and said, "It's only been 5 years, and you can't wait for this bit of time too? You guys are also too impatient." Shang Heng smiled coldly and said, "Who knows what your excellency is thinking? If we didn't come to forcefully rush Inquire Heavenly Palace, your excellency probably won't leave seclusion for 10 years, even 100 years too, right? Lord Profound Secrets inviting you to be the chief instructor, it is not to let you cultivate yourself daily, but it is to groom the human race's powerhouses. No matter how strong you alone are, how can you deal with the divine race's major powers?" Yi Yuan fell silent. He could feel Shang Heng's desire to grow strong. That sort of obsession was almost bursting out of his body. These few in front of him were all like that. It was precisely this sort of powerful desire that let them become that powerful, right? When Shang Heng saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he still thought that he was acknowledging that he was in the wrong, and said with a cold smile, "Nothing to say? Someone like you isn't fit to be the chief instructor at all. You are the moth of deicide." These words were said rather nastily. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Is that so? You guys follow me." Finished talking, he turned around and flew in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Everyone was uncertain what it meant, but still followed after. What kind of tricks is this person going to play? "Shang Heng, you're dead for sure. You said it so nastily just now. He's definitely going to punish you underhandedly." "Humph. Scared for what? What I said is the truth." The few people followed behind, whispering quietly. However, entering Inquire Heavenly Palace, everyone became dumbfounded. "These? What are these?" When Shang Heng saw the scenery before his eyes, his entire person was stunned. In front of him, there was a series of complicated to the extreme grand arrays. These array formations were linked with one another, being incomparably complicated and profound. Glancing over, it was like a dreamy ocean. It was exquisitely beautiful. With their horizons, they could not see through the actual situation in front of them at all. Even Heavenly Emperor Wenshui was also stunned at this time. These 5 years' time, he was tinkering with these things inside. Yi Yuan stood with his hand behind his back and said smilingly, "Don't you guys want to become strong? These array formations can help you all become strong. I've been thinking on how to impart the power of laws that I comprehended to you guys to the maximum limit. It's just that preaching Tao to you guys every day is clearly not a good idea. Some things can only be understood and not expressed with words. Now, I've integrated all that I've learned during my lifetime into these array formations. As long as your talents are sufficient, you'll naturally be able to comprehend." Shang Heng opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face, wanting to speak. But he discovered that his throat seemed to be blocked. He was unable to speak no matter what. Chapter 2392. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Chapter 2392. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. When Yi Yuan set up formations, he had always accomplished it at one stroke. The array formation that he set up for 5 years, it could be imagined how complicated it was. During these 5 years, he could be said to have exhausted his mind and body, connecting his comprehensions and source laws to the maximum limit, expending a lot of energy. These inheritance grand arrays not only contained his own comprehensions, but they also contained the cultivation methods for 5-element laws, as well as lightning law. Although Yi Yuan did not cultivate the 5-element laws, he had fought with Wanzhong before and had his own unique understanding of the balance of the 5-element laws. Although his realm was not high, his horizons were extremely far. It could be said that the height he was standing at now was unmatched by anyone. He was standing at the height equal to heaven. There were thousands of great Taoists. Reaching the extreme was arriving at the same destination via different means. Regardless of which kind of law, what it pointed to in the end was all Tao. He did not cultivate the 5 elements, but it did not hinder him from helping other people cultivate the 5 elements with array formations. These inheritance grand arrays were extremely cumbersome, but in the end, there were only 18 grand arrays. After Yi Yuan finished setting it up, he himself also jumped in fright. These 18 grand arrays, didn't it correspond precisely to the 18 grand ancestors later on? Could it be that the 18 grand ancestors were all nurtured from his grand arrays? Didn't you all want to become stronger? All right, I'll go and test it out then. I want to see which of you have the highest talent, Yi Yuan said with a look of amuse. Yi Yuan's expression triggered everyone all at once. Didn't you all say that I wasn't teaching? Now I built the house. To see if you guys have the ability to carry it away or not. Shang Heng gritted his teeth and said, I'll go. As he said, he plunged headfirst into the spatial grand array. Shang Heng just entered the grand array and was immediately bounced back, severely wounded and vomiting blood. The group of geniuses had shocked faces. How to play like this? Yi Yuan looked at Shang Heng and said, start from the beginning. Don't reach beyond your grasp. Is your foundation really laid solidly? These grand arrays require you all to start over from the top one step at a time. Rashly Russ. Plussing the formation will be life-threatening. Shang Heng had a gloomy look as he said, why didn't you say it earlier? Yi Yuan smiled and said, in order to make you suffer a bit. Shang Heng rolled his eyes, but he realized that justice was not on his side. He could not say anything either. Entering the formation again, the geniuses were all very cautious, starting from the beginning. They chose the inheritance grand array that they were most adept in and entered inside. The longer Shang Heng stayed in the array formation, the more alarmed he got. This spatial inheritance grand array seemed to be tailor-made for him. Yi Yuan did not put his spatial law into the grand array, but he formulated a whole set of training methods. This kind of training method could let him comprehend spatial law faster and more thoroughly. In other words, he was teaching you how to grasp spatial law and not teaching you what was spatial law. Shang Heng felt alarmed. What kind of height was he standing at to be able to set up such a heaven-defying array formation? Heavenly Emperor Wen Shui's horizons were extremely far. He also saw through the inklings very quickly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan immediately became different. Your Excellency really made contributions that will remain eternal for generations to come. I think that some of them already have considerable harvests. Your Excellency's inheritance grand arrays really broaden people's horizons. This old man has never seen before that power of laws can actually be pious. Set on like this. Wen Shui exclaimed in shock. Inheritance grand arrays. To these geniuses, they were tantamount to a good rain after a long drought. Such an advanced training method opened up a door for them. Entering for the first time would be when they benefited the most. The effects could be said to be instantly seen. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Each person's path is different. The laws that they comprehended will also be different. Although cultivation methods are good, the achievements are limited. Teaching them the way to cultivate and letting them go and fumble their own Tao. This is the king's way." Wen Shui exclaimed, "A terrific giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Plus Lord Profound Secrets indeed has a sharp eye for discovering able people. With your excellency being the chief instructor, overthrowing the divine race is right around the corner." Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak. During these 5 years' time, his own gains had also been tremendous. In the past 5 years, his S.P.A.C. team law became increasingly profound. This was also the reason why those geniuses could not see Yi Yuan's face clearly. Even if he did not deliberately mobilize the power of S.P.A.C. team, it was as if he was situated in S.P.A.C. team too. Naturally, he could not be seen clearly. Being able to set up these 18 grand arrays required him to expend tremendous effort in the first place. This was similarly a systematic training to Yi Yuan. The angle at which he stood at, it was even more unimaginable for bystanders. But after these 5 years, Yi Yuan faintly had a trace of feeling. It seemed like it was not far away from the time he had to leave. In the end, Wen Shui could not resist entering the grand array. Yi Yuan just watched quietly by the side. He was observing these geniuses. A month later, many geniuses already could not hold on anymore. When their gains exceeded their abilities, they would not be able to stay in the grand array anymore. They needed time to digest these improvements. The earlier one came out, the worse their talent. The later one came out, the better the talent. Among these people, it was indeed still Shang Hang who was the last to come out. The power of law that he comprehended was the hardest, but he was the one who lasted the longest. It was also no wonder that he could become Grand Ancestor S.P.A.C. team in the future. "Your Excellency, I was wrong." After Shang Hang came out of the formation, the first thing he did was not to get excited, but to come before Yi Yuan with a look of shame and admit his fault respectfully. He cultivated for a full half a year's time in this grand array. This half a year's time, his spatial law advanced by leaps and bounds. It was almost comparable to his 10,000 years of effort in the past. Concerning the power of this grand array, there was already no need for him to say any more. He also deeply understood how valuable these grand arrays that Yi Yuan spent 5 years to build were. Perhaps the rise of the human race depended on these 18 grand arrays. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why are you wrong?" Shang Hang said in shame, "Your Excellency is a celestial being. This disciple shouldn't have blamed Your Excellency wrongly." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with your desire to become strong. Previously, I was just cracking a joke with you. You and I still have fate in the future. This destined meeting shall span SPAC team." Shang Hang discerned Yi Yuan's overtones and said in surprise, "Isn't Your Excellency leading us to resist the divine race together? With Your Excellency around, the world will be ours in the future." He examined his own conscience and felt that his talent was extremely high. But in front of Yi Yuan, what did he count as? Yi Yuan was the human race's true future. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to fight side by side with you all, but it's just a pity that some things can't be helped. But you rest assured, some things can't be avoided. No matter where I am, I'll fight with the divine race to the end." The group of geniuses felt baffled as they listened. These words seemed to have the intention of beating a retreat. Could it be that this chief instructor was scared? They simply could not understand what SPAC team reversal chaos was, because even Yi Yuan himself was unable to understand it. Chapter 2393, Farewell. Chapter 2393, Farewell. Is it possible that Your Excellency is afraid of death? Shang Hang just admitted his fault, but the expression on his face at this time became gloomy again. Toward Yi Yuan's behavior of cravenly clinging to life instead of braving death, he was very disapproving. Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter and said, "You'll understand in the future." Shang Heng had a sullen face as he said, "Humph! All excuses. Who can know about the future? Even Lord Profound Secrets can't possibly calculate events of the future too. So how would you know? In fact, you don't even dare to show yourself with your true self." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I said this before. You'll understand in the future. The destiny between you and me isn't over." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left, leaving behind the stunned-looking group. With the inheritance grand arrays, Inquire Heavenly Palace became the land of inheritance. Every day, countless geniuses gathered here, cultivating inside the inheritance grand arrays. This place became the manufacturing plant of powerhouses. When Profound Secrets and Witch Cloud and the rest learned of this, each and every one of them was inexplicably surprised. At this time, no one felt conflicted with this decision of Profound Secrets anymore. On the contrary, they felt that he was extremely wise. As for Yi Yuan, he dwelled in deep seclusion these days and rarely showed his face, becoming mysterious. But very soon, another incident happened that made the entire deicide's upper echelons become depressed. Poorwork. Jin Rufeng vomited fresh blood, his entire person appearing very downcast. This was already the 7th time he vomited blood today. These days, the frequency of his blood vomiting had clearly increased dramatically, casting a shadow over the entire deicide. Didn't you say that there's still at least several thousand years' time? Why is it like this? Witch Cloud's expression was ugly as he said. Jin Rufeng had a haggard face, but his spirit was very healthy. He smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, old friend, this is a good thing. With your intelligence, can't you guess why is it like this?" Witch Cloud frowned and mused for a moment. Suddenly, his 2 eyes went wide, and he exclaimed, "You're saying that the inheritance grand arrays, which young friend G created, made the auras of the heavenly hidden world's geniuses skyrocket? That's why it added a heavy burden on you, and it hastened the arrival of this day?" Jin Rufeng nodded slightly and said, "This boy is truly a rare genius of the current age. With him around, why worry that our great cause won't succeed?" Witch Cloud frowned and said, "But don't you feel that he's a little strange recently? I heard the people below say he said that he won't be taking part in the war with the divine race. Could it be that he's actually someone who clings to life and fears death?" Jin Rufeng waved his hand and said, "How can someone who clings to life and fears death challenge the Century Celestial Palace by himself? My old friend, you make the arrangements. 3 days later, my Jin family's 100 people shall die martyrs in the performance of our duties and permanently S.H.I. plus ELD Heavenly Hidden World." Witch Cloud's expression changed. His eyes were glimmering with tears as he said, "Must it be so fast?" Jin Rufeng smiled and said, "What difference does a day earlier make? What does a day later matter? What's coming will always come. Oh, right. Have Yuan come too? I have some words to say to him." 3 days later, several 100,000 geniuses gathered. The Jin family's 100 major powers stood behind Jin Rufeng in silence. Many geniuses already had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. The silence currently was the prelude to a tragic song. Everyone knew what was going to happen next. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt sorrow in his heart too. He did not expect that because of his inheritance grand arrays, it actually accelerated Jin Rufeng's death. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the present era's top major power, but his power alone was insufficient to S.H.I. plus ELD Heaven's Secrets. Hence, these 100 major powers of the Jin family would be martyred together with him. The Jin family was really an admirable family. Yi Yuan saw that there was a child beside Jin Rufeng, who vaguely had the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets of the later generations. Yi Yuan was astonished. He did not expect that he could actually meet the next generation Profound Secrets here. Jian Rufeng stood proudly, his gaze sweeping over the group of geniuses, revealing a look of relief. Seeing these geniuses mature, well one by one, was the drive for his willing martyrdom. These geniuses were the human race's future. Seeing you all grow so quickly, this ancestor feels relieved. This ancestor dying in the cause of justice isn't considered a major event originally. But calling you all over today is to awaken the hot blood in your hearts with my death. Resistance will lead to death. Today, it's this ancestor dying for the cause of justice. In the future, the vast majority of you guys will similarly have to be martyred. You all remember this. Dying is very easy. Those who are alive are the ones carrying the burden and advancing. The burden on you all is thousands of times heavier than this ancestor. I hope that from this day forth, you all will go and cultivate with 1,000, 10,000 times the effort to exchange for the future hope of all races. Do you all understand? Each of Jian Rufeng's words was heavy, shocking the soul. The geniuses present all choked up. Jian Rufeng used his lofty sentiments to infect everyone present, including Yi Yuan. At this moment, the blood within his body seemed to be immolating too. How much did he want to stay behind to fight side by side with these lovable people? Yi Yuan thought of this. It was just that he knew that that was impossible, because the feeling of him leaving became stronger and stronger. He seemed to be able to feel an inexplicable call. Understood. The reply was as loud as a clap of thunder. Jian Rufeng looked at the child next to him, a hint of doting flash. H.I. plussing across in his eyes. He's called Jian Haoran, this ancestor's youngest son. He possesses this ancestor's bloodline. After I die, he'll be the next generation heavenly emperor. Profound secrets. Jian Rufeng said, "We pledge our lives to protect young Master Haoran." The group of geniuses said in a clear voice. But Jian Rufeng shook his head and said, "There are no cowards among my Jian family's men. Haoran, although you're young, Father's unfulfilled ambitions need you to fulfill them. Can you do it?" Although Jian Haoran was young, under Jian Rufeng's influence, he already had the air of a general. His childishness had yet to shed, as he said in a childish voice, "Our Jian family occupies the destiny of the human race, and we should be the first to bear hearts. H.I. plus P.S. and the last to enjoy comforts, devoting my life to duty till my heart ceases beating." Jian Rufeng laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Indeed, my good son, in such adverse circumstances, the Jian family could become such a leviathan. They indeed occupied the human race's destiny." But Jian Rufeng did not pat himself on the back, and instead regurgitation fed the human race with the Jian family's destiny, which was truly able to evoke praises and tears. Yi Yuan felt touched. Jian Haoran said this, and his family also did so. Even after tens of billions of years, his original intention never changed too. The Jian family's people were indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Jian Rufeng's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, and his pupils could not help shrinking. He had not seen Yi Yuan for some time already. Seeing him again at this time, he discovered that the aura on Yi Yuan's body underwent a huge change. Yi Yuan, this person, was clearly standing there, but it gave him an extremely unreal feeling, as if he was independent outside of this world. He could not help but recall those rumors. Could they be true? But what in the world was going on? Ji Qingyun, can you stay and save the myriad races from extreme misery? Jian Rufeng asked, being rather uncertain. Originally, he was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. With him around, that was why he would leave with peace of mind. But if Yi Yuan was not around, then would their efforts still succeed? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, waiting for his answer. Chapter 2394, Both Happy and Tragic. Chapter 2394, Both Happy and Tragic. Everyone used expectant gazes to look at Yi Yuan, hoping to get his affirmative answer. Presently, everyone understood the significance of Yi Yuan's existence. He was too important to the human race. Seeing these expectant gazes, Yi Yuan also could not bear it in his heart. He knew that these peerless geniuses, including Shang Heng, would not be able to escape the fate of demise in the future. Very sorry, I'm afraid that I can't do it. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, Buzz. The geniuses present exploded at once. Originally, this rumor was just some gossip. Many people did not believe it. But when Yi Yuan personally confirmed it, they could not accept it at all. Why? Lord Chief Instructor is the deity in my heart. He's actually so afraid of risking his neck. With His Excellency around, why worry about not being able to overthrow the divine race? Why? Why is he such a person? My G.O.D., the perfect image in my heart has collapsed. Following the appearance of the inheritance grand arrays, Yi Yuan was pushed up the altar. The growth in strength was visible to the naked eye. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses growing at the same time, this kind of increase could be rated as terrifying. Someone as powerful as Jian Rufeng could not endure it anymore as well. The delight of having growth and strength was something that no one could give to them. Profound secrets could S-H-I plus ELD heaven's secrets, but it was also just to not let the divine race discover them. It could not make them become stronger. The person who made them become stronger was Yi Yuan. This kind of means already Serpa. Said their imagination. So these few years, Yi Yuan had already been regarded by them as an existence on par with profound secrets. Even a fool could also tell how great the significance of these 18 inheritance grand arrays was. But now, Yi Yuan, who they viewed as AGOD, actually did not dare to face the divine race. This fact, they were seriously unable to accept it. Qingyun, where did the drive when you wiped out the century celestial palaces and faced countless divine race powerhouses by yourself back then? All go to. Witch Cloud shouted angrily and berated painfully. He was disappointed to the extreme with Yi Yuan's answer. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer him. This alchemy path's #1 person. But that was all established on the basis of overthrowing the divine race. Now, he discovered that Yi Yuan was actually such a person. This made him unable to accept it. Facing the questioning voices that filled the sky, Yi Yuan was just silent. Only Jian Rufeng was absorbed in thought. Waving his hand, he said in a solemn voice, All right, you all don't have to be like this. No matter how he chooses, that's his own business. No matter what, young friend Ji's contributions far outweigh his faults. It was him who brought us hope. Even if he chooses to leave, we don't have the qualifications to question him too. Finished saying, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Young friend Ji, no matter what, this ancestor represents all races, and thank you. As he said, he gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly returned the bow. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. Although they were unable to accept it emotionally, they understood that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's words were not wrong. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance, this plan that was carefully planned by Deicide might just be an aftermeal joke to the divine race. But with Yi Yuan's inheritance grand array, everything was different. After bowing, Jian Rufeng turned to his clansmen, his face revealing a reluctant look as he choked up and said, Gentlemen, having you all die together with me today, I, Jian Rufeng, have let you all down. Heavenly Tao Samsara, if there's an afterlife, I, Jian Rufeng, am willing to toil like a slave to repay you all. As he said, he also gave a deep bow toward his clan members. The clan members were greatly alarmed and returned the bow as they said, Family Head is overwhelming us. Family Head is doing it for the people of the world. We're willing to follow in death. Jian Rufeng's gaze turned intent, and he said in a clear voice, Good. You all are my Jian family's fine sons. Let's get started. Everyone said in unison, We follow Family Head's orders. This conversation did not have any pretentiousness for effect. It was full of a stirring and solemn belief spirit to die. Hundreds of thousands of hot-blooded men, How fired up with boundless enthusiasm were they? But at this time, they were already sobbing too much to talk. These hundreds of thousands of people, many of them were personally scouted by Jian Rufeng. Jian Rufeng was very heroic and generous as a person, with a leader's temperament that brought people into submission. Toward these juniors, he had never put on airs, rather like a brother being long-winded. Just like with Yi Yuan, after meeting him, Jian Rufeng directly designated him to be the chief instructor. This kind of breadth of spirit, even Yi Yuan was brought into submission. The rise of the human could not do without Yi Yuan, much less without Jian Rufeng. Yi Yuan only left behind inheritances. But this foundation was forged little by little, with Jian Rufeng expending countless years. To talk about contributions, Yi Yuan really did not dare to take credit. Why did the Jian family develop into the heaven-span world's #1 major family in the future? This was not unrelated to what Jian Rufeng paid back then. Regardless of whether it was the human race, or demon race, or fiend race, or other races, they would all give the Jian family face. Therefore, the Jian family's forces spread throughout the entire heaven-span world, but no one dared to say anything. Amidst the sobbing sounds, Jian Rufeng held his palm out. A blazing sun slowly rose in his palm. That blazing sun shone with boundless radiance, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The incomparably vigorous aura blotted out the sky and sun as if blocking this heaven and earth. His gaze swept over the faces of his clan members, and he said in a solemn voice, "I need your strength." "Who's first?" His voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance in looks to Jian Rufeng slowly walked out and said in a clear voice, "Big brother, I'll go first." Jian Rufeng's face twitched, but he forced a smile and said, "Ha, good brother, you go first, big brother will follow right after." That laughter virtually carried tears. This person was Jian Rufeng's younger brother, Jian Ruyun. Jian Ruyun did not say a word, traces of power gusts. Plus-ing out of his body, and merging into the blazing sun in Jian Rufeng's hand. Jian Ruyun's body was also becoming fainter bit by bit, turning lighter. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Jian Rufeng's eyes were long already wet with tears. A man would not easily shed tears until his heart was broken. Even for someone as strong as Jian Rufeng, how could he bear it under such circumstances? After Jian Ruyun, one powerhouse after another from the Jian family also followed closely behind. With the members of Jian family pious sing away one by one, it moved everyone present greatly. The originally sobbing sounds gradually turned into wailing sounds. The Jian family is righteous. Even if Shangheng, is dashed to pieces, I'll also suppress the divine race for all of eternity. Today, I swear in the name of heavenly Tao, if I shrink back in front of divine race one day, I'll never reincarnate for all of eternity. Shangheng swore to heaven in tears. I, Qin Shao, swear to heaven, I'll definitely expel the divine race in this lifetime. Nothing will shake my resolve. In the crowd, Qin Shao similarly swore. There was no idea how many swore an oath to heaven like them. It was also precisely starting from today that their aspirations became incomparably firm, all the way until the doomsday battle erupted. The blazing sun in Jian Rufeng's hand became larger and larger, and increasingly hotter. Finally, the Jian family's 100 powerhouses were all dead, while Jian Rufeng's tears had long already been dried by the blazing sun. Next, it was his turn. His gaze looked in Witch Cloud's direction, and he said, "Old friend, I leave everything in your hands." As he said in Estonese, Plussing aura surged wildly. Chapter 2395, Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Chapter 2395, Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Jian Rufeng's aura pierced the horizon as if going to punch through this sky. He was too strong, being able to surpa the divine race's strongest celestial master. Jian Rufeng's strength was beyond a doubt. From his body, countless filaments emerged, injecting into the sun crazily. The blazing sun slowly rose and flew higher and higher, heading straight for that horizon. His figure also gradually became illusory. Lord Profound Secrets, take care. Lord Profound Secrets, farewell. The geniuses knelt down one after another and paid obeisance towards Jian Rufeng's gradually dissipating figure over and over again. The bitter and painful atmosphere spread throughout the entire world. Suddenly, a drizzle floated down from the sky. Perhaps even heaven was moved too, right? Yi Yuan's throat choked up. Even if he had long already known the ending, he could not resist weeping at this time too. Cultivators, who did not hope for longevity, did not hate to part with the secular world. Even Yi Yuan was unable to rise above conventions too. Did Jian Rufeng not have any reluctance to part with this world? Of course he had. Yi Yuan saw too much reluctance in his eyes. He could not bear to part with his younger brother, his youngest son, and could not bear to part with the foundation that he created. But he still left resolutely, as if this world already had no one who could hold him. How much courage did this require? If there was a clear future, Jian Rufeng's sacrifice might be very meaningful. But Yi Yuan knew that everyone present had too many uncertainties about the future. Among them, it included Jian Rufeng himself. If his sacrifice could not exchange for the rise of the myriad races, if in the future the divine race suppressed the myriad races, then his sacrifice would have no meaning at all. But he still wanted to do it unswervingly. At this very moment, any words were feeble. Jian Rufeng might not have been the strongest person in 2 epochs, but he was the #1 virtuous person in 2 epochs, fully deserving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan saw that the resolve in the eyes of the geniuses was unprecedented. Jian Rufeng was burning himself and igniting the hope of the myriad races. Ji Qingyun, is your heart made out of stone? Facing everything that Profound Secrets has done, don't you feel ashamed standing here? Do you want him to die with his eyes open? All of a sudden, Witch Cloud burst out, questioning Yi Yuan. Everyone knew what Yi Yuan's existence signified. If deicide originally only had one spiritual pillar, that would be Jian Rufeng. But all these had quietly changed following Yi Yuan's arrival. Very soon, deicide became a dualistic structure. Jian Rufeng and Yi Yuan were both the leaders in everyone's hearts. Now, Jian Rufeng was about to pass away. Yi Yuan was the best successor. But Yi Yuan actually had no intention of taking part. Hence, Witch Cloud wanted to use this shout to redeem Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior Witch Cloud, it is not that this G doesn't want to, but that I can't. You, just why is it? Witch Cloud's eyes were full of incomprehension. He could clearly feel Yi Yuan's emotion, but just what was it that made him so full of misgivings? Ha! So that's how it is. Turns out that's how it is. Right at this time, Jian Rufeng suddenly burst into laughter, as if realizing something. His figure already became extremely illusory and might disappear at any time. He looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said, Old friend, don't make things difficult for him anymore. The things that he's shouldering are what we cannot comprehend. Everyone listen. From today onward, Ji Qingyun will be respected as a saint. I, Tled Saint Azure. I hope that everyone will pass down his achievements and contributions forever. Everyone remember, his contributions are far above this ancestors. Witch Cloud was greatly surprised, not understanding why Jian Rufeng said so. But he knew that Jian Rufeng definitely saw a trace of heaven's secret on his deathbed. Just what was it that he saw? Who in the world was this Ji Qingyun? Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan again, his gaze already becoming different. That look carried heavy surprise and wonder. Jian Rufeng gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Many thanks for young friend's help. Please accept a bow from this Jian. Yi Yuan naturally knew what he saw and said with a sigh, Senior, you don't have to be like this. Everything is foreordained by heaven. Jian Rufeng shook his head and said, Heavens will has destiny and has variables. Heavens will mocks men, And don't people affect heaven's will? The cause and effect. Probably even heavenly Tao can't explain it clearly, right? This Jian will be going. Young friend carries a heavy burden and has a long road ahead. Please take care. Yi Yuan also bowed down and said, Senior seeks virtue and acquires it. This junior definitely won't let you down. Jian Rufeng smiled slightly, his entire person turning into a wisp of light breeze, disappearing. And that blazing sun also gradually rose above the sky, emitting waves of terrifying undulations, completely covering up the heavenly hidden world's heaven secrets. Since then, 2 suns floated up in the sky of the heavenly hidden world. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling like his body was hollowed out. The crying gradually ceased. What replaced it was a deathly silence. There were several 100,000 people present, but not the slightest bit of sound was emitted. Clearly, they were all immersed in grief, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. No idea how long had passed, said either, which Cloud heaved a long sigh and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Heaven's secrets can't be revealed, but old friend's words on his deathbed. It definitely won't be a careless remark. He thanked young friend Ji, and this old man thanks you too. From today onwards, you are Saint Azure. As he said, Witch Cloud directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This old man, Witch Cloud, pays respect to Saint Azure. Paying respect to Saint Azure. Everyone knelt down toward Yi Yuan, the shouting shocking the heavens. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and was somewhat melancholic as he said, Senior's words on his deathbed. This G doesn't dare to refuse. But Senior Profound Secrets' actions are sufficient to be conferred as a saint. This saint will posthumously canonize him as Saint Profound. Everyone doesn't have objections, right? Witch Cloud bowed and said, Yes, we obey Saint Azure's words. From today onward, you, an old friend, will be called Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Saint, a saint, men of great talent and virtue for eternity. To get this qualification, one must be respected together by all races. Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said with a sigh, Senior, this saint knows that you're filled with puzzlement, but you also know this. Heaven's secrets can't be divulged. Some things the saint really can't explain it. Witch Cloud's expression flickered incessantly, but he nodded his head in the end. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Little Profound Secrets, and he forced a smile as he said, Good job. You definitely won't be worse than your father in the future. You are also someone who has the qualification to be conferred as a saint. Little Profound Secrets was still young, but he already quite had the air of his father. Hearing that, Lit Profound Secrets nodded and said, Saint Azure, rest assured. Howren definitely won't let you and father down. Yi Yuan smiled and arrived before Shanghang again, and he said smilingly, I hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. All right, Saint Profound is already said away. It's also time for this saint to leave. Farewell. Finished saying, Yi Yuan took a step out and already vanished in front of everyone. Jian Rufeng triggered heaven's secrets before dying. Yi Yuan had a foreboding that his time here seemed to be coming to an end. Hence, Yi Yuan went out of the heavenly hidden world. Several years later, the entire heaven-span world was plunged into endless darkness. A violent storm suddenly raged above the boundless and endless sea of East Billow. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky. A figure disappeared from this SPAC team. Chapter 2396, Return. Chapter 2396, Return. 3 years have already passed, said, and yet that kid hasn't woken up yet. Most likely, he won't be able to wake up anymore. Haha, good that he can't wake up. If not for that punk, it would have been impossible for me to not even obtain the 10 major inheritances. Best that he'll be a living corpse in the future. Haha. Brother Carefree's resentment towards him is very deep, but thanks to him, we can cultivate for 1,000 years more in the primeval war realm. That's right. That's right. Haha. If he knows about this in the SPAC C-Team Turbulence. He'll probably be angered until he vomits blood, right? In the primeval war realm's celestial beast plane, several young men had just finished a great battle and were currently discussing about Yi Yuan, who was swept into the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence. One of them was precisely bleak carefree, Yu Tanji, who harbored deep resentment toward Yi Yuan. 3 years' time had already passed, set in the outside world since Yi Yuan was swept into the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence, which was also 300 years in the primeval war realm. The primeval war realm was indeed a holy land for cultivation. These 300 years to them, these unpredictable children, their improvement had been tremendous. The strengths of Utanji, these people were already able to enter the celestial beast plane to kill fierce beasts. Because of Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets made the exception and let the unpredictable children continue staying in the primeval war realm to cultivate. As for the outside world affairs, he could only request those big shots to come forward and monitor the divine race's activities strictly. Fortunately, in these 3 years, the divine race did not cause too big of a commotion. Both parties were currently in a stalemate. Among the few people, a youth in black robes said with a cold snort, "Yu Tanji, you're a little too narrow-minded. If Yi Yuan really can't come back, that will be a massive loss to our human race. Perhaps our human race will fall into a state of eternal damnation. At that time, I hope that you can still laugh." But Yu Tanji said disdainfully, "Wan Zhen, don't you scare this young in. Blee anymore, saying it like we haven't witnessed the divine race before. Let me tell you this, before this young in. Blee came in, I've already had a taste of the divine race's powerhouses. 2 words, merely thus. They are indeed much stronger than ordinary human powerhouses, but to us, these top unpredictable children, they are not considered very strong. Whether that punk dies or not doesn't have much influence on the battle situation. Moreover, do you feel that someone can escape from the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence?" Utanji made no attempt to hide his dislike for Yi Yuan. Because of Yi Yuan, he could not even enter the top 11, losing an opportunity to become stronger. "Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Just as Utanji was gloating over others' misfortune, a voice seemingly came from eternity, making everyone present jump in fright. Utanji's expression changed wildly, and he exclaimed, Who is it? Playing tricks? Get out for this young in. Blee." He spread his divine sense out, but could not find any clues at all. But right at this time, a shocking scene appeared. The void had an opening torn open by someone. This kind of tearing was not just traversing through the void, but C-Team being torn apart at the same time. As if someone crawled out of the long river of time, and a figure walked out of that opening. Yi Yuan. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this person in disbelief. This figure was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who had traveled back from the previous epoch. When he went, it was him who triggered Heaven's secrets. But when he returned, it was Jian Ruffing who triggered Heaven's secrets, connecting the 2 S.P.A.C. teams. Perhaps it was inevitable. Maybe it was accidental. But the trip to the ancient times touched Yi Yuan's heart deeply. This journey, he felt like he had spent as long as tens of billions of years. Clearly just a few thousand years of life, but he felt like he had experienced seas change in a mulberry fields and mulberry fields in the seas. When he returned, his mentality was already completely different. All the way until he heard Utanji's voice in the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence, did a sense of warmth arose spontaneously. When he saw Yi Yuan again, Wan Zhen felt like he did not know him anymore. The person was still that person, but the feeling that he gave him was totally different. Originally, when they looked at Yi Yuan, he was like a little brother. But the current Yi Yuan, standing in front of him, he seemed to be facing a major power who had experienced the ACCU, mulation of countless years. Somewhat like Grand Ancestor S. P. A. C Team. No, he was even more archaic than Grand Ancestor S. P. A. C Team, and made people not dare to look directly at him. Why Yuan? How is this possible? You were clearly swept into the S. P. A. C Team turbulence. How can you possibly return to reality? Yu Tanji had an expression like he had seen a ghost, even stammering when talking. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Tanji, shook his head, and said with a sigh, being able to go naturally means being able to return. What's strange about it? Also, that kind of ignorant words just now, don't say them in the future. The divine race's true elites haven't appeared at all. You're being ignorantly boastful here. Who gave you the courage? The ancient times' myriad races majors had immensely formidable means. Which one wasn't stronger than you? But they were nearly completely annihilated under the divine race's cruel oppression. I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Yi Yuan had witnessed before the ancient times geniuses. In terms of talent, temperament, and courage, they were virtually 100 times stronger than Yu Tanji. It seemed like the human race had indeed been comfortable for too long. Yu Tanji smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What you being C? Oh, C. KY in front of this young in. Oh, believe for. In these 300 years, this young in. Oh, Blee cultivated bitterly, my cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. I'm G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than back then. But you drifted in the S, P, A, C Team turbulence for 300 years. Right now, you're not this young in. Oh, Blee's match at all. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young in? Oh, Blee. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being unable to stifle his laughter. In ancient times, he was already canonized as a saint. Although his strength had not reached the apex, his aura of a sovereign was already formed. Was this Yu Tanji blind to actually not even be able to perceive this, to actually provoke him? Only to see him stand with his hands behind his back as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then bring out the strength that you've cultivated bitterly these few years, and let me take a look." Yu Tanji grinned hideously and said, "I had precisely that intention. You caused this young in. Oh, Blee to fail to get the 10 major inheritances. Today, I'll take back a bit of interest first. After going out of the primeval war realm, this young in. Oh, Blee will make you regret being born in this world." After talking, Yu Tanji released his divine essence, his aura skyrocketing. He had actually reached peak 9th firmament heavenly emperor already. He was just half a step away from Deva realm. To him, there was no difficulty in transcending Deva first blight at all, and his power of laws was also several times stronger than before. These 300 years, he worked harder after knowing humiliation, and his strength was indeed no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, the Wan Zhun by the side revealed a strange look. Before Yi Yuan left back then, he could still see Yi Yuan's actual situation clearly. But now, he could not see through Yi Yuan at all. The present Wan Zhun, having obtained the 10 major inheritances and also having experienced 300 years of bitter cultivation, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, when he faced the current Yi Yuan, he did not even have the courage to attack at all anymore. Did Yu Tanji, this guy's head, have a hole? Can't he see how powerful Yi Yuan was? Ha ha, go and die. Yu Tanji released his strength fully, SMAs. Plussing over towards Yi Yuan like a group of meteors. This move could likely even forcefully contend with Deva powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not have the intention of making a move. Chapter 2397, Reunion that spanned SBAC Team. Chapter 2397, Reunion that spanned SPAC Team. A second ago, Yu Tanji's momentum was a Stonies. Plussing, as if going to decimate this world. But in the next second, his figure backed away involuntarily. After a bout of tossing down, he actually returned to his original point again. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. He thought that Yi Yuan became very strong, but he did not expect that he became so strong. Just now, Yi Yuan merely relied on spatial law, and he forced Yu Tanji back to his original point without even making a move. This is also too strong, right? Why did his strength become even more unfathomable in the C team turbulence? Originally thought that he had a slim chance of surviving, but who knew that he already made all of us look up to him? The shock that this scene earlier brought to the group of unpredictable children was too intense. Originally, Yi Yuan still needed to use the true Nirvana sword formation to deal with them, these unpredictable children. But 300 years pass, said Yi Yuan did not even need to make a move, and he forced Yu Tanji back. One had to know, this was the Yu Tanji who had already made great progress, and not the Yu Tanji back then. Impossible. Impossible. Why is your spatial law strong to this kind of extent? What on earth did you experience inside the spatial turbulent flow? Yu Tanji said with a dazed look. This exchange, just now, it hit him too hard. Although the previous Yi Yuan was monstrous, he did not exceed their imagination. But now, he already could not see Yi Yuan clearly anymore. Yi Yuan already reached a level that he was too far behind to catch up. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, "A cleansing of the soul, a tragic song of blood and years. Of course, you may never be able to understand these." Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. Just then, several powerful auras burst out of the sky. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and the rest felt the fluctuations in C team, they rushed over. When Profound Secrets saw Yi Yuan, he was overjoyed at first, but very soon his expression changed wildly. There was also Shang Hang, who had virtually the same expression as him. "Senior, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura seems like a person?" Profound Secrets felt that his mouth was a little dry. That person, he would never be able to forget. He had never seen that person's true face before. But that person's aura, he would never forget it. It was him and his father. They were the ones who were called Azure and Profound Dual Saints. It was him who created an unprecedented flurries. Plusing age. Shang Hang's expression had an indescribable shock as he muttered, This is impossible. How can this be possible? In a long river of time, the time that person existed was merely a snap of a finger. But it was that snap of the fingers that created a new era. Yi Yuan superimposed the Yi Yuan in front of him together with that figure who traversed the endless long river of C team. They were actually exactly the same. At that time, he could not see that person's true face clearly. But now, he could see this person extremely clearly. Hang on. This must be an illusion. How can this sort of thing possibly happen? Shang Hang had a panicky look. The others did not understand what it meant, and did not know why these two great sovereigns would suddenly become so panicky. Although Yi Yuan's return was miraculous, it was also not to the extent of making them become like this, right? When the world happened, even Ancestor Lightning had a blank face too. He did not know what could make a supreme major power like Shang Hang have such a visible change in countenance. When the world happened to Yi Yuan, Senior Shang, what's wrong with you? Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Ancestor Lightning said in confusion. Shang Hang trembled, only then abruptly startled awake and said, Right? Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Misconception. Ha ha ha. It must be a misconception. Isn't that so, Profound Secrets brat? He turned to look at Profound Secrets and discovered that Profound Secrets was currently looking at him extremely seriously. Shang Hang was immediately like a deflated ball. Profound Secrets shut his eyes and took a deep breath as if digesting something. After a long time, he opened his eyes again and slowly let out a turbid breath as he said, Senior Shang, I think. I understand. Shang Hang's expression was ugly as he said, What did you understand? Profound Secrets said solemnly. That person appeared bafflingly and left. Similarly, incomprehensibly, just like he appeared out of the blue and disappeared into thin air again. Do you still remember what he said? It wasn't unwillingness, but couldn't. Why couldn't? Because he doesn't belong to that era at all. Do you still remember my father's sudden enlightenment while on his deathbed? The heaven's secrets that he saw through must be this. Also, do you remember what he last said to you? Shang Heng's entire body trembled, his eyes widening and looking toward Yi Yuan. Hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. When I still have a bout of destiny in the future. This destiny shall span SP, a C team. Even after endless years, Shang Heng still remembered that person's words extremely clearly, because that person affected his whole life. Are you really Lord Saint Azure? Shang Heng used all the strength in his body and asked Yi Yuan. Hearing Saint Azure 2 words, Ancestor Lightning's whole body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. Tanic waves being set off in his heart. This name, there was long already no one who remembered it in this epic. But in the last epic, he was one of the 2 people that the myriad races admired. When he entered the heavenly hidden world, Azure and profound dual saints were long gone. But their great names had never been cut off from his ears before. It was Saint Profound who one time for the myriad races with the S, H, I, plus elding of heaven's secrets. It was Saint Azure who set up 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors. Without these 2 people, there would not be today's heaven-span world too. With these 2 people, there would not be him, this ancestor lightning. But how could this blazing, sun-like name be connected to this immature youth before his eyes? Yi Yuan was silent all along. But at this time he smiled brightly and said, Shang Heng, long time no see. You done very well. Thud. Shang Heng was filled with a multiple. 1, 2 to feelings, tears streaming down his old face. He actually directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Shang Heng is incompetent and failed to completely defeat the divine race. I'll let your excellency down. This supreme powerhouse, who was akin to a divinity, was crying like a child at this time. Ancestor Lightning, Wanjun, Yutanji, Pangjun, as well as the numerous powerhouses present, all opened their mouths wide, shocked until they were unable to think. They had long already known about this old man's ident. One time, he was the strongest person since time immemorial and not one of. This person was in existence who could have a showdown with the divine race's supreme powerhouse, Tianqing. He was the well-deserving human race's #1 person. But he actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Although a lot was said, they still did not understand what in the world happened. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. The muscles on Profound Secrets' face twitched endlessly. But in the end, it turned into a long sigh, and he also knelt down beside Shang Heng. Jian Haoran pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, no matter how complicated this was, Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie of Saint Azure was undoubtedly ascertained. Saint Azure was in existence on par with his own father. When he saw Saint Azure, he had a kneel. Chapter 2398. Without him, there won't be you all. Chapter 2398. Without him, there won't be you all. If Sei Shang Heng's kneel was still within the scope of everyone's understanding, then Profound Secrets' kneel subverted everyone's understanding. No matter how strong Shang Heng was, he was presently just a wisp of remnant thought too. How strong he was, these unpredictable children could not imagine it too. Time was sufficient to dilute everything. But Profound Secrets was the present era's #1 person. To some extent, his status was even higher than Dao ancestors. Dao ancestors were strong, that was strong in power. But the Jin family's tens of billions of years of operation, their forces spread to every corner of the heaven-span world. The great name of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. There were none who did not know in the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He was the strongest person living at the moment. His kneel represented that the heaven-span world's top powerhouse today bowed his head in submission in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of surprise could not be described using words at all. The group of unpredictable children exchanged glances, shocked beyond recognition. What on earth happened? Yi Yuan merely made a trip into the S.P.A. team turbulence. So why did Lord Profound Secrets kneel towards him? Saint Azure? Who the H.E.L.L. is that? To actually be able to make an ancient supreme powerhouse and the present era's strongest person kneel down at the same time. Yi Yuan's age is merely a few thousand years old. So what right does he have to make two supreme powerhouses kneel? A belly full of questions was like a cat scratching, making them uncomfortable to the extreme. Just a few centuries ago, Yi Yuan was still competing with them for the supreme inheritance. But making a trip to the S.P.A. team turbulence, it was as if the whole world had changed. Seeing these two people kneel, Yi Yuan was also filled with a multiple. 1, 2 to feelings and said with a sigh, "All get up. The seas have already changed into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. I'm just Yi Yuan, not Saint Azure." But Profound Secrets shook his head firmly and said, "Saint Azure is Saint Azure, unless the myriad races are destroyed. Otherwise, you'll always be Saint Azure. Without you, there wouldn't be the myriad races' 10 billion years of stability. Without you, the myriad races will still be trampled under the divine race's feet. Even if seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry field into seas, it also can't cover up your achievements." Talking up to here, he turned to everyone again and said, "Everyone, all come and offer greetings to Saint Azure." This sentence carried an unquestionable majesty. He was not discussing with everyone, but he was commanding everyone. Yutanji had a look of refusal to comply on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "What bulls? H.I. plus T. Saint Azure. Based on what? He's merely a brat who's still wet behind his ears. What right does he have to make me kneel? Yeah, Lord Profound Secrets. Did you get the wrong person? He's Yi Yuan, not this Saint Azure you're talking about." The group of unpredictable children could not get over this hurdle in their hearts at all. Making them kneel towards a peer, they could not do it. But Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Yutanji, "Insulting Saint Azure is regarded as insulting the myriad races. Yutanji, you have been disqualified. Everything that you obtained in the primeval war realm, this emperor will also take it back." Profound Secrets' eyes turned dark, pointing a finger at Yutanji. Yutanji's entire body trembled, feeling like something in his body was stripped away. His strength was regressing rapidly. Very soon, it returned to the level when he had just entered the primeval war realm. He had a look of horror and said, My strength." Profound Secrets' gaze was cold as he said, "The primeval war realm was created by me. As long as your consciousness hasn't returned to your body yet, I can take it back at any time." Profound Secrets could strip these countless inheritances from the ancient battlefield. Wanting to strip away the strength that Yutanji obtained was naturally accomplished with ease. He worked hard here for more than 1,000 years. He did not expect that in the end, it was all for naught. He actually did not obtain anything. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. If he had long known it would be like this, why did he have to run his mouth earlier? Except, he completely did not understand what kind of existence Saint Azure was in the eyes of Profound Secrets and Shanghang. The group of unpredictable children was transfixed like wooden chickens. Clearly, they did not think that it would play out like this. At the same time, they also came to understand how sacred and inviolable Saint Azure's status in Profound Secrets' heart was. Wanjun was a sensible person, so he took the lead to kneel first. Profound Secrets might recognize him wrongly, but it was impossible for Profound Secrets and Shanghang, 2 people, to recognize wrongly at the same time. Clearly, judging from these 2 people's expressions earlier, they themselves also felt that it was too inconceivable. They had always been denying this fact, but also had no choice but to accept this fact. But even so, the 2 of them still knelt down without the slightest hesitation. This was sufficient to show how lofty Saint Azure's status was. This kneel, Yi Yuan was deserving of it. With Wan Zhen taking the lead, no matter how unwilling the other unpredictable sons were, they had to kneel too. Otherwise, if they had their strength taken back by profound secrets, that would be awkward. Hence, the others knelt down one after another. Profound Secrets' gaze looked at Yutanji coldly as he said in a chilly voice, "Why? You aren't kneeling yet?" Yutanji, being looked at, felt as if he fell into a bottomless ice abyss, and he knelt down with a thud. Having his strength taken back, and he still had to kneel. Yutanji even had the thought of wanting to cry at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was an existence that he could not provoke. Even his family's ancestor, if he really provoked Profound Secrets, he would be annihilated with a snap of a finger. In this heaven-span world, apart from Dao ancestors, there were none who could contend with the Jian family. Everyone knelt down one after another, leaving only Ancestor Lightning still standing there alone. Profound Secrets said in a cold voice, "Pang Tian, have you forgotten who bestowed you this crown of Dao, Ancestor?" This time, Profound Secrets did not call out Ancestor Lightning, but he called his real name Pang Tian. This was reminding him not to forget his origin. Without Azure and Profound Dual Saints, there would not be today's Ancestor Lightning. Ancestor Lightning's expression flickered incessantly. Others could kneel, but he was the paramount Dao ancestor. How could he kneel? However, as an ancient existence who similarly survived from the previous epoch, he was deeply aware of Azure and Profound Dual Saint status in that era. He was also clear that there was nothing wrong with Profound Secrets' words. He took a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, "Are you sure that he's Saint Azure?" Profound Secrets nodded and said, "Irrefutable." Before this, his body didn't have that aura. But this time, he retrieved the aura that belonged to him originally from the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence. Therefore, he's Saint Azure. Ancestor Lightning was silent. Finally, he still knelt down slowly. "Everyone, kneel thrice and kowtow 9 times. Pay respects to Saint Azure." Profound Secrets said in a clear voice, "We pay respects to Saint Azure." Under Profound Secrets' lead, everyone carried out the etiquette of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows in Yi Yuan's direction. This was the highest level courtesy. After the ceremony, Yi Yuan sighed slightly and said with a bitter smile, "All get up. Not just you guys, this saint also feels that it's inconceivable until now. But since the 2 of you recognize this saint, then it also confirms that this isn't an empty dream. It's just that this is a little too inconceivable." Profound Secrets nodded and said, "It's naturally not an empty dream. The 18 inheritance grand arrays created the human race's eternal prosperity. Body is able to erase this." Done talking, his gaze swept over all of the unpredictable children, and he said in a solemn voice, "I know that you all feel dissatisfied, feeling that Lord Saint Azure is peers with you guys, and isn't worthy of accepting the ceremony of bowing and kowtow. But without him, this world won't have you all." Chapter 2399, 10 Billion Years as a Place to Cultivate. Chapter 2399, 10 Billion Years as a Place to Cultivate. Lord Profound Secrets, your words are too much, right? Without him, there won't be us? These words sound really strange. Pang Zhen said in a solemn voice. At this time, only he dared to speak up, but his words indeed represented the inner voices of the unpredictable children. Profound Secrets did not speak, but Shangheng laughed coldly and said, "That's because you all don't know how great the contributions Azure and Profound Dual Saints made to the myriad races. These 2 people created an era. Saint Profound, who is also Profound Secrets Brat's father, offered up the lives of 100 Jian clan members as the price, to ignite the sun of heaven's secrets and conceal heaven's secrets, winning a respite for the human race. Saint Azure left behind 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors, as well as countless powerhouses for the myriad races. Otherwise, who do you all think these 10 billion years of prosperity and stability were captured by? If you all don't know how strong grand ancestors are, then this ancestor will tell you guys. As he said, he pointed at ancestor lightning and said with a proud expression, when this ancestor was in my prime, even if he's augmented by rule, he might not be this ancestor's match too. Of course, if heavenly Tao takes back his power of rule, it's as easy as turning my hand over for this ancestor to kill him. This, all around, came a series of cold air being sucked in sounds. This statement completely subverted their imagination. Weren't Tao ancestors invincible existences? This old man before their eyes was actually so strong at his heyday. The 18 Tao ancestor-level powerhouses. This was simply unimaginable. This kind of horrifying strength actually lost to the divine race. The divine race was actually so strong. Profound Secrets nodded his head and added, the last doomsday battle was fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, mountains and rivers shattering. The 18 grand ancestors all died. The myriad races had countless powerhouses who perished. But even so, we failed to completely defeat the divine race too. You all can imagine how strong the divine race is. Therefore, without Saint Azure, even if my father ignited the sun of heaven's secrets, the myriad races would have ultimately ended in failure too. If that was the case, it would have likely caused a catastrophic blow to the myriad races. Where will you all come from? Therefore, you all can be disrespectful toward this emperor, but absolutely can't be disrespectful towards Saint Azure. From today onwards, if anyone dares to be disrespectful towards Saint Azure, once it reaches this emperor's ears, this emperor will hunt him down to the ends of the world. The group of unpredictable children was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. This secret from 10 billion years ago, they had never heard it before. The era was too distant. They were simply unable to imagine what kind of extreme misery the myriad races were living in back then. These two people's words exploded in their ears like claps of thunder. Only then did they know how tragic the previous doomsday battle was. Only then did they know how strong the ancient time myriad race powerhouses were. Compared to the ancient times, the current myriad races powerhouses were simply dross. Plus, no wonder Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would raise such a big rumpus, gathering 1,000,000 unpredictable children to undergo the battle of geniuses. Pang Zhun had a dumbfounded look and could not resist asking Ancestor Lightning. Ancestors, what he said true? Aren't Tao ancestors invincible existences? Ancestor Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still nodded his head and said, when Senior Shang was at his prime, he can annihilate Deva Fifth Blights with one hand. His S.P.A. C-Team Law already reached an inconceivable level. If this ancestor doesn't rely on the power of law, I'm not his match at all. How is this possible? Not Tao ancestor, but stronger than Tao ancestors? Can a person's strength actually reach such a terrifying level? With Ancestor Lightning acknowledging that he was inferior to Shang Heng, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Even a Tao ancestor was not a match. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Then what kind of monster was the Saint Azure who could groom such a terrifying existence? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Were all these really done by him? Yu Tanji's expression flickered indeterminately, and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Profound Secrets, but what has this got to do with Yi Yuan? What Saint Azure has done, this junior admires endlessly too. But Yi Yuan is someone from 10 billion years later. So how can he possibly go to the ancient times to teach you all? Furthermore, just this bit of strength, what right does he have to have taught a character like Grand Ancestor S.P. a C-Team? Also, even if he traveled through S.P. a C-Team this time, he wasn't even born yet 10 billion years ago. How could he have taught you all? Could it be that everything that happened today is actually still 10 billion years ago? None of these makes sense. Clearly, he still did not believe it. Yu Tanji's series of questions was the key to this issue. 10 billion years ago, Yi Yuan's grandfather's grandfather was not even born yet. How did Yi Yuan go and teach them? Profound Secrets' his brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he could not answer this question either. But he was certain that Yi Yuan was Saint Azure. This was indisputable. Saint Azure came out of thin air and also left baselessly. Before my father died, he saw a trace of heaven's secrets too. He said that the things that Saint Azure is shouldering, we're all unable to understand it. But now, this emperor understands. Profound Secrets said in a solemn voice. Yu Tanji was still unrelenting as he said, if all these were just a coincidence, didn't you, Lord Profound Secrets, not have seen Saint Azure's true face too? As long as he proved that Yi Yuan was not Saint Azure, everything could be discussed. What right did Yi Yuan have to become Saint Azure? But these words really stumped Profound Secrets. Humph, you brat. What the H-E-L? I do you know. The profundities of time and S-P. See, these two great supreme laws forget about you. Even this ancestor can hardly get a complete picture too. At this time, Shang Hang snorted coldly and said, do you know why SP? Hey, C-Team Reversal Chaos this move is called this name? Haha, this ancestor has only used this move once in my lifetime. That's in that battle to deal with Tianqing. Because once this move is used, even I can't control the direction of time, and S-P-A-C-2. This ancestor can't beat Tianqing and can only exile him to the S-P-A-C-Team Turbulence. Under this move, S-P-A-C-Team will turn chaotic. Those who are exiled will forever be lost in the chaotic S-P-A-C-Team. Lord Saint Azure triggered the S-P-A-C-Team Reversal Chaos. A reverse chaos happened between these two S-P-A-C-Team. The events of the two S-P-A-C-Team really happened. It's just that because of the disorder of S-P-A-C-Team, the order is already not important. Or should I say, the S-P-A-C-Team of these 10 billion years is all chaotic. Now, Lord Saint Azure returned. Only now is the S-P-A-C-Team of these 10 billion years considered complete. These 300 years, he leaped across S-P-A-C-Team and took back the name of Saint Azure. These 10 billion years of S-P-A-C-Team, it is merely Saint Azure's place to cultivate. His accomplishments in S-P-A-C-Team law in the future will be far above this ancestor's. As long as he's given sufficient time, he'll be able to sweep away the divine race by himself. In terms of understanding S-P-A-C-Team law, no one in this world could compare to Shang Hang. This explanation of it shocked everyone even more until they were dumbstruck with amazement. Regarding the S-P-A-C-Team samsara of 10 billion years as his own training land, this kind of means was simply inconceivable. S-P-A-C-Team law, it was simply hard for ordinary people to surmise. They were not tangible and material like other laws. They really existed, but could not be touched at all. Furthermore, when they reached an extremely profound level, it was even harder for ordinary people to imagine. Chapter 2400, Ma.S.Civ Crisis. Chapter 2400, Ma.S. Civ Crisis. Ha ha! Tianqing finally returned from the S-P-A-C-Team Turbulence. Shang Hang, so what even if you exiled me into the S-P-A-C-Team Turbulence? This ancestor returning like a king. Who can stop me in this era? Ha ha! Not long after Yi Yuan returned to the primeval war realm, a middle-aged man dressed in ragged clothes rushed out of the void, laughing wildly without ceasing. His voice was akin to rolling thunder, virtually making the entire world tremble. Although this middle-aged man was in tattered clothes, the aura on his body was virtually SMA's. H.I. plus ing through this firmament. With every action, it was as if heaven and earth moved along with him. This middle-aged man was none other than precisely the Tianqing who was exiled into the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence by Shanghang. An epoch later, he finally returned. Tianqing's appearance immediately caused a great panic. He did not conceal his aura. Within a radius of 10 million miles, all of the powerhouses trembled endlessly under his pressure. Even some reclusive heavenly emperor old monsters were alarmed one after another too. Tianqing. Who is Tianqing? How can he be so powerful? Too strong. I feel that this is simply facing heavenly Tao. What does this person want to do? His aura seems to be different from ours. He wouldn't be of the divine race, right? Some people were frightened until their faces turned green, fleeing for their lives in a panic. The heaven-span world had as many powerhouses as clouds, but even Ninth Firmament Heavenly Emperor mighty experts could not cause such a terrifying commotion too. The divine race's supreme expert coming into being, it immediately alarmed countless powerhouses. Suddenly, Tianqing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Sure enough, the present heaven-span world has already been occupied by these ants. A bunch of ants who overestimate their own ability to actually dare affront the might of heaven. Today, I'll make you all disappear from this world." Done talking, he flicked his finger. An invisible stream of force tore across the air. An apocalyptic power instantly covered a vast expanse of open ground. Boom! Several cities that were not far from him were instantly turned to ashes. The billions of powerhouses in these dozens of cities were left without corpses. The power of a single strike was utterly appalling. Tianqing's face was indifferent, as if he just killed a bunch of ants. However, he was clearly not satisfied yet, his figure moving, disappearing from his original spot. Very soon, cities of varying sizes completely disappeared from the heaven-span world one after another. This commotion immediately caused a huge wave in the heaven-span world. This undulation was too terrifying. There was no way for them to not know too. In the divine race camp, there was elated dancing and cheering. "Ha ha! We finally waited it out. With Lord Tianqing returning, it's time for us to sweep across the heaven-span world. Those foolish humans think that we're scared of Tao ancestors. They completely didn't know that we were waiting for Lord Tianqing's return. An epic of waiting, and finally, it's time for the divine race to reign over the world again. Among the divine race's 8 lineages, the heaven lineage was revered as supreme. The heaven lineage respected Tianqing as supreme. Tianqing was the divine race's God. His might could not be measured using words at all. Destruction with a snap of a finger, it was referring to him. His battle with Shanghang back then riddled the heaven-span world full of holes. Shanghang fighting against him with S.P. His C in time, 2 great laws, was a notch inferior to him too. Finally, Shanghang had no choice but to activate S.P.A. C-Team Reversal Chaos, exiling Tianqing. Only then was there the human race's final victory. Now, Tianqing returned, and Shanghang was already no longer here. Who was Tianqing's match? "Father, things are bad." The divine race's progenitor, Tianqing, returned from the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence and struck violently in the heaven-span world, destroying thousands of cities. Ancestor Water, Ancestor Fire, Ancestor Wind, 3 great Tao ancestors took action at the same time. After a great battle, Tianqing escaped back to the divine race with heavy injuries. The 3 great Tao ancestors also sustained severe injuries. Jian Yunxin entered the primeval war realm in a panic, bringing in this earth-shattering news. Everyone fell into shock. "What did you say?" Tianqing returned from the S.P.A. C-Team Turbulence? Profound Secrets' entire body trembled as he said absent-mindedly. Ancestor Lightning's expression also changed wildly, and he said, "The 3 of them joining hands wasn't Tianqing's match. Each and every one of the unpredictable children present was shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. His power alone seriously wounded 3 great Tao ancestors. This kind of strength was simply too terrifying. It turned out that Grand Ancestor C team was not boasting. The divine race strength was really too powerful. Only then did they understand why these ancient era powerhouses were so apprehensive of the divine race. That was Tao ancestor, especially Yutanji. His face was deathly pale. Only then did he know how ignorant he was. Senior Shang, this profound secrets could not refrain from looking at Shanghang. Shanghang's eyes flickered. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, with Saint Azure returning, the C team reversal chaos ended. It naturally can't stop a character like Tian Qing anymore as well. Profound Secrets said absent-mindedly. How can this be? Senior Shang has already set on, while Saint Azure has yet to attain Tao. Who else in this world can still stop Tian Qing? Could it be that our human race can escape this calamity in the end? At this very moment, it was as if the sky had fallen down in the primeval war realm. Even Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning also lost their wits at this time. No one could have expected that on the eve of the Doomsday Battle, such a huge change would actually occur. Tian Qing's return shattered all of their hopes. In the previous era, because Saint Profound plus Eld Heaven's secrets, the myriad races cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the heavenly hidden world before they finally dragged the divine race down from their altar. But now, there was already no time to let the human race geniuses grow up. Even if Yi Yuan rebuilt 18 grand arrays anew, it was also impossible to groom a powerhouse like Grand Ancestor C team. They all believed that if Yi Yuan grew up, he would surely be able to stop the divine race. But he was running out of time. Lord Saint Azure, what should we do now? Shanghang suddenly asked Yi Yuan. In this place, it was also just him who could maintain a trace of composure. With him saying so, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Yuan. If say that the human race still had hope, then this hope might lie on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been silent all along. Hearing Shanghang asked, only then he slowly said, we still have time. This battle, although Tian Qing exhibited powerful strength, it also proved one thing. He isn't invincible. After this battle, I think that the divine race will still be afraid of Tao ancestors' strength. Furthermore, Tian Qing probably also wouldn't dare to make a move within a short time. Profound Secrets' expression was ugly as he said, but Heavenly Tao will be taking back the power of rules very soon. At that time, we won't have any reliance at all. Yi Yuan asked, how long is there still? Profound Secrets said 100 years at shortest, 1,000 years at the longest. Yi Yuan fell silent again. This time was indeed too short. Although his cultivation speed was fast, it was also impossible to reach Tian Qing's realm in a short 1,000 years. Moreover, the divine race's powerhouses did not just have Tian Qing alone. Each one of the divine race's 8 lineages progenitors could not be underestimated. Even if they were inferior to Tian Qing, they were absolutely not beneath Profound Secrets too. Only after being silent for a long time did Yi Yuan slowly say, since that's the case, then there's only to fight. Chapter 2401. Thrive in Calamity and Perish in Soft Living. Chapter 2401. Thrive in calamity and perish in soft living. Fight. How to fight. Yutanji laughed coldly and wanted to shoot a sarcastic remark, but he swallowed his words back when they reached the tip of his tongue. Yi Yuan's kernite. 1. Tai was different. If he did not watch his mouth again, it would not be as simple as having his strength taken back anymore. Sure enough, Profound Secrets gave him a glance. This glance made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar. However, Yutanji's question was similarly what everyone's question was. How to fight? Yi Yuan slowly said. No matter what, to battle is the best way to increase strength. Regardless of whether it is 100 years or 1,000 years, how much strength can be improved will depend on our good fortunes. Although Yi Yuan could use time law to groom powerhouses, this would mean he would not have time to go and cultivate anymore. Furthermore, wanting to create a small world that could accommodate thousands of martial artists would expend a great deal of energy in the first place. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly hidden world back then or the current primeval war realm, it expended the two generations' heavenly emperor profound secrets' countless manpower and material resources. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. This kind of method was clearly not too suitable for the current situation anymore. Ancestor Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What kind of solution is this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Otherwise, the few of you Tao ancestors rush to the divine race and finish off all of their progenitors." Ancestor Lightning's throat choked up, and he immediately shut his mouth. Three great Tao ancestors taking action at the same time could not do anything to Tianqing too. If they went, they absolutely would not gain any advantage. This battle completely made both parties become fearful of each other. After Shang Hang mused for a moment, he suddenly spoke up. "I feel that this idea can work. In the last Doomsday battle, although the powerhouses on our side nearly died out, they didn't gain any advantage either. Apart from Tianqing, the other progenitor states shouldn't have recovered to their peak yet. In terms of the number of experts, all of our races added together is 10 times, even 100 times of theirs. Even if we use human lives to stack, we can also stack them to death. What we lack most here is a combat force that is capable of fighting with Tianqing." Speaking of this, Shang Heng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said, "If Tianqing doesn't die, even if all of the other members of the divine race are killed, it makes no difference too. His combat power is already strong until it can ignore the number of people." At this point, everyone's gaze is concentrated on Yi Yuan. If there was someone here who could reach Tianqing's height, it would be none other than him. The eternal Saint Azure, the legacies left behind, overthrew the divine race's rule. Who else was there in this world? Profound Secrets' expression was solemn as he said, "Lord Saint Azure, can you do it?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Time is too short. I don't know whether it will work or not too. Do what we can and leave the rest up to fate then. At this point, there's already no other way. There's only to fight." As he said, he turned his head to look at the other unpredictable children and said calmly, "You guys, who's willing to brave life and death together with this saint?" "Me." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a figure already stepped forward. It was none other than precisely Wan Jun. "Me too." Very soon, there were many people who came forward. However, even more people exchanged glances, seemingly having the intention of withdrawing. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sighing slightly too, and said, "Times have changed. The hearts of the people have also changed." Still remembering when Saint Profound died in the cause of justice. What police spirit he was. The geniuses of that era also used actual actions to comfort Saint Profound's spirit in heaven. But in this epoch, the human race had stayed in a comfortable environment for too long. Even if they knew that it had already reached the point of life and death, they were still not willing to risk their lives, because they had never experienced before that feeling of humiliation. Without humiliation, how could there be the ambition to risk one's life? Shang Hang sneered and said, "Thrive in calamity and perish in soft living." Seeing these people who cling to life and fear death, this ancestor somewhat regrets what I did back then. Profound Secrets similarly smiled coldly and said, "Those who are afraid of death tend to die faster. Doomsday battle, no one can stay aloof from it. Do you all think that by not going, you'll be able to live?" Everyone exchanged glances. Only then did some people step forward again. The majority of the people still harbored hopes of getting lucky. Maybe they could survive. If the sky fell, there would always be the tall folks holding it up. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "The rest, all leave then." Among 1,000 people, the ones who stepped forward in the end were less than 300 people. What made Yi Yuan a little surprised was that Pang Zhen came forward too. He and Pang Zhen were not on very good terms, so he did not expect that this guy still had some guts. His gaze swept over everyone and said, "You guys staying behind, do you know what you're going to face?" Wan Zhen immediately said, "For men, death is but death. Can there be unbroken eggs when a nest is totally wrecked?" Don't even know this bit of logic, and they also dare to call themselves geniuses. Those people really wasted all their years of living. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "How can my Pang family have people who are afraid of risking their neck? Ancestor dares to battle. How can I, Pang Zhen, be so cowardly?" The 9 great Tao ancestors came from the last epoch. Although their strength was not considered top-notch at that time, they were considered to have battled for the rise of the myriad races. Although Ancestor Lightning had an appearance of Siveness, a hint of imperceptible pride showed in his eyes. People who had experienced that era would not be hesitant to proceed when in front of such major issues of right and wrong. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not bad. You made me view you in a different light. Actually, if people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Although fighting is dangerous, it's also the fastest way to break through. The divine race has as many experts as clouds. There's no better whetstone than this. Perhaps this battle will be your road toward being canonized as an ancestor." The remaining unpredictable children trembled all over, fighting spirit immediately igniting in their eyes. Being canonized as an ancestor, it was a great temptation to them as well. Although this battle was perilous, if they pulled through, it would be a smooth road. Among you, there are some whose talents are not as good as those people who left. But I believe that as long as you guys can survive, your future accomplishments will definitely be higher than theirs. Yi Yuan said firmly. Profound Secret said, "Among the million unpredictable children, there are definitely many who are willing to join too. I'll convene with all of them. These people, Lord Saint Azure will be in charge of them." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "There's one more thing that needs to be entrusted to you." Profound Secrets replied, "What is it, Lord Saint Azure? Feel free to give the order." Yi Yuan said, "Lend me your primeval war realm to use. Let my Pill Tower's alchemy path powerhouses enter and comprehend the Tao. With the time acceleration here, it might be able to give birth to Tao pill-level powerhouses." Profound Secret's eyes lit up, and he said with a nod, "I'll obey Lord Saint Azure's orders." In the past, Profound Secrets looked down on the alchemy path because the alchemy path's inheritance had already been cut off. But now, he knew that the ancient times alchemy path inheritance was left behind by Yi Yuan in the first place. Then what did he still have to hesitate for? In the past, Yi Yuan imparted Tao at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. It was to guide those alchemy path powerhouses into great Tao. With the addition of time law, who knew whether Tao pill-level powerhouses would be born or not?